I got your wig, ho. You're mad. Miss Wig. I got your wig, ho. I got your wig, ho. Miss Wikiana. I got your wig, ho.
To the group and not the person that was matched with Margarita, but okay.
We saw that season 5, there was a very healthy conversation with the housewives after Monique and Candace got into their altercation. Right. There was a sit-down conversation that all of you ladies were a part of. May I ask you, was that same grace given to you after that moment?
Traitor Face said that. You know what, Wendy? You got one more time. Imagine a woman throwing a drink on another woman for not calling a man. No. What type of woman does that?
Y'all are gonna see a lot of people eat their words. Y'all remember everybody's position, how, this is not what we do. We're better than this. Watch. Pay close attention. This season is about paying close attention and paying attention to the ways that the goalpost is continuously moved depending on who is on the receiving end. That's what this season's about.
You're not sorry for assaulting someone?
I didn't assault you.
You assaulted me. Do you know the definition of assault?
Do you?
Yes, I do. It's to unlawfully put your hands on somebody. But let's talk about the sequence of events, because you're talking about defamation of character. I hear you're going around telling people that I called your husband gay.
You did.
I never once said that.
You said he's sleeping with a man.
Did I call him gay? Because I never said that, so that's your definition.
It?
You said that you pick out women for your man to sleep with.
Mia said, if she's winning, you winning, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. So she bought your Porsche?
Honey, I make my own coins.
It is in my name, so I income qualified to get the vehicle.
Yes.
Did you help me put a down payment on it because you knew that at that moment I was spending a lot of money to get out of this unhealthy relationship and you wanted to give me a cushion because you love me?
She loves you.
I was like, I just want clarity.
Right.
Like, because who's buying the car? Is this Gordon buying you a car? Like what's going on here? You driving a Porsche, right?
Uh-huh.
So I'm thinking, Mia done bought your car.
Her car is in her name. Yes. What's that?
I just visited Giselle. Mia and Jacqueline got to drinking.
Uh-huh.
And I've said I'd never hold anything back from you, so yeah. She was too happy to tell me that you and Jacqueline, she peeped you all showering nude together.
Where were you in Miami? Were you in the same house?
In my room where I should be.
I mean, that's fine if that's what y'all want to do, but we're going to ask questions.
They're in the window.
Yes.
They want to be seen. So you and Jacqueline showered together.
Yes,
Nude.
we do.
Okay, so it's something you enjoy. You know, we know Gordon likes others, right?
And they think we're in some tobacco, like some threesome together.
Us three.
Mia did talk about the fact that, she allowed Jacqueline to have sex with one of her boyfriends years ago, and Mia wanted to watch. You kissed?
No.
You fondled?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, that's what
I thought I wanted to be a gynecologist, so I was like checking cervix and stuff.
Oh, you went into the JJ. Oh.
Okay. You know what?
So I just want to explain that.
She was like, can you just look in there and see what's going on in there?
Was she itching or something?
I wanted to make sure it was all good. I had a flashlight and everything.
You looked inside?
I wanted to go get some tongs, too, because that's what I saw at the
How do you know when I say y'all are sleeping with men and women that you're not the one sleeping with the men?
I heard what you said. Huh? You better not ever talk about a married man. I better not ever catch you. What you think you did when you met yours? Huh?
I slept with a married man. I don't have a problem with it.
You think that after having an argument, you are warranted to throw a margarita or a mojito, whatever your alcoholic beverage of choice was, in someone's face?
I'm sorry I threw the drink on you. I'm real with
She's
mine.
fine. You're real with yours?
Not trying to pretend.
Pretend?
Anything.
Don't do that.
Well, clearly you all are not ready to talk, so we can table it. All right.
Is this what success looks like?
Yes.
Is it you? Look at the CEO.
Do you want to
look at the CEO. Look at the CEO. Oh, look at the CEO. This is what success feels like.
Yes.
I mean, let's be clear. Wendy's jealous of you.
I don't
get
owe
past
him
that
I don't owe
because
him
there is
anything.
no feelings in business.
Sweetie, Maybe you talk to other men like that, but
Of course
I don't
do.
need
I
to.
sit at a
I don't know
boardroom
what you're
table
talking
with
about.
all men, okay? I'm the only female.
When I met my husband, I had been receiving chiropractic care for years. So when we were introduced to the joint model, it was a no-brainer for us. We soon became owners in the North Carolina and Virginia markets. And now we are the regional developers for DC and Maryland as well.
Black female at the boardroom table.
Girl, I'm the only black female that is a professor at Johns Hopkins, and I'm the youngest professor at Johns Hopkins.
Hi, I'm Wendy Osefo. I am a visiting assistant professor at the School of Education.
So don't tell me how to be a boss because I am a boss. You understand that?
Wendy Osefo is an education professor at Johns Hopkins University, and she's a doctor. So Dr. Wendy, we are going to start with you.
Wendy Osefo is the definition of an accomplished woman, a professor, political analyst, and entrepreneur. She made headlines for earning her PhD in public affairs and community development from Rutgers University, the first black woman to do it in the university's history.
I thought that because time has passed, you guys were going to have a conversation last night. That didn't happen. It's a debate at all times.
I take accountability for my choice of words that could have hurt Mia, and I can apologize for my role and how I aided and escalated the evening. That's what I can say.
You really have done such a great job, though.
Oh, thank you.
It was good for me until last night at dinner.
You know, I gotta be accused of all this other stuff, and, you know, like I'm being desperate to be around this group.
Just say you just don't want her around, so you're just trying to find a reason to be mean to not have her around.
I didn't understand Robin's personal attack on me.
Honestly, I think that Karen did not like that Sharice was the one with the connections that put the group together.
That is not true.
That is the philanthropist. That is the true socialite in Potomac. I see you for who you are.
That is what it looks like to you, and I receive that, Robin, but that's your opinion, and
all
it's
that
wrong
dramatic yesterday, that was
wrong
some
as
bullshit.
you. The way she did it, it was a venomous attack on me.
Thank you. When Robin was at her lowest, when she and Juan first got divorced, Sharice was very supportive and was there for her.
What is the status of your relationship with Juan? Juan and I, we are still living together. We're still raising our kids together. I like to say we function as a family. It really just works for us, but just as far as like actually being in a romantic relationship, we're not quite there yet. But neither one of us has ruled that out. We're just trying to continue to grow as individuals and to make sure our kids are straight. And then, you know, hopefully we'll at least start to make time for one another.
So you're saying there's no romance?
I mean, what do you consider romance?
You know, in the bedroom. Just saying. That's what they really want to know.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Yeah. So they do have fun.
So Sharice has always been an integral part in Robin's journey, period.
But this is not about Sharice. I want to stop talking about Sharice. I don't fuck with that woman because I don't fuck with that woman. And it's not because she got some tea on me. I want you guys to watch. And I know you all will agree when the truth comes out that you wouldn't fuck with her either. So 5 years ago, this person and I were not friends. And that person had been kicked off the bus. That person was fired. So let's repeat the moisturizer, by the way, washing again. I do it twice. So that person had been fired, and we are not friends. So imagine how my family and myself felt when this person showed up at my mother's funeral. We were in shock. We didn't know what to expect. I sort of suspected, but didn't know for sure. So we decided to give her grace and extend her grace, and was hoping that she was coming out of the kindness of her heart and there was a change afoot with her. Needless to say, we were wrong. Within months of attending my mother's funeral, she was at Candace's 1-year anniversary party trying to talk about it on film. I was able to shut it down then. Fast forward now, she's trying to get back on the bus by any means necessary, once again, bringing up my mother's funeral. I don't want to talk about Sharice. No,
it's inherent. Because that
you can
triggered
be loyal to whomever in this friend group.
Jacqueline, are you okay? Because y'all sit next to each other. Y'all didn't want to sit next to each other. Y'all refused to sit next to each other on the bus.
There's probably no point of return with this one because
We got in an argument. It was very nasty on the plane.
Okay. Yes.
It was very embarrassing.
I witnessed. I mean, y'all aren't even speaking.
And it's not okay.
What I'm not okay with is her thinking that she can take jabs at me and I can't reciprocate. That's where I draw the line.
Okay.
So, Mia, why is it okay for you to sleep with Gordon when he was married, but then call out Jacqueline for doing the same thing?
You better not ever talk about a married man. I better not ever catch you. What you think you did when you met yours? Huh?
Mia said, if she's winning, you winning, right?
Yeah.
So she bought your Porsche?
Honey, I make my own coins. It is in my name, so I income qualified to get the vehicle.
Yes.
Did you help me put a down payment on it because you knew that at that moment I was spending a lot of money to get out of this unhealthy relationship and you wanted to give me a cushion because you love me?
She loves you.
It was like, I just want clarity.
Right.
Like, cause who's buying the car? Is this Gordon buying you a car? Like what's going on here?
You driving a Porsche, right?
Uh-huh.
So I'm thinking, Mia done bought your car.
Her car is in her name, yes.
What's that?
I just visited Giselle.
Mia and Jacqueline got to drinking.
Uh-huh.
And I've said I'd never hold anything back from you, so she was too happy to tell me that you and Jacqueline, she peeped you all showering nude together.
Where were you in Miami? Were you in the same house?
my room where I should be.
I mean, that's fine if that's what y'all want to do, but we're gonna ask questions.
They're in the window.
Yes.
They want to be seen.
So you and Jacqueline showered together.
Yes, we
Nude.
do.
Okay, so it's something you enjoy.
You know, we know Gordon likes others, right?
And they think we're in some tobacco, like some threesome together.
Us three.
Mia did talk about the fact that, she allowed Jacqueline to have sex with one of her boyfriends years ago, and Mia wanted to watch. You kissed?
No.
You fondled?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, that's
Yeah, I thought I wanted to be a gynecologist, so I was like checking cervix and stuff.
Oh, you went into the JJ. Oh.
Okay. You know what?
So I just want to
explain that.
She was like, can you just look in there and see what's going on in there?
Was she itching or something?
I wanted to make sure it was all good. I had a flashlight and everything.
You looked inside? I wanted to go get some tongs too, because that's what I saw.
So here's the thing. It's not necessarily that I was coming after her because she was sleeping with a married man. Just don't talk about me not getting any penis at home when you are. She needs to worry about all her different penises, okay?
Our friendship doesn't matter to you. And I have vouched for you for the past how long with these women? No cancer versus cancer. Ooh. I stood the up and told these bitches to sit down.
One of the other things that we saw in episode 1 was the reaction to Mia's post. All right, then we gotta
Which one?
Your post about how you were feeling with your health and the cancer scare. Now that you've seen it, do you understand why there was some confusion around like what was going on?
Sure, I can see that, right? I mean, I did originally post something and then I had to go back and I changed it because I really quickly noticed that everybody thought that I said I had cancer, which I do not, thank God. And I am well, I'm alive, and I feel good. But I'm still, going through a lot, and I'm still in testing, and whatever's going on with me, I will prayerfully be healed.
You will.
And I'm gonna work through that, and you guys get to see that. But at the same time, just don't question it. If you have questions, come to me. One of the things that I can't stand is like saying something behind someone's back, but you can't say it to my face.
Mia, you know how the show works, right?
Mia!
But listen,
Mia! You know how it
I
works,
said
right?
it to your face.
no, you.
That's what we do.
I didn't talk back. I said it to your face.
You live down the street, honey. You could have came over to my house and said, "Baby cakes, what's going
Mia,
on with you?"
but that was part of what we talked about later. But we're going to let the people see it.
But also, a lot of us did reach out to you, Mia. And
Yeah, we all did.
All of us reached out to you.
All of us reached out to you.
Everybody reached out to me, and I thank you for that. Thank you, ladies. I was like, oh, okay.
Well, you should have told us because I was literally
Mia,
crying my
I
eyes
not
out
only
about
reached
you.
out,
Yeah.
I came over and I fed your family. So I want you to know while the girls, let's be very clear.
Don't get shady with my family.
No, let's talk about it though. The cameras weren't rolling. We were friends. But I came over and I checked on you from my heart, and I fed your children and I spent time with you.
But did you come to feed my children so you can go back and tell everybody that you came to feed my children?
No, but I would think that if you are having a health scare and I have been a true friend to you, that you would say, look,
Because when I Karen do something
rode
for
with
somebody,
me.
I don't go
Karen
back
was
and tell
there
them that
with
I
me
did it to get
to the
kudos.
extent that I could be. So I was going to say this, though. I'm not hung up on that, okay? I do what I do, not for the cameras, but because I'm real. So the girls genuinely had questions, and you and I had actually talked. We were in a good place at that time. I think we'll see where we end up later. And I'm hopeful that it will be in a good place. But their questions, I shared with you in advance that they had questioned you. And hold on. I'm just thinking that while I didn't agree with, your channel of communication, I supported you. And I never questioned once anything about your illness. I just asked you, what could I do to help you?
Right, you
Thank
did
you.
it. But
that for the record.
it's my social media page, so I can post whatever I want to. So I still feel like, you don't question certain things. I never questioned her post about having like ADD, ADHD, whatever it is that you have. I didn't question it. I just said, hey, baby, I appreciate it.
Your post was questionable. It raised questions. We were confused.
That's a fair statement.
When there's nothing confusing, there's nothing to be questioned, but we were confused.
So I talked to Ashley earlier.
Yeah.
And she told me that Karen and her talked because she was upset about what happened last night and that Karen dropped a bomb.
I think she's full of Well, first of all, it should not be a surprise to Karen that I think she's fake, phony, a bullshit. The things that she was saying to Sharice and
was attack of character.
You have been banned from public events because you have attacked people's families.
I don't talk about other people's personal
That's
life
not
and
true. My
the
husband, a
stuff
broke
that
Bill
comes
Gates.
out, and people say things. People say you have a boyfriend. Do I talk about that? Blue Eyes or whatever his name is?
Sharice has been spreading damaging rumors about me and my family. These rumors totally affected me and my husband.
What are the rumors?
Honestly, I really don't want to talk about it. I really don't, because it's that nasty.
Karen, are you surprised that their friendship has dissolved?
I'm disappointed. The Monique I've grown to know was totally 100% committed to you as a friend. And yeah, she really was very loyal.
Wow.
To
For her to
a
even
fault.
question
To
that
a
is like
fault.
an insult,
Really?
but
And so
whatever.
for me, let me finish. Andy says it's my turn.
Yep.
Thank you. I thought there was a genuineness to their friendship, and it was beautiful.
Is there any hope for the two of you? Because it seems pretty bleak.
I'm good.
The word on the street is Monique and her trainer were a wee bit too close for comfort. And her and the dude were out in public together a lot and were seen. And Big Boy found out. And Sharice has told people.
I felt that Karen was very mean girl-ish, the stuff that was coming out of her mouth.
No one talks about relationships except for the fact that Giselle constantly attacks our husbands. So when you attack our husband, we return serve by saying, how can you attack us when we have no one in your life to even attack? Why would you bring a lie on this platform if you know it's a lie?
Because
Why
you're
would you do
breathing
that?
life into it by bringing it up on the show.
So that's why she is Giselle Lax Bryant, because you can't attack somebody if you lack that thing that you're attacking in that other person.
Her point was specifically that you're putting something out there about her husband that's not true.
Don't attack my husband.
Yeah.
Because that's something I do not play with.
Why are you looking at me?
I'm looking at you because it was your ass having a conversation with Ashley.
Did you tell her what I said?
So I'm putting your ass on notice because what you're not going to do, let's be very clear, is you're not going to play with my husband's name. Don't with my family. If anyone was truly concerned, you can call me, and no one has. So when you sit here on your soapbox and try to say, I'm not getting through to you, no, you're not going to get through to me, because if you really wanted to, you could have a one-on-one and call me. So let's not play the theatrics, because I'm not here for that today. I think it's always funny to hear her say that people are insecure when she's really the most insecure person in our group. She deflects all the time. She never wants to talk about her issues, and she does things to purposely hurt people. So I'm okay with where we are, but when we think of insecurity, it's Giselle's face literally in the dictionary.
So you were on the hater list, and
hating on this?
Robin,
So honestly, at this point, we are oil and water, and I am fine with that. All right.
And I don't care about like filtering myself or saying things that I think would be well received by the audience. For example, not inviting Wendy's kids to the play date.
This is not okay. Why is that not okay? It's just the kids. I said, Candace, can you take on an auntie role, reach out to Wendy, say, Wendy, I got your kids, I'll bring them, and Wendy declines.
He should have been bigger than that.
Yeah, I know that that's not a good look. But guess what? I'm a human being. And if I'm literally arguing with someone, and you saw there's a lot of stuff you didn't see. She called me the devil. She told me all of Baltimore was going to come after me. Like, if I'm literally in an argument with someone, yeah, I'm not speaking to you. Like, that's human nature. And I want to know what person in their right mind would turn around to a person and say, oh, would you like to come to family day? You know, but I have all these people messaging me, oh my God, it's too horrible. The kids are off limits, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but their mom is not.
We saw that season 5, there was a very healthy conversation with the housewives after Monique and Candace got into their altercation. There was a sit-down conversation that all of you ladies were a part of. May I ask you, was that same grace given to you after that moment?
Greater Face said that, you know what, Wendy, you got one more time. Imagine a woman throwing a drink on another woman for not calling a man.
No.
What type of woman does that? Look at you. Look at the CEO. Oh, look at the CEO. Look at the CEO. Oh, look at the CEO. That's why you getting up, you're going to throw another.
Well, in Maryland, what the hell?
Like, you embarrassed yourself. You embarrassed your whole business.
Y'all are gonna see a lot of people eat their words. Y'all remember everybody's position, how, you know, this is not what we do. We're better than this. Watch. Pay close attention. This season is about paying close attention and paying attention to the ways that the goalpost is continuously moved depending on who is on the receiving end. That's what this season's about. That's what this season's about.
No, stop antagonizing. You antagonize to the utmost. Y'all better get security here for real, because
For what? What are you gonna do?
Shut up! Why are you sitting worried about my life? I've given you the benefit of the doubt.
Please put your fingers out of my face. Please put your fingers out of my face, Robin.
This is putting my finger in your
out of
face. Please don't tell anyone I tried to fight you anymore.
It's dangerous for you to be held back.
As a thug. I was not held back.
You were held back. Maybe you were so drunk you don't remember.
She was not.
After watching the episodes, do you realize Sharice did need to hold you back from Wendy at the dance studio earlier this season?
So we've got some context missing here. She did not. So
the clip shows that she was.
She didn't have to hold me back.
Okay, well, she was holding you back.
She wasn't holding me back.
Okay.
She got up. She even says in that moment, it was a natural reaction to get up. Karen, I've always felt that way about you since I've met you.
I respect a woman that stands up and says, I'm going to speak for my friend. I'm going to defend my friend.
We saw Sharice make an appearance. And Robin, you called her the actual Grand Dame of Potomac.
I did.
So I have to ask you, Ms. Karen, how do we feel about that?
If Sharice were the Grand Dame of Potomac, she would be. She is not. I am. But you gotta give Robin some respect. She and Sharice have history. She's rooting for her old girl.
Robin Dixon's loyalty to Sharice, I'm like, okay, I thought you were up Giselle's bush all these years. But I want to know I want to know what this woman called Cha-Cha or Hacha has on her.
Do you agree with Karen that Sharice has dirt on Giselle and Robin, and that's why they descend her?
Oh, that's a good question.
That is a great question. I'll go a step further. I think Sharice has dirt on everybody.
Right.
Including Karen.
Right.
That's, to be honest.
If you had cut it off there, we'd be fine. But you went deeper.
I didn't attack your
Yes, you
integrity.
did. You told, okay,
I just said
Robin.
I call it like I see it.
Look, I am not mean-spirited,
I have known for years. I have stood by you. But you take a dig at me every chance you get.
Well, Karen drinks a lot, for sure. And at the dinner, when Karen was attacking Giselle, I tried to tell Karen to check herself. You telling me to stop coming at Karen. I didn't get that.
No, last night was a straw for me, to be honest. You took my friends in this circle and you told them to look out, be careful. She's fake. I'm not fake. And what is fake is this wedding. And I'm the one that's walking down the aisle again. When is your wedding?
After COVID. When's yours?
It will be soon. In a protected environment where loved ones can come together and wish each other well in a real wedding, in a real relationship.
Parents release form just like everybody else.
And gossip about the people that are sitting there.
Gossip is something that's not true, first of all.
Excuse me?
Ashley, how do you know it's true?
So the person who came into the restaurant is friends with a friend of mine, and apparently she knows Juan really well. And she said that her friend said she's been dating Juan.
Robin, are you in love with Juan? We all think so. I'm rooting for you guys. Oh, thank you. Tanglia Rivers. Oh, thank you. You know what? I think in love is a very strong, that's a very strong term, which I'm not at. But I do love him very much. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Please. In love? Please. If we were in love, then there wouldn't be a question about what the status of our relationship is, right? Yeah. I mean, simple, right?
All right, I'm about to run some errands.
Okay.
Get some. I'm too old for this. I'm tired of living like this.
When are you and Juan getting married?
Ooh, you know the answer. You have to watch the show to find out.
But it's not on the show this season.
No. we talk about it quite a bit.
Okay, well,
So you have to watch and find out.
That's a lot of talk.
Do you want it to be like that, though? Huh? Do you want to get back together? Mm-hmm. I wouldn't share my life with somebody. If I didn't have a court card, I'd be gone already. I want something more.
That look like somebody you know, right?
This is the funny thing.
Yeah.
Let me see.
No, you good. That look like somebody you know, right?
Yeah, that looks like. Let me
her.
see.
Yeah, and this man potentially has blue eyes, right?
She used to think she was sneaking out of town, going to restaurants. Bitch, we see you.
By herself?
With someone that wasn't ready.
May I see?
No, but
this
you may
was
not.
in Vegas.
You may not. This was. That looks like somebody you know, right?
Accused. I want to make sure it's good eye candy.
Yeah, that looks like what I saw.
That look like somebody you know? You seen him?
The driver blue eyes.
You seen him? You seen him?
Now, what was your take on Robin and Karen coming at each other tonight with varying forms of evidence about blue eyes and Juan?
You know,
Who had the better evidence?
It was Karen's ass.
Oh, hell. Let me just confess my sins. So you were in Vegas with him? Giselle. I'm asking. You said
Giselle,
you're confessing.
you know what,
You said
sweetheart?
you're confessing your sins.
I am not even speaking to you, thou without a man.
Oh.
But was the picture actually incriminating? I mean, it was just two people in a bar.
It wasn't.
Right?
You're right.
Okay.
Absolutely. You know, so was she there to was she dating him? No, but it was definitely her ass.
This is here.
Yes.
And he and I haven't talked. So on Saturday when I woke up, I opened my Instagram, and Chris had DM'd me at 2:40 in the morning. So, if I can talk to him.
I don't know that he is open to speaking tonight. He doesn't want anything to take away from the celebration of the evening.
I don't know the context. 2:42 in the morning, he worked there.
He was still at work.
Okay, I didn't know any of that.
You didn't slide in her DM. You responded to a story.
Right.
Right? That's the difference.
Exactly. I didn't search and DM and
right.
Okay. Well, his actions, whether they were innocuous or not, have been interpreted that way.
By Brandon, look like Sesame Street.
Oh, Lord, I can't.
So my friend was at the spring party, and she said that, Chris was being a little bit flirty with her. She was standing at the bar ordering a drink, and he came up, and he was like.
It's giving no.
So now you're coming for, okay. So you're insulting my attractive friend.
I mean,
whatever.
She had a Sesame Street twinkle in her eye.
He said, oh, hey, Deborah, how are you? He was very flirty. If I didn't know he was married, I wouldn't have known. Next time I see him, we'll have a longer conversation.
All I'm gonna say, Chris, you know, when you said those things about me on Twitter, I took it as
Which things?
Well, one question I do have for you, actually, I watched the episode last night, and you apologized to Candace. I thought that was huge. I know she felt like it may or may not have been genuine.
Fair.
Have you all made up at this point, or are you still kind of between a rock and a hard place?
I would say it's not quite a rock. Like, it's not a hard place, but it's also not happy-go-lucky, gumdrops and lollipops
You're not
between
texting
us.
each other, hey, what's up, kind of deal.
Absolutely not. No, no, no.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned, we did film the reunion, so there were some things that we discussed and that came to light. So, no, we still have a lot of work to do.
When you downloaded Karen, did you tell her that you called her a prostitute?
And I'm like, what?
Did you defend me?
I was like, what? So what are y'all telling me?
No. Okay, so back up.
I did think that she had affection for Blue Eyes, her driver.
Let me be very clear with you. If that were true, I would admit that. It's not true.
They owe me an apology. They owe me an apology, but I'm not going to hold my breath because I'm having a great time. One of my former castmates called me and told me to sue Sharice. You know, listen, I'm very financially able to sue Sharice, but I wouldn't waste a penny on Sharice.
Since you're talking about Sharice, here she is. Okay? I'm here. If you have something to say to me, I'm not speaking about you.
Why is Giselle and Robin so invested in pushing this woman that's been kicked off the bus down my throat, trying to make us be friends when we will never be friends, and rightfully so? Well, let me answer that question for you. Giselle already told you in her prior interviews that for the season with other outlets that, you know, she brought Sharice back so that she can do her dirty bidding. And I can only surmise that that is because Giselle wanted to get back at me for saying she had a hot box. And that's that, okay? How that working for you? Not good at all. Robin, on the other hand, is mad with me because I called out her fake ass wedding.
I want to take you, Robin.
I want to take you, Robin.
To be my wedded wife.
To be my wedded wife.
In sickness and in health.
In sickness and in health.
As long as we both shall live.
As long as we both shall live.
I could have called out a lot of things, okay? But I called out her fake ass wedding. And she's pissed.
Real Housewives of Potomac, Robin Dixon addresses allegation of Juan Dixon cheating. The Real Housewives of Potomac cast member Robin Dixon recently admitted that her husband Juan Dixon did in fact have an affair with a woman while they were engaged. And that is one of the reasons why their wedding was delayed. Last week, a woman came forward alleging that she had a relationship with Juan during the pandemic, and she literally had receipts to prove it. Ooh, honey. Yes, for the starless Robin Dixon, child. The side piece was going to become famous off of them, but are they famous?
Who? Robin and Giselle?
No, I think she's talking about her.
Her and her husband?
Yeah, her and her husband. She said that the lady was going to become famous.
Off of them.
Off of them. And I was like, are they famous?
Where do we even begin? Like, so many accusations being thrown around.
It was good for me until last night at dinner.
You know, I got to be accused of all this other stuff. And, you know, like I'm being desperate to be around this group.
Just say you just don't want her around. So you're just trying to find a reason to be mean to not have her around.
I didn't understand Robin's personal attack on me.
Honestly, I think that Karen did not like that Sharice was the one with the connections that put the group together.
That is not true.
That is the philanthropist. That is the true socialite in Potomac. I see you for who you are.
That is what it looks like to you, and I receive that, Robin, but that's your opinion, and
all
it's
that
wrong
dramatic yesterday, that was
wrong
some
as
bullshit.
The way she did it, it was a venomous attack on me.
Thank you. When Robin was at her lowest, when she and Juan first got divorced, Sharice was very supportive and was there for her.
I don't fuck with that woman because I don't fuck with that woman. And it's not because she got some tea on me. I want you guys to watch. And I know you all will agree when the truth comes out that you wouldn't fuck with her either.
Is there anything that you want to get off your chest, like right from jump?
Well, I think the viewers watched it too, and the viewers are really, really smart, Tati. You know, they were watching it with me, and we were all so happy to see Robin finally
clock in. It's been 7 years, right? And here she comes with all this energy all of a sudden. And we're like, wow, Robin is going to have a storyline. And whoop, skirt. Wait a minute. We did not know that her storyline was going to be the master of deflection.
I think I poorly delivered the message that I was trying to deliver. I was talking business. She wanted to talk about threesomes. It's like, no,
you took it to a whole nother level when you threw the drink, and then she responded.
Are you just saying that because you want to?
We gotta stop with these lies. Y'all can't just say whatever you want because you ain't got nothing else to talk about.
She had dinner with him before filming.
I was talking shit about my food. Look at the plate, y'all. Something once was in that plate. What you saying now?
It was good.
Oh, really?
It was good. The snapper was good.
Yeah.
It was crispy.
Okay, here you go.
Thank you.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes. And they had a whole entree, and I heard all about it. And
From
it was
whom?
after hours.
From whom?
In Bar 1.
Who told
Baltimore.
you this?
I saw the cameras.
She saw the cameras.
Did they have the cookie for dinner?
Somebody just sent me a clip. You know, I'm going through a lot of shit right now. But somebody just sent me a clip from the Potomac Housewife reunion show. And Mia is going at it with Wendy. And, brother, this is kind of y'all fault. Because I taped with y'all for 5 minutes promoting Bar 1 Baltimore and Bar 1 Miami Beach. And you turned that 5 minutes into 9 episodes. And now my name is thrown around on the reunion show when in real life, I don't mess with none of those women. Okay? Giselle, Robin, cool people. The rest of them, Wendy, I shot with her one time, 5 minutes. Didn't go out to dinner with her. I didn't have no late night snack with her. She's a married woman. She's very respectful, very honorable. Okay, so for Mia, for you to be talking about me and Wendy getting together is so disrespectful. And it's so thirsty. It's real thirsty for you to do that just to collect that check from Bravo. There's nothing cool about that. Okay? And you can't just use my name like that, because if you use my name like that, I'm going to have my lawyer get in touch with you guys, and it's going to be really ugly. Okay? Because I do not know any of those women. I never see them outside of my establishment. Okay? And y'all just can't recklessly just throw people's name out there like that, because it actually hurt my business. And that's irresponsible. Please, cease and desist.
No, she gave him the cookie allegedly. The cookie.
I understand.
You're for lobsters.
I'm not denying it.
You it's fine. You're for lobsters. We don't all do that.
Oh my God.
You know, it's interesting to me that who I thought was my friend, Peter Thomas, can say things like, he don't know us like that. I wonder if he didn't know us like that, the times when he'd been at our house, eating our food, playing card games, and associating with other people, family members and friends of ours. I guess he didn't know us like that when he held our baby girl and was the first man other than myself to hold our baby girl. I guess he didn't know us like that when he's gone on boat rides with us. I guess he didn't know us like that all the times that we spent at his restaurant supporting his business. And certainly I guess he didn't know us like that when he wanted to borrow $60,000 to pay his bills at Bar 1. So I don't know why Peter says he don't know us like that. Maybe that's his definition of not knowing us like that. Not knowing us like that when he's attended our kids' parties. So I guess if that means not knowing someone, then I guess that's what Peter's meaning is. And furthermore, to say this has hurt his business, just a few days ago, I personally spoke to Peter and he said the publicity is actually helping his business. And furthermore, the allegations that he's referencing only came out a couple of days ago, so how could it have hurt his business that quickly? Peter, I guess we don't know you like that.
Jacqueline, did you and Gordon ever have sex?
No. They think we're in some tobacco, like some threesome together.
Oh, us three.
Was that another narrative that was like?
No, I think that was a narrative that some of the ladies here believed or thought that we did.
Okay. And y'all ran with it?
I didn't run with it. Mia never said that we had sex.
What's that?
I just visited Giselle. Mia and Jacqueline got to drinking.
Uh-huh.
And I've said I'd never hold anything back from you, so she was too happy to tell me that you and Jacqueline, she peeped you all showering nude together. in Miami? Were you in the same house?
In my room where I should be.
I mean, that's fine if that's what y'all want to do, but we're going to ask questions.
They're in the window.
Yes.
They want to be seen. So you and Jacqueline showered together?
Yes,
Nude.
we do.
Okay, so it's something you enjoy.
Well, but I mean, you're a grown woman. If somebody's asking if you slept with somebody, it's either a yes or a no.
Are you sleeping with married men?
No, I'm not.
So
I'm not
where did you
sleeping
come
with
up
any
that?
married men.
Where'd you come up with that, Mia?
You know, I'm gonna let her have that one.
So, Mia, why is it okay for you to sleep with Gordon when he was married, but then call out Jacqueline for doing the same thing?
Do the two of you have a sexual relationship?
No. We do not.
You do not?
No.
I never believed that.
Okay.
It just never
Me and Mia are just we were close
I take
friends.
showers with a lot of my girlfriends.
And we're like sisters.
Okay.
You kissed?
No.
You fondled?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, that's what
I thought I wanted to be a gynecologist, so I was like checking cervix and stuff.
Oh, you went into the JJ. Oh.
Okay. You know what?
So I just want to explain that.
She was like, can you just look in there and see what's going on in there?
Was she itching or something?
I wanted to make sure it was all good. I had a flashlight and everything.
You looked inside?
I wanted to go get some tongs, too, because that's what I saw.
Karina from New Jersey said, Mia, if you had such an issue with Jacqueline sleeping with married men as a friend, why not discuss that with her in private rather than outing her in front of the girls on national TV?
Because we're on a reality show about our lives.
That's not why. I only outed Jacqueline. It was a response, and she came after Gordon. She basically said that I need to get more dick.
You better not ever talk about a married man. I better not ever catch you. What you think you did when you met yours?
I didn't come to this group and say, oh, Jacqueline's sleeping with a married man. No. But you came after my husband's
Mia,
penis.
you are
So we're going to
exaggerating.
talk about
I don't
all
have
the
no-
married
I-
penises
listen,
that you're sleeping
your
with.
man's
because there's
penis
a
is
lot
your
of them.
business.
But be careful, because I do have a text message of you saying that I need to stop married men and I'm in love with a married man. So, be careful. Two can tango.
You need to publicly apologize to Jackie. The scale is unbalanced. What you did to my sister, we're not even talking about how you defamed my character, bitch. Okay? I'm cool with that. I just had a gig this week. That ain't doing nothing. You ain't doing nothing with that. Cause Tita's always gonna get work, bitch. That has never, let me get some visuals. That has never been a problem or an issue. Never been an issue. Because one thing's for two and two things for certain. One thing's for sure and two things for certain. People are always gonna need daycare. Somebody always gonna need a babysitter. Somebody always gonna need their house clean. Somebody always gonna need a nanny. Huh? That, I don't even worry about that.
So if you met him when he was married, then how are you saying close your legs to married men?
I should have closed my legs to a married man too, but I didn't.
Yeah,
But I'm not denying it. She's denying it. It's a difference.
Here's the thing. It's not necessarily that I was coming after her because she was sleeping with a married man. Just don't talk about me not getting any penis at home when you are. She needs to worry about all her different penises, okay?
How much have you and Gordon bought for Jacqueline? We know about the Porsche.
No, she lied about that. We didn't buy her the Porsche. She needed a story. So when, I don't know if you see my
story,
face.
Mia, or did you need
I'm
a
talking
story?
to Andy.
Explain.
No.
Explain that.
Mia said, if she's winning, you winning, right?
Yeah.
So she bought your Porsche.
Honey, I make my own coins.
It is in my name, so I income qualified to get the vehicle.
Yes.
Did you help me put a down payment on it because you knew that at that moment I was spending a lot of money to get out of this unhealthy relationship and you wanted to give me a cushion because you love me?
She loves you.
I was like, I just want clarity.
Right.
Like, cause who's buying the car? Is this Gordon buying you a car? Like what's going on here?
You driving a Porsche, right?
Uh-huh.
So I'm thinking, Mia done bought your car.
Her car is in her name, yes.
Rachel from New Jersey wants to know why you weren't open to lunch with Sharice.
Sharice, you said you wanted to have lunch, right?
Right.
And it hasn't happened.
The reason why
But I'm willing
wanted-
to listen to you.
The reason
I'm not the one that invited you to lunch. You invited me.
Can I finish?
Yes.
What about the issue between you is so insurmountable that it can't be discussed over lunch?
How are you, darling? I'm fantastic.
Good to see
Glad you made it.
I think the viewers saw it, and I explained it, and it is my journey of grief, okay, and loss. So while no one may
understand it. I ask that they respect it.
I don't fuck with that woman because I don't fuck with that woman. And it's not because she got some tea on me. I want you guys to watch. And I know you all will agree when the truth comes out that you wouldn't fuck with her either.
I am a little confused. If I was not cool with someone and they took the effort to go to a funeral of a loved one of mine,
Andy, I can respect that, but
you know
that
what I
is
mean?
you.
I would say,
No,
wow,
my mother's, and
that would
another
be
thing, when you
that
all
would be
speak
very
of my
meaningful
mother's-
to me.
Exactly. I'm not going to do this again. I'm not going to talk about my mother again, because the more we talk about it, the more we relive it and we go back to it. I respectfully decline to answer any more questions about my mother's funeral.
So 5 years ago, this person and I were not friends. And that person had been kicked off the bus. That person was fired. So let's repeat the moisturizer, by the way, washing again. I do it twice. So that person had been fired, and we are not friends. So imagine how my family and myself felt when this person showed up at my mother's funeral. We were in shock. We didn't know what to expect. I sort of suspected, but didn't know for sure.
That's all it was. Let's finish this,
Rumor collage.
These horrible things you said about me. Not true at all, Sharice. And you've never seen me do anything like that.
What did I say? You know, I don't talk about other people's personal
That's not
life
true. You
and
call my
the
husband a
stuff
broke
that
Bill
comes
Gates.
out, and people say things. I mean, people say you have a boyfriend. Do I talk about that? Blue Eyes or whatever his name is?
Like, here, and Carlos, I really don't talk about people. But this woman has said so much about me for some reason unbeknownst to me, because I really would never put her shit out on Front Street or say anything about her. If I wanted to say this stuff, I could have said it for season 1, season 2. It's just not my MO to put people's stuff out there, but now I don't give a fuck. So,
but let's be clear. Does Sharice have a lot of tea on Karen? Yes, she does. And it will be spilled. The tea will be spilled, people. Don't you worry.
Is the tea that Karen allegedly has stepped out on her marriage?
Carlos, I can't say all of that. I'm getting a phone call from Bravo now. But I'm going to say, I hate these phone calls. I'm going to say that Sharice has tea that we've all known, but we just didn't spill it.
You said something, I can't repeat it.
Having sex
you
in
said
the bathroom
a lot.
with the worker.
And the reason that I said it was because you were spewing out all these things that people were telling you about me.
I don't want to talk about Sharice. No,
It's
no.
inherent.
I make something very clear out of respect for Sharice, who's been here from the beginning. We asked her to come back to the show. By the way, we brought Sharice in.
Well, he said he brought her back, but my question to Andy would be, who asked you to bring her back?
Karen, you revealed that not only does Juan have a secret girlfriend, the girlfriend looks like you.
What's up, Rob?
Hey, so I'm here with Ashley, and Ashley's telling me that Karen has come to her and said that you have a girlfriend that has long blonde hair and that you walk the streets of Georgetown holding hands with her. And a blonde hair. You said so she's like old like Karen?
Rob, I'm about to hang up because this is why I don't like this.
But Robin, this week you admitted on your podcast that Juan had been involved with another woman during COVID and that you knew about it ahead of season 7 and that the situation had been, quote, handled.
Okay. You had your time. You've done your interviews. It's my turn. I haven't had these opportunities and I'm going to take it now.
I will wait.
When we got to your room and you go in there, you said, I only said yes because I thought my team was in there. When you opened the door and your team was not in there, why didn't you just say, hey, nobody's in here. I thought they were in here. We can have this conversation later or in the hallway.
And that's what I talked about. That's it. And that went on for, it was like 10, 12 minutes maybe. And then she did say, we've been talking for a while. Can you see if they're ready? And I said, absolutely. And I went to go check. And as I was walking out the door, there was somebody right there coming to get her anyway. And that was that.
That evening, you said to me, Chris, hey, can you do me a favor? And I said, sure. And you said, can we talk? And I said, sure.
Right.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
And then you said, well, can we go to your room? And I said, fine. Now, you told your wife that I asked you to go to my room, and that's not true.
I said, Giselle, can we talk? And she said, yeah, let's go to my room.
So she suggested going to your room.
99% sure that that's how that went down.
That's not true at all.
And again, we can agree to disagree right there. Whatever it is, you feel how you feel. I'm not discounting your feelings. You still have not told me what I did.
I'm getting there.
Well, let's go.
Okay.
You've had 10 months.
Candace and I are where we need to be, which is I know who she is. I see who she is. And, you know, I wish her the best. I wish her and her husband the best.
Chris, and I have explained that, and it is because of the DMs to Ashley. And then I felt like, okay, this is a whole lot.
DMs, replying to a comment on social media because it's social media.
So on Saturday when I woke up, I opened my Instagram and Chris had DM'd me at 2:40 in the morning. I didn't understand the circumstances. I didn't know that was your job at the time.
Fair.
Okay. I don't know the context. 2:42 in the morning, he worked there.
He was still at work.
Okay, I didn't know any of that.
You didn't slide in her DM. You responded to a story.
Right.
Right? That's the difference.
Exactly. I
There's a
didn't
difference.
like search and DM and
Right.
She knew that I had DM'd, replied to a story on social media about Ashley.
It's a very important distinction, by the way.
It is.
Yeah. Like DMing is personal message out of your way. Replying to a story is just like, oh shit, like you're here, like you should have let me know. Boom. Done, over with. And
when
you
I
think
said
you're friends too, like Candace has known Ashley for how many years? You know Ashley, like you think that you're safe just being like, oh yeah, you were at this bar, like you should have let me know. Like you could have popped in, I would have set you up at the table, whatever the fuck you were gonna do. And
want the real story
it
on
just
that?
spins absolutely, yeah.
We really, really do.
So a lot of people are very like, Ashley isn't friends with Candace. Why would you do that? Blah, 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 blah. Flashback season 6, Chesapeake. After the dinner incident, right? Where Ashley and I are having a conversation. Candace kind of butts into the conversation and I kind of get upset with Candace and then I leave. That night we go back to the house. Everybody else has gone to bed. It's Candace, Ashley, Karen, and myself. Sitting there drinking, hanging out, no cameras, just us, real talk. And Ashley, she says something to me that kind of resonates in the sense that like, it's like, Chris, it's a show, you know, while, you know, we're being real and everything, like some stuff, obviously it's exaggerated in the moment or whatever, but just let it go. Let Candace be her own person. And I took that to heart and I was like, you know what? I'm seeing Ashley as a real person in this moment. I'm hearing what you're saying. Got it. And so I start to let things go. Then we get to the reunion. After the reunion, Ashley, I think she might have had one or two friends there. Candace, myself, Candace's entire glam team, Wendy, Eddie, and Wendy's entire glam team. We all go out to a bar. We're getting drunk. We're hanging out, having a good time. Shut the bar down. Move on. That's the end of the season. Candace and Ashley go to New York Fashion Week. They're at a Telfar party. They hang out, have a great time. So I'm thinking everything is like friendly and we're moving past all of this. And then we get to season 7 at the Spring Fling. And every single housewife, Karen, Giselle, Robin, Sharice, Wendy, Mia, all come up to me at that party and they all say, oh, I hear you got a new job, or congratulations. Oh, you're at this place. Everybody knew that I was at that hotel. There was a conversation. I don't know if they're going to show it at the reunion because I mentioned it at the reunion, but I know for a fact it was Robin, Sharice, and Giselle. I thought Ashley was there. She says that she wasn't. That could be true. Again, I don't remember, but they were all saying, oh, yeah, we used to go up there and party all the time, blah, blah, blah. And I said, come by anytime. Like, I'm there, whatever. And so, yeah, I'm off of work. I'm at home waiting for Candace to land because it was Grammy weekend again. And I'm waiting for her to land in Vegas. And that's when I see it and I respond. And she was like, oh, I didn't know that you worked there and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, and so we're at the reunion. I'm like, so was it the text message? Because that was past tense. Like, I didn't say, come now. Yeah. This was past tense. Or was it the time? She's like, well, it was the time. And I was like, oh, that's funny. Because on November 11th, I did the same thing where I commented on one of your stories where you're dancing with your Corona and your baby, and you responded at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
So it's selective. It's
And she
picky.
was like, well, it was the context. One of the reasons I didn't want to apologize is because it makes it look as if I'm wrong. And that's
I feel to this day. I felt like in that moment it was a wrong situation. I felt uncomfortable.
It's a
I'm
wrong
entitled
situation and he
to
was wrong
my
are two different
feelings.
things. You could have called me and you didn't because you
No.
wanted to wait for an
No.
opportunity to do it on a platform
That's not
that
true.
would cause the most hurt to someone who has never
That's
been
not
anything
true.
but kind to you. And that is what
that's not
that is
true.
what
You know, it's unfortunate, but you know, I never felt like Candace is a fun girl. Like you can go out with her, you can have fun, you can kiki, but then like to have like a real hardcore relationship with her and for you to expect that she's going to be an adult, like have adult conversations, I've just never gotten that from her.
Looking back on the dance studio moment, do you wish you approached that whole Chris situation differently, knowing that it would eventually result in the kind of like demise of your friendship?
I approached that situation. I thought about that. I approached it very, I chose all my words carefully. I didn't add any like extra drama and hot sauce and tea to it, which I know how to do very well. And I didn't do that because we were friends. Now we're no longer friends, so I can get to the tea and the nitty gritty of it all.
Like, obviously, I went through a lot this season. Never expected me to be the center of attention for a majority of the season. Obviously, not the whole season, but you know what's really weird is as the husbands on the show, like we expect to get some shit, right? I mean, somebody's always in the mix for whatever, but when it's untrue, it's hurtful, it's damaging, and we don't have the platform that these women do, right? Nobody's booking Chris to go on whatever podcast or interview, right? Bravo and NBC Universal, they have PR. They're promoting their show. They're promoting the women because it's housewives, right?
Yeah.
It's housewives. And that's cool. And you get a lot of people, it's housewives, it's not house husbands.
Yeah.
And that's cool. I get it. I totally get it.
Yeah.
And I said this at the reunion. Ray said it at the reunion. Eddie said it at the reunion. We're here to support our wives. If you don't want to hear from us, don't talk about us.
How are you feeling, Karen, now that the reunion's all the way over now? Viewers have a lot to work with.
Yeah.
How are you taking it all in?
Well, actually, I feel very vindicated, but I felt vindicated halfway through the season because fans came out and said, this is bullshit. Excuse me. Can I say that?
BS.
BS. This is BS. So, you know, but for me, when you know your truth and you walk in your truth and stories are changing as we are taping, I don't flinch because I'm going to win.
Yeah.
And winning to me is not about literally winning. It's about the respect of my husband, the respect of my children, my nieces, my nephews watching this. And so I just feel like, thank God that, you know, I can stay around long enough and not really let it get under my skin to push my truth.
Yeah. Speaking of which, you all blew up Twitter and all
my
social media
God.
sites.
Yes.
And we wanted to show some tweets to you in our Kiki and
Please
Tea
do.
with Karen. We want to begin with the first one.
Okay.
Everybody is talking about you filing your nails. And then
It's
one
a moment and a mood.
One Twitter user said, this is the level of unbothered that I
Yes.
aspire to.
Well, I was unbothered, you know, because unfortunately, well, or fortunately, Potomac is a very small town. So these things that that person had been saying about me, I had heard them, Ray had heard them. So I was like, I'm done. This is not going to go anywhere. When it's done, you're going to admit you're lying, and I'll be fine. And that is what happened.
And this was also surrounding the infidelity accusations.
Absolutely,
that came up.
absolutely. And none of it was true.
Yeah.
And I feel very vindicated. And, you know, what it does is it sets a precedence, though. If you're going to bring rumors to reality, then we have to have receipts.
Yeah, you got to back it
Including me.
up. That's a really good
We
point.
have to bring, it has to stop here. I am the one that could take it. I mean, I'm like Teflon Don, you know, kind of thing. But I am human too. I don't want anyone to think that, you know, not without prayer and support that I do this by myself, because this was the most vicious season I have seen yet for us. I am so looking forward to season 8 for the girls so we can get back to fun and shade and mess.
Do you think Robin should be in that? Do you think Robin should be in season 8, being that she held back?
I really want to talk about that a little bit. I really feel that Robin not telling her truth is not okay.
Okay.
Because we are held to a level of expectation, all of us, to bring our reality. And she did not. She hid her reality. But there's always season 8. But should she be there? I don't have the answer to that.
Is that fair to viewers?
I don't think it's fair to viewers who support us and want to hear our truths. But instead of bringing your truth, you're going to bring your version of my truth. That doesn't work as deflection. So, you
I gotta sip on that. I gotta sip on that tea you
Hold
just
on.
spilled. Where's that wine? Before I let you go, Karen, we have less than a minute left. Talk about all the other projects and things you have going on.
Perfume,
everything.
Live show. I'm headed to Atlanta. With my live show, The Grand Dame and Friends. The fragrance is popping up in Bloomingdale's again, plus you can find it on e-commerce. The 4-wick is launched for family specials, holidays, so please do reach out to, the website and purchase your candles in advance. You won't be mad with me because my shipping department is on ready.
All right, it's gonna be sold out fast, that's what I heard. So make sure you get your orders.
I need to rewatch this and then take a minute.
Who do you not like on the show?
Oh God. I mean, it's obviously at this point, I'm starting over with everyone.
Okay, good.
It's like clean. Well, not everyone.
Oh, sorry.
I'm starting over with most.
Okay.
Because I was just talking about this with a friend. I'm at a place where it's really hard to know who is genuine, who you can trust, who is not operating from a place of disingenuousness. Wendy is my homegirl.
I love her.
And I believe that she has always been genuine with me.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna keep Wendy.
Okay.
I don't know about the rest.
Okay.
Karen, I love Karen. But we've had our moments.
I understand.
So the rest, bye.
We're venturing into some new venues and new cities that we've never gone into. St. Louis, Pittsburgh, New York. But then going back to Chicago and Atlanta. We have our openers, kind of have some ideas for Atlanta, got some ideas for Nashville. We got to think about somebody for Chicago. So I have an idea of somebody I think you should maybe consider. What do you think about having Drew be a special guest?
No matter what they may say, I'm gonna be right here. I'm gonna love me all the way.
Why do you look giving me a little hesitation?
I just don't. 'Cause I would hate to think you've been out here playing games with my heart. And if that's not the case, then tell me, why would you throw it away?
I mean, this laptop. What?
I don't feel like I need to do anything more musically with her.
Okay.
I sold out Chicago.
Fair.
So I don't need, I'm just saying, I don't need Drew or anyone of note to bring butts to the seat.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm tired.
I wanted to update you on the things that the women have been talking about. So recently, Giselle invited me over to her house. I'm like, okay, great.
Talk to these two because I know that they also love you. We are here to support you as it relates to Juan. So this is just an open forum to talk.
We had conversations about this
Right. and
prior.
That's the thing. I'm trying to help them understand. Okay, just because this stuff is news to you, it's not news to me.
That was foolish, but
we chose to move forward. We chose to get married. I wasn't expecting the firestorm that came out of it.
I don't care. I don't deal with a lot of people already.
But she's making it about me and how that makes me look. Every other day, it's a headline.
But there's one person at the center of it.
What do you want me to do, Giselle?
No. I just want you to be happy. I want you to live your best life.
Well, I don't care how it makes me look. And so she wants me to be mad at
Get mad. Go ahead. Get mad. Get mad, Robbie. Curse me out, please.
I mean, really, nothing that they say is of importance to me. I don't really. How am I being held accountable? Did I do something to them? Did I commit a crime? Like, I'm just trying. Like, what needs to be happening here? You know what I mean? I don't really understand. And so I think they're expecting something else. They're expecting me to dance around and hide. You know, oh, I'm not talking about it. Oh, and that's the total opposite. Like, I'm in the season. I'm like, okay, we're talking about it. It's in the news. It's in social media. We'll talk about it. I'm not hiding from anything. But just because I chose not to share something about my life that wasn't relevant at the time when we were filming season 7, that doesn't mean you're supposed to walk in front of a camera and then all of a sudden make up a storyline with my husband and say, hey, do you remember when you did that to me? I'm really upset about it, even though we resolved it. Like, I can't live my relationship like that. I'm not doing that to my husband, to my best friend since 1996. I'm not doing that to him. You know what I mean? Exactly.
Everybody have issues that they deal with, and some people handle them differently.
This is the thing. The world wants to tear us apart, right? And yes, my joy has been taken, but it's not Juan's fault. All right, so just checking in with you. How are you doing since
What, work?
Yeah.
I'm cool.
Robin, Juan has been in the news lately because a Coppin State player of his on the team came to him to report being sexually harassed by the assistant coach, and he failed to report it. What can you tell us about this, and how's it affecting your family?
This is Ibn Williams, a hooper at Coppin State. His head coach is Juan Dixon, seen here, the former Maryland Terrapin star and NBA player, plus Lucian Brownlee, director of player development and director of basketball operations, who is accused of catfishing, then blackmailing his own player, Ibn Williams. Dixon was informed of what went down and failed to take action against Brownlee and support his former player Williams. Brownlee harassed, tormented, and essayed Williams before publishing intimate material he had obtained from the student.
The things that have been alleged, the wrongdoings that have been alleged that Juan supposedly did are not true. And I know that he handled the situation exactly the way I would want somebody to handle a situation for my own children.
You're not taking away what the victim is alleging about the harassment.
I'm not disputing the catfishing and whatever else went on between those two young men at all. I am saying the wrongdoings that they are saying that Juan did not happen. And it's just unfortunate that Juan was kind of used as clickbait to really push this story. You're like, making calls, keeping your eyes open.
I'm trying. It's a lot of time left. I'm not going to rush the process. I know we did everything at a high level at my previous job. It's just unfortunate, I have a lawsuit.
Dixon was informed of what went down and failed to take action against Brownlee and support his former player Williams. In the complaint, Williams says he received messages through his socials from a woman. Williams reportedly was enticed into sending images of himself to this person of a sexual nature he believed were private and in the context of developing a romantic relationship, the lawsuit says. With the exchange of photos and videos, Williams was exploited by the woman into sending more, or else she was going to publish them. With threats of Williams losing his place on the team, plus his tuition, room, and board payments, Williams felt he had no choice but to continue responding to his tormentor. This is when Brownlee, a fellow player of Williams's at the time at Coppin State, revealed to Williams that he had also been blackmailed by the same woman. Of course, put in quotes. The blackmailer then ordered the two men to record themselves having sex and send it to said tormentor. At first, Williams didn't oblige, but with fall semesters beginning, he complied per the suit. Williams' attorney is Daniel Epstein of Epstein Ostrov. And this is where Epstein reached the eye-opening conclusion. By information and belief, the blackmailer was Coach Brownlee, the complaint says. Williams, with unaliving himself on his mind because of how much he was tormented, went to his family and basically said there is rampant drug use when they're on the road. So Williams's father meets with Dixon, and Coach Dixon basically says he's helpless to address the drug issue. Fall of 2020, Williams returns to campus and the blackmailing continues. This time, Williams, though, didn't respond when he returned to campus, and that's when the material used to blackmail plaintiff was published and revealed to members of the team, staff, and the public, the lawsuit says. Per Epstein, those messages, because Williams didn't respond, apparently, were then blasted out to the masses through Instagram. That's when head coach Juan Dixon, even with all this being made public and Williams not being in the best frame of mind, Dixon demanded Williams attend practice. The complaint would then state Dixon admitted that Brownlee was mentally ill or otherwise emotionally imbalanced, and that his history was known to the coach and the athletic director plus the school. Thus, head coach Dixon was also named in the complaint for allegedly failing to support Williams by taking appropriate action upon learning of Brownlee's actions. In addition, Coppin State University was also named after officials retaliated against Williams by reportedly withholding his financial aid and housing, allegedly blaming the athlete for the negative media coverage in connection with the incident, which stemmed from Williams asking for an investigation in which, according to the suit, a lawyer for the university further traumatized Williams with questions about his sexual past and orientation. It's cringeworthy, the questions that he was asked. Epstein would go on to say. For Coppin State, they would violate their own set of rules and code of conduct. The complaint stated the school, whose policy on sexual misconduct prohibits R-word, sodomy, quid pro quo, stalking, sexual exploitation, coercion, and retaliation, took no action to remedy the situation. Here are my closing thoughts. Per the Grio, Juan Dixon admitted that Lushan Brownlee was mentally unstable. Why hire him in the first place without vetting this candidate for a position on your staff? That falls on Juan Dixon, which of course will then lead to trauma for Williams, Williams's family, and any kids that Williams will have.
Very unfortunate.
It'll be a
'cause
blessing.
all I do is love my guys.
It'll be a blessing when the lawsuit
All I do is love my guys.
resolved.
I love my guys hard. And they love me back, and that's unfortunate. I'm really okay. I know things are going to work out.
Hi. So I'm gonna sit over here since Karen's not hugging me any longer.
Okay. How you doing? Can we hug?
start?
Oh, okay.
Thank you. So pretty. Oh my, congratulations on your house.
Thank you.
You changed it up a little bit. Ciao. Now, why is the liar?
So apparently when Chris was talking to Deborah, I guess Eddie came over, and the consensus seemed to be that Eddie was being flirtatious.
You have never met this man before.
No, first time I met him. And then Eddie, I think that's the name, Happy Eddie comes over.
Yeah.
Who's Happy Eddie? Wendy's husband.
You have always made me feel like I'm another. I hold you in a very special place. I want you to know that. But sometimes, Ashley, it's fair.
Go ahead.
I have questions with everything that transpired with Deborah.
I introduced myself too. He said, oh, hey, Deborah, how are you? He was very flirty. If I didn't know he was married, I wouldn't have known. Next time I see him, we'll have a longer conversation.
So number one, part of why you may not see that I am trustworthy fully is because we just don't really spend the time together.
Wendy says that Giselle should have been the one to bring up the Eddie rumors to her and not you, Ashley.
With Giselle, the same way she wanted to have the conversation with me at dinner, if you really were hearing these things, why didn't she do this?
Do you look back on this now and think maybe Giselle should have had the discussion with her?
No, ultimately, the conversation was had between Giselle and I at the same time. I was a part of that conversation as well. So I also have a responsibility, I feel, to have a discussion with Wendy. I don't know why it would only have to be coming from Giselle when, again, both of us were a part of that.
Giselle and Wendy had a friendship. They had a rapport. They were close. Wendy referred to Giselle as her big sister. So Yeah, I expect Giselle to be concerned. But please, pray tell, help me to understand, what does forehead have to do with any of this? What does Ashley bring to this situation? Like, why are you emoting Giselle to Ashley, of all people, if you are concerned?
We haven't really had instances where we, like kiki and do things, with our kids or whatever. And I
invited you to Cameron's birthday party.
I know, and that's fair. Yeah. I will say that in that vein, so only because I talked about it with Nneka. We just I was talking about you, how esteemed you are, how professional you are, and this and that. I told her that you were a doctor. Wendy, Dr. Wendy. Wendy and I are friends.
Wait, so Dr. Wendy, is this medical doctor?
No,
okay.
It's a PhD.
Okay, so Doctor of Philosophy.
I thought it was a little, I was okay. I didn't know that was
No, I'm a doctor of philosophy.
I respect it.
What only less than 1% of the world has.
I respect it immensely.
Hi, I'm Wendy Osefo. I am a visiting assistant professor at the School of Education.
Is an education professor at Johns Hopkins University, and she's a doctor. So Dr. Wendy, we are going to start with you.
Wendy Osefo is the definition of an accomplished woman, a professor, political analyst, and entrepreneur. She made headlines for earning her PhD in public affairs and community development from Rutgers University, the first black woman to do it in the university's history.
You are a lawyer. Your husband's a doctor, right?
Yes. So do you practice law? I do practice. I'm in-house counsel for a prominent fintech company.
And then I guess there was this article about you or something being OSU or something.
The families that give up their children are considered OSU.
Okay.
And it's literally been abolished,
It's been abolished.
Osu is something from ancient gods in Nigeria. My family is not that.
Okay.
Right? And it basically is people who are considered outcasts. So the fact that you came to Cameron's Siffancy, if you're an Osu.
The Gales.
Yeah, the Gales.
Gales.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember.
If you're an Osu, no one would come to your events.
I see.
No one would be around you. It's forbidding. So yes, it is a bad thing, but that's not my name.
Fabiana, Tapiana, Strapiana, Dykiana, Robiana, Miss Dyke, the Dykiana.
I really, really want to support you as a friend during this time. I know it's very hard.
No, listen, this is the thing about me. I'm not running from anything. I'm not oh my God, don't talk about me. I can't believe you talked about that. I'm not doing none of that. I wish Ashley was here, but Giselle, Ashley, and Sharice, we had a nice little get-together. Let me just explain some things. Okay. Ashley, Brianna has worked on Juan's staff for 3 years. So that relationship is not new to me. Now, the laundromat story was a straight lie, and that's the thing that is really unfortunate, that people are out here putting out blatant lies. And I was thinking about some of the things that were said. Giselle, you were very adamant on Juan can't be around his coworker. Although Juan was not smart in communicating with the female in Canada, he's not dumb enough to be anywhere in public being affectionate and physical with another woman.
So for me, the two incidents you say are two distinct things. So I think that the thing that happened with the girl from Canada is a different situation than the coach. As far as with Coach Bree, I think it's more so the sensitivity of the optics. And if I were Juan, I would probably operate a little bit more cognizant or aware of what's happening just for a minute, and
Literally, I told him, he's telling me, I'm going to nail salon, Bree's going to come out and say hi. I'm like, Juan, the block is hot. And he's like,
everybody have issues that they deal with, and some people handle them differently. I don't deal with a lot of people already.
But she's making it about me and how that makes me look. And I'm like, well, I don't care how it makes me look.
Thank you for the update. Have we handled all of that? Because I said to Karen that she owes you an apology.
Yeah. And I said to Giselle, you owe me an apology.
So that's why I say to you, are you going to apologize to Robin? For what, though?
Have a seat, Miss Robin. We're going to sit by each other? Okay.
I mean...
All right, look, first of all...
Get your breath on the food.
Well, you and I have been not the closest of friends in this circle for years.
Yeah.
But last year, it went extremely left. You took my friends in this circle and you told them to look out, be careful, she's fake. I'm not fake. And what is fake is this wedding. What I care about is how Robin Dixon and Karen Huger decide to move on. To set boundaries, I think that, for me, I won't repeat rumors about you. I will only repeat facts about you. I want you to do the same thing. Let's be clear. We worked through it. There is great conversation between Robin and I. We banter back and forth. And the only person on this platform that makes no fucking sense is Robin Dixon.
Okay.
Can you all tell that she's obsessed with me, y'all? She is extremely obsessed with me, and you will see it in season 8.
Your marriage, is it open or is it traditional?
We have a traditional marriage.
Okay.
We do not have an open marriage.
We're married legally.
Yes.
All right. That's all I need to know.
You know, she already made it very clear that she said she doesn't want to. If somebody threw a drink on you, would you?
Mia, I didn't understand why you threw a drink at Wendy. She didn't really say anything bad about your husband.
You got one, Wendy, you got one more time.
Imagine a woman throwing a drink on another woman for not calling a man.
No.
What type of woman does that?
So the way that I remember it, Andy, there was a lot of things that were said. Like she just kept like just coming at and just spitting things out that had absolutely nothing to do with what I was trying to talk about.
But that's not true.
And I'm talking to Andy. And I had enough.
Look at the CEO. Look at the CEO. Look at the CEO. Look at the CEO.
But and you can't talk about women's empowerment when the moment you get a chance to beat someone down, you beat them down. Why not uplift me, Wendy?
Because you're slow. I can't uplift you. You're too low down. I am such in a good place. Love your energy. Love yours. Love yours. Excited about my show.
Get her. Get her. Get her. Get her. Get her.
Your business is literally right here. I saw this on the corner.
Yeah, I literally just walked right down here.
Come here, Miss Mamas.
Yeah,
Okay.
Miss Mama's.
So it's official.
The Black Swan.
Absolutely.
Let me get the smoke and mirrors.
All right, yes, ma'am. I can do that.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So where are you? Because you have your store on the corner here.
Yeah.
Are you from Baltimore?
I am a Baltimore girl.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Kiana,
Our friend Ashley had a housewarming event.
your friend. That's your friend.
Haven't really had instances where we, like kiki and do things, with our kids or whatever. And I
invited you to Cameron's birthday
You did.
party.
I know, and that's fair.
Yeah.
I will say that in that vein, so only because I talked about it with Nneka. We just I was talking about you, how esteemed you are, how professional you are, and this and that. I told her that you were a doctor. Wendy, Dr. Wendy. Wendy and I are friends.
Wait, so Dr. Wendy, is this medical doctor?
No,
Okay.
it's a PhD.
Okay, so doctor of philosophy.
I thought it was a little. I was like, okay. I didn't know that was.
No, I'm a doctor of philosophy.
I respect it.
What only less than 1% of the world has.
I respect it immensely.
Hi, I'm Wendy Osefo. I am a visiting assistant professor at the School of Education.
Is an education professor at Johns Hopkins University, and she's a doctor. So Dr. Wendy, we are going to start with you.
Wendy Osefo is the definition of an accomplished woman, a professor, political analyst, and entrepreneur. She made headlines for earning her PhD in public affairs and community development from Rutgers University, the first black woman to do it in the university's history.
You are a lawyer. Your husband's a doctor, right?
Yes. So do you practice law? I do practice. I'm in-house counsel for a prominent fintech company.
And then I guess there was this article about you or something being OSU or something.
The families that give up their children are considered OSU.
Okay.
And it's literally been abolished,
It's been abolished. Osu is something from ancient gods in Nigeria. My family is not that. Okay. Right? Oh my God.
Thank you. Appreciate
What
it.
is
That
this?
is fabulous.
Oh, that's a compliment.
Oh, that's
my God.
pretty.
Today.
Oh, thank you.
I'm having a first communion. My boys are getting their first communion on Saturday.
That's so nice.
But then we're going to have a brunch afterwards on Saturday, and I want you there.
Let's do it.
You have to
Can you move your bed?
Oh, can we get another chair then for my purse?
Okay, so wait, give us an update then. Is it safe to say, are you and Ashley friendly at all this season? Are you guys, where are you at?
We're in an interesting place.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's an interesting place. That's what I will say.
Ow!
Sorry. You look good, man. I'm proud of you. You did good today.
This looks good. Is everybody okay?
I'm good.
Well, can I just say, I just appreciate you ladies for coming. Well, not just me, this is above me, my babies.
Yes.
This is my babies event. And even more importantly, elephant in the room, you two, because you two have your own issues.
Do not try to make yourself a victim.
Don't speak to me.
I would rather not speak to you.
I'm telling you.
Turn your head that
tell
way.
your
Don't speak to
husband
me
not
either.
to
We can end this
speak to
conversation.
me like
We
that.
weren't speaking
You're
to
on
you,
a whole
boo.
different level.
We weren't,
You're just
and so are
nasty.
you.
But I will say, Wendy, to your point, and to you, Ashley, that I will always be okay being in a room with you.
I echo that, and I respect that.
I know the audience, the fans are very curious about your relationship with Ashley. I want to bring Ashley in here. What percentage of the time would you say that each of you are now friends versus frenemies? I'll start there.
As of today or during filming?
You know,
Good question.
That's a great question.
We gotta
Ashley.
distinguish.
I'll take both.
Okay, you want me to go first?
Go ahead.
Okay. I think right now we stand at like I would say like a 70% like.
Good. 70% like.
Which way?
Like.
Like friends.
Yes.
Okay.
Like we didn't speak in the airport when we came here. We were literally on the same plane.
Yes.
And neither one of us
She
spoke
acted
to
like
each
she
other.
didn't know who I was.
Okay.
And I said, oh, we're not
Candace
speaking.
walked into the airport
We're not
with her
speaking.
shades on and literally like went right around me. Okay, did a whole
I didn't
maneuver
see you.
around
I
me.
didn't
sound
see
like
you in the
secondary.
terminal.
It's okay. It's okay.
But then we fixed it yesterday.
We did.
And
We
we
did.
figured it out.
Yeah.
I think I've been saying all week that Ashley and I, our love language is arguing. And, you know, she's a great sparring partner, and I love to spar with her. She's a very smart woman, a very intelligent woman. So we work it out. And there's an ebb and a flow. I think I don't know, we started out okay. We went to hell. And then I think we come back to you know, earth.
Yeah.
At some point.
We really do ebb and flow, girl. We're the ocean. Okay?
Yeah. Yes.
We are the motion of the ocean.
Yes.
And
That
what
works.
was the percentage during the season?
Oh.
100%.
It wasn't, Karen, it wasn't bad.
100%. For sure.
30%?
No, you guys argued the whole time.
Did we argue the whole time?
Not the whole time. I want to say to you, Wendy, that I think I may have implied that she said that about you, being Osu, but she didn't. I misrepresented that. I'm actually excited to see Wendy tomorrow. And I was just thinking about, I'd had this conversation with NECA first.
Okay.
And we were just kind of like chatting about this stuff about Wendy, that she was like Osu or something. And I didn't know what any of it was. So yeah, NECA educated me. Essentially, it's like an outcast. So then I told Wendy that we had talked about it. I think that when we were chatting about it, I may have implied that to Wendy, that NECA was like sort of implying that Wendy was Osu.
NECA said she was Osu?
No, I said she may have implied that she was Osu. And she made it very clear that she does not think you are that or anything like that. Okay. If I told you that, I apologize.
The past 3 weeks, her family has been really aggressive towards me.
What?
Yeah, so she is the older sister, Ivy, that's been contacting my husband's cousin because she's been friends with them for like 13 years. He has a shrine, and that's where she puts their names of people.
What? She's doing voodoo on you?
This woman put a hex on me. And then she says that we should ask about her in the DMV.
Ask about who?
Wendy's mom and her shrine and her prayers, and check on those people who I've prayed against and see how they're doing. They're not doing well.
Is this normal? Okay.
Because culturally, like, we're supposed to be sisters, you know?
This is like so creepy. I've had a lot of going on in my life, and I'm starting to think that Wendy's mother put a hex on me.
She did.
That she prayed against me. She threw my name somewhere.
So in the trailer, Wendy, we saw a new cast member, NECA, is coming for your mom and said that she's submitting names to shrines. What shrines? What names? What does this all mean? Can you unpack this for us?
No, I can't, because I pray to my blood and Savior Jesus Christ, and so does my mom. And if you get a copy of my memoir, which I released last year, Tears of My Mother, the story of my legacy Nigerian, I talk about how growing up, my mom didn't have much to give us as a single mother, but what she did give us was the power of prayer. And as a woman who is so devout in her faith, her Catholic upbringing, to have such malicious accusations accused of her really is disheartening. And it's sad that it's coming from someone who is a fellow Nigerian to use what I call xenophobic tropes that as immigrants we are often, grew up with when we were younger. And it's hurtful. But, I wish her well. I hope she got the attention she was craving.
I just say, too, that when you meet Miss Susan, she emits.
Oh, yeah. We feel like we know her just from seeing her on TV.
The Holy Spirit. You could never think anything else of her except that she is a down-home, regular mom that wants to protect her family.
So where do we stand with the new cast member right now? Is she here at BravoCon, or will you be talking to her?
I think she's here. I think we're all here. I did see her from afar. I don't like to jump the gun. I had a lot of issues with the way that she came at Wendy, and especially the way that she came at Wendy's mother, but I don't really know her. I don't know her. So I'm over here on the side just watching, and I would really love to see her properly reconcile with Wendy.
Seemed like her sister and her mom were trying to prevent me from interacting with these women.
Maybe instead of them to see you as a fellow Nigerian, they're seeing you as a Nigerian that maybe want to take somebody's spot.
So if that's the case, that's really disappointing and alarming. All right, so I should not be telling you this. Oh, okay, good, tell me. Because I was asked not to say that. The past 3 weeks, her family has been really aggressive towards me. What?
Yeah, so Wendy wants to be the only person from that tribe that we know?
That's what it sounds like.
This sounds crazy to me.
That's what it sounds like. So then Wendy's mama calls the cousin and says, people who use people's names are sinners. I'm aware of the phone call your sister made to my in-law about me being part of this group. Seemed like her sister and her mom were trying to prevent me from interacting with these women. Saying that she submitted my name to a shrine. And threatening to send my in-laws' name to a shrine. And that's where she puts their names of people. What? She's doing voodoo on you? This woman put a hex on this. And then she says that we should ask about her in the DMV. Ask about who? Wendy's mom and her shrine and her prayers. Your sister called Libet and you were on the other line.
Now you're switching up. You just said I called her. I didn't call her.
I said your sister.
You
and your
just
sister
said
were on that.
minutes ago.
Stop it.
Get her.
Let me clear that up.
So clear the up.
I'm clearing it up, bitch. Talking
Wow,
about.
wow.
Don't be talking about. Don't clear the up.
I've been nothing but nice to you.
I am such in a good place. Love your energy.
I don't know you. You know me enough to have your mom threaten me, baby.
Pull up the phone records. Sounds so crazy. She said the same thing about me.
Is Mia coming? I want to make sure so we get prepared with more drinks and I can get my raincoat from the car.
Crazy too. Oh, and a Burberry. But and you can't talk about women's empowerment when the moment you get a chance to beat someone down, you beat them down. Why not uplift me, Wendy?
Because you're slow. I can't uplift you. You're too low down.
You've been a hater since day one. You've been a hater of me since
for what?
For everything.
You could never,
for everything, baby.
You could never,
for everything,
sit
baby.
down. Wendy, sit down.
For everything.
She is no
You hating on me for everything. You came to deliberately attack me. It failed. Oh, it failed. It failed.
Attack you for what?
It's a flop.
Wendy, attack you for what?
It's a flop.
For what?
It's a flop.
What is it that you have?
It's a flop.
Put on a show, baby. Put on a show.
It's a
Put on a show.
It's
You know exactly what it is. I don't even want to be like this. I don't know.
You didn't
tell? I didn't know that.
Oh,
he and Eddie were friends.
This is I don't get it.
I just met him.
Wait,
where's Juan?
she said y'all were friends on Facebook, and then all
It's
you want to follow.
Facebook.
Can I ask you a
I'm
question?
not
You want to
people.
follow him? Mia, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Hey, Juan. Hold on. Hey, Juan.
Go ahead, baby. Now they don't got Eddie activated. Go ahead, baby.
That was that had escalated so quickly. I didn't.
Yes, no, it went from 0 to 5
And
pounds.
honestly, they've been waiting to get that up off her chest for a minute.
Yeah.
She was waiting for that.
Okay, sorry, I'm back. Okay, yeah.
You just said he unfollowed you on Facebook, correct?
Eddie, what's up with that?
Oh man, I missed something. When did I follow you on Facebook? What am I doing on Facebook and following you?
That's even somewhere
You know
else.
what?
Like, I mean, I don't understand.
No. Let me address it. Let me address it.
You should introduce me, right?
Let me address it.
I just met you
gotta take care of it.
today.
Are you saying we were never friends on
After her mom
Facebook?
called.
I never.
After her mom.
Wait, stop, baby, stop it.
Okay.
Let me hear him answer the question, please.
I'm gonna tell.
Are you saying we're never friends on Facebook, bro?
First of all, I just met you here today.
Okay, so you don't know me. Say it.
I just met you
No,
here
you gotta
today.
say it with your chest. You don't know me, right,
It's
bro?
okay. Look, don't get in my man's face, honey. Just back up.
Bro.
Let the man be mad.
They allow us
We
to
broke.
we're not going to. Guys, we have things to talk about. Do you think Nneka could be lying about all that she said? Because it was a lot.
It was a lot. I know.
I feel like it is a big accusation to say that a mother is praying against an entire family if it's not true. And I don't feel like Nneka would come to this group and make up that kind of lie.
I don't want the Nigerian girls to be fighting.
But Candace, let me tell you something.
You all are a
That's why it
small
was shocking
community.
because that's not.
And you
this
all
is not
should be coming
That's not a
together.
cultural thing. When her sister was calling, the mama said, "I have a shrine."
The shrine is voodoo. For me personally, I was just shocked because Nneka knew that prior to coming to my house.
Wendy didn't say, "Hey, girl, I know you already."
Yeah, your mama been
Yes.
calling my mama's
Yeah, all of that.
sister-in-laws.
Wendy could have,
and
brought all
your
that
mama
up.
done sent in the shrine, and I'm.
Well, I don't think she would have volunteered that information.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We had fun until it just went left.
How did it go left? Because I recall talking to my man G, then all of a sudden, I started seeing furniture move.
Ain't no furniture.
It looked like it was moving.
But this is your second time meeting me within this group.
Right.
And you calling me bitch.
Let me clear that up.
So clear the up.
I'm clearing it up, bitch. What are you talking about?
They talking about some demonic spirits and praying. He said, Giselle, that is real.
Yes, it is.
And do not play with it. There's truth to what Nneka was saying.
I do feel there's truth.
She's smart. That's why I like her.
Yeah, she's a lawyer.
Very smart.
She's smart. She's not going to make up stupid stuff for no reason.
I don't have problems with nobody. This is the first time I met this dude. We just figured out we all went to College Park.
Y'all all went to College Park, but at different times.
At different times, so we're not in the same year.
You just said he unfollowed you on Facebook, correct?
Eddie, what's up with that?
Oh man, I missed something. When did I follow you on Facebook? What am I doing on Facebook and following you?
That's even somewhere
You know
else.
what?
Like, I mean, I don't understand.
No. Let me address it. Let me address it.
You should introduce me, right?
Let me address it.
I just met you
gotta take care
here
of it.
today.
Are you saying we were never friends on
After her mom
Facebook?
called.
I never.
After her mom.
Wait, stop, baby, stop it.
Okay.
You guys are going to Austin. Since things are weird between you and Nneka, how are y'all gonna reconcile that?
The fact that you're Igbo and I'm Igbo, and your agenda was to attack your sister, she got a lot of catching up to do.
Right.
Wendy, you are okay. There's been a little bit. I don't know if I say a little bit a drama between you and the new housewife, Nneka. All right, Nneka, is she coming in too hot for you? What's going on?
You know what? What I have found is that sometimes with newer housewives, they want to assert themselves. And for me, it's clear that she came in with an agenda. And that's okay because the fans have spoken.
I gotta love these ladies.
Okay. Wendy versus Nneka.
Yeah,
Okay. Nneka is, for you guys that watch the show, you know Nneka is the newbie of the show.
Yes, she is.
And Wendy and her are having a disagreement right now.
Are you both Nigerian queens?
They are Nigerian queens.
You hear the peanut gallery in the background? They're both Nigerian queens.
That's right.
Go ahead.
For me, I got to piggyback on what Angela said. It's really sad to see them going at each other like that. They're better than that, and I expect so much more for them. But, you know, I'm hoping that they will work it out.
Okay. The Grand Dame is the Grand Dame, but she's also a fence. She straddles the fence.
I am the fence.
She is.
I don't straddle the fence. I am the fence.
You are the fence.
They straddle me. Go ahead.
You're Switzerland.
I'm the fence.
Okay, so but you have to pick. You have to pick a side. Are you Team Wendy in the latest situation? Or are you Team Nneka?
That's her because she knows Wendy.
Angela.
Listen, okay. And it is very hard, but I'll say this.
Okay.
And I'm not Switzerland. I am the fence. They all ride me. And eventually they'll probably ride me for this one, too.
Okay.
I would say I'm for Team RHOP. And that means they got to get it together. I want the girls to have a good time. But they're going through it right now.
Yeah.
So, but I have known Wendy the longest, and I like NECA, but she's coming in too strong.
Okay.
She's coming in a little strong.
I will say that I feel like, and you tell me if I'm wrong, that once you come on the show and you're a new person, you kind of have to come with a impact, right?
Well, you look at that, and I understand it, and I let it all roll off my back. But, you know, you see that she starts out with Wendy, but she moves on for my title.
Bitches is mad.
First class in the sky, real high.
You wanna have fun? You wanna have fun? You wanna have fun? You better spend funds.
Nani so banani, fly me to Milan. First class pussy, shit so bomb. I need a big dick, long like King Kong. A big tongue.
So Ashley, is my room gonna look like this? Or all the rooms
All of
look
our
like
rooms
this?
gonna look like this, though, right?
They're nice.
What's
that
that?
mean?
That's a no.
Have you seen them?
That's a
You wanna have fun? You wanna have fun? You better spend funds.
I thought I was gonna be on this floor with you, Ashley. I'm feeling a certain way.
Are you being honest? Has it been Robin?
I didn't understand Robin's personal attack on me.
Honestly, I think that Karen did not like that Sharice was the one with the connections
Robin,
that put the group
that
together.
is not true.
That is the philanthropist. That is the true socialite and Potomac. I see you for who you are.
That is what it looks like to you, and I receive that, Robin, but that's your opinion, and
all
it's
that
wrong
dramatic
as you.
yesterday, that
It's
was
wrong
some
as
bullshit.
you. The way she did it, it was a venomous attack on me.
Thank you. When Robin was at her lowest, when she and Juan first got divorced, Sharice was very supportive and was there for her.
What is the status of your relationship with Juan? Juan and I, we are still living together. We're still raising our kids together. I like to say we function as a family. It really just works for us, but just as far as like actually being in a romantic relationship, we're not quite there yet. But neither one of us has ruled that out. We're just trying to continue to grow as individuals and to make sure our kids are straight. And then, you know, hopefully we'll at least start to make time for one another.
So you're saying there's no romance?
I mean, what do you consider romance?
You know, in the bedroom. Just saying. That's what they really want to know.
Sometimes.
You took my friends in this circle and you told them to look out, be careful, she's fake. I'm not fake. And what is fake is this wedding. And I'm the one that's walking down the aisle again. When is your wedding?
After COVID, when's yours?
It will be soon. In a protected environment where loved ones can come together and wish each other well in a real wedding, in a real relationship.
Parents release form just like everybody else.
And gossip about the people that are sitting there.
Gossip is something that's not true, first of all.
Excuse me?
Ashley, how do you know it's true?
So the person who came into the restaurant is friends with a friend of mine, and apparently she knows Juan really well. And she said that her friend said she's been dating Juan.
Robin, are you in love with Juan? We all think so. I'm rooting for you guys. Oh, thank you. Tanglia Rivers. Oh, thank you. You know what? I think in love is a very strong, that's a very strong term, which I'm not at. But I do love him very much. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Please.
I mean, in love?
Please.
Like, if we were in love, then there wouldn't be a question about what the status of our relationship is, right?
Yeah.
I mean, simple, right?
All right, I'm about to run some errands.
Okay.
Get some. I'm too old for this. I'm tired of living like this.
When are you and Juan getting married?
Ooh, you know the answer. You have to watch the show to find out.
But it's not on the show this season.
No. we talk about it quite a bit.
Okay, well,
So you have to watch and find
That's a
out.
lot of talk.
Do you want it to be like that, though? Huh? Do you want to get back together? Mm-hmm. I wouldn't like share my life with somebody. If I didn't have Courtney Card, I'd be gone already. I want something more.
That look like somebody you know, right?
This is the funny thing.
Yeah.
Let me see.
No, you good. That look like somebody you know, right?
Yeah, that looks like. Let me
her.
see.
Yeah, and this man potentially has blue eyes, right?
She used to think she was sneaking out of town, going to restaurants. Bitch, we see you.
By herself?
With someone that wasn't ready.
I thought y'all squashed it.
Exactly.
What I care about is how Robin Dixon and Karen Huger decide to move on. To set boundaries, I think that, for me, I won't repeat rumors about you. I will only repeat facts about you. No, ma'am, it's not over.
It's not over.
Not
Okay,
over.
it's not over. Okay.
I realized my half of the pie that's in the refrigerator got 2 pieces now. Yeah, I cut it in half. I cut it in half right now. We're down to one half of the half in the freezer. Let's be clear. We worked through it. There is great conversation between Robin and I. We banter back and forth. And the only person on this platform that makes no fucking sense is Robin Dixon.
Okay. Can you all tell that she's obsessed with me? She is extremely obsessed with me, and you will see it in season 8.
Well, I'm going to switch gears here a minute. As a group collectively, if we're going to move together and move on, I can't ignore the elephant in the room between you and Candace.
You had your time. You've done your interviews. It's my turn. I haven't had these opportunities, and I'm going to take it now.
I will wait.
When we got to your room, and you go in there, you said, I only said yes because I thought my team was in there. When you opened the door and your team was not in there, why didn't you just say, hey, nobody's in here. I thought they were in here. We can have this conversation later or in the hallway.
And that's what I talked about. That's it. And that went on for, it's like 10, 12 minutes maybe. And then she did say, we've been talking for a while. Can you see if they're ready? And I said, absolutely. And I went to go check. And as I was walking out the door, there was somebody right there coming to get her anyway. And that was that.
That evening, you said to me, Chris, hey, can you do me a favor? And I said, sure. And you said, can we talk? And I said, sure.
Right.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
And then you said, well, can we go to your room? And I said, fine. Now, you told your wife that I asked you to go to my room, and that's not true.
And I feel like that when Candace is in the room, you're much quieter.
I'm totally
nothing
fine.
to
I'm
face.
totally fine.
Oh, I mean,
Okay, here we go.
She does not want to acknowledge me because she thinks that if she doesn't speak to me, then I will disappear. But my black ass is still sitting here. So there's that. Yes. Look, what's going on?
Since Mia is here.
What I do?
Wendy's mother did on social put you on
I have it verbatim.
Call the police now. Give them a warning.
Get her.
I'm going to be in jail. No problem.
Is Mia coming? I want to make sure so we get prepared with more drinks and I can get my raincoat from the car.
There's no witchcraft there.
When I read that, I did interpret that she was sending me to the Holy Ghost fire.
During pickleball, Neka kept on saying, your mom said she's going to put my name on the shrine. She's going to do this. She's going to do that.
And she submitted my name to a shrine. And threatening to send my in-laws' name to a shrine.
It was never about Neka.
Nice try. Nice try. It was not a fight between friends. Ivy told my in-law that Wendy was upset that I had allegedly used her name, and I'm telling people that she and I are friends to be amongst a social circle. It seemed like her sister and her mom were trying to prevent me from interacting with these women.
Maybe instead of them to see you as a fellow Nigerian, they're seeing you as a Nigerian that maybe want to take somebody's spot.
So if that's the case, that's really disappointing and alarming.
Got it.
Which is incorrect.
Okay.
I met her at an event, but I've never said that she and I are friends because I don't know her.
Okay.
I met her in passing.
Okay, got it.
You knew exactly who I was.
Get her. Get her. Get her. Get her. Get her. Get her. Get her.
I didn't know you. I still don't know you.
Where did all the hatred come from?
The hatred came from her sister communicating that I'm a clout chaser. I'm jealous of you. Everything under the sun. So you went and told her sister and her mama that I was on the show and they were mad.
Her and my sister were friends. They're no longer friends.
As of April 7th, when your mom threatened shrines on people. And that's where she puts the names of people.
What? She's doing voodoo on you?
This woman put a hex on this. And then she says that we should ask about her in the DMV. Ask about who? Wendy's mom and her shrine and her prayers, and check on those people who I've prayed against and see how they're doing. They're not doing well. Is this normal? Okay. Because culturally, like, we're supposed to be sisters, you know?
This is like so creepy. I've had a lot of going on in my life, and I'm starting to think that Wendy's mother put a hex on me.
She did.
That she prayed against me. She threw my name somewhere.
I was under the impression with this whole conversation that you didn't really know her.
I mean, that's my sister's friend. That's my
aunt. She said she
honored
honored
her at
her.
your daughter's party.
Are you mad? Are you mad?
Yeah, so she is the older sister Ivy that's been contacting my husband's cousin because she's been friends with them for like 13 years. Honored her at your daughter's party.
Were you
honored
there?
her.
Or were you still in LA smoking crack?
Crack? Because that's what I smell. Be careful with the allegations, honey. Nobody's smoking crack over here.
No way.
That it's because of drugs?
No. Now, I grant you, I partied. But there have been times when I know I was going through a lot of emotional stress, and my eating habits were awful.
Whitney dying. Crack rehab fails.
First of all, let's get one thing straight. Crack is cheap. I make too much money to ever smoke crack. Let's get that straight.
We shouldn't put out like drug accusations out on the floor. Unless it's true.
Let's not put out any allegations. Let's be clear.
But she
Let's not
backed
put
up
out any allegations.
Okay.
We'll have dinner, and we'll just try to keep it light.
As a group collectively, if we're gonna move together and move on, enough is enough.
Rabiana, Tapiana, Strapiana, Daikiana. Rabiana, Miss Dyke, the Daikiana. Miss Rabiana, Miss Dyke, Rabiana, Tapiana, Strapiana, Daikiana. Rabiana, Tatapiana, Miss Strapiana, the Daikiana. Miss Rabiana, Miss Dyke, Rabiana, Tapiana, Strapiana, Daikiana.
I think today was overwhelming.
Yes.
Like, it is. It's incredibly defamatory. It's incredibly defamatory.
She should apologize for that.
She's not going to because she's upset about the scenario and her mom. But Candace, let me tell you something.
You all are
That's why it was shocking because that's not a cultural thing. When her sister was calling, the mama said, "I have a shrine." And for her to admit that any conversation like that transpired would admit that her mom consults with the shrine or like has interaction with the shrine, like who can admit that?
So in the trailer, Wendy, we saw a new cast member, Neka, is coming for your mom and said that she's submitting names to shrines. What shrines, what names, what does this all mean? Can you unpack this for us?
No, I can't because I pray to my blood and Savior Jesus Christ, and so does my mom. And if you get a copy of my memoir, which I released last year, Tears of My Mother, the story of my legacy Nigerian, I talk about how growing up, my mom didn't have much to give us as a single mother, but what she did give us was the power of prayer. And as a woman who is so devout in her faith, her Catholic upbringing, to have such malicious accusations accused of her really is disheartening, and it's sad that it's coming from someone who is a fellow Nigerian to use what I call xenophobic tropes that as immigrants we are often, grew up with when we were younger, and it's hurtful. But I wish her well. I hope she got the attention she was craving.
Can I just say too that when you meet Miss Susan, she emits.
Oh yeah. We feel like we know her just from seeing her on TV.
The Holy Spirit. You could never think anything else of her except that she is a down home regular mom that wants to protect her family.
So where do we stand with the new cast member right now? Is she here at BravoCon, or will you be talking to her?
I think she's here. I think we're all here. I did see her from afar. I don't like to jump the gun. I had a lot of issues with the way that she came at Wendy, and especially the way that she came at Wendy's mother, but I don't really know her. I don't know her. So I'm over here on the side just watching, and I would really love to see her properly reconcile with Wendy.
What I have found is that sometimes with newer housewives, they want to assert themselves. And for me, it's clear that she came in with an agenda. And that's okay, because the fans have spoken.
I love these ladies.
Are you okay? What happened?
She had a whole breakdown in the car.
Rob start crying?
They were talking about
something to do with Juan being fired, and it just really, like, that hurts. I literally sat there and spoke up for my husband. You just literally going to take it like I'm the reason why he lost his job.
No, I'm
That
saying
is what you said.
Robin,
Y'all can talk about the woman all you want, but don't talk about his job.
All right, guys, let's talk about Juan Dixon now, because he has some behind-the-scenes drama now playing out that has nothing to do with his hit reality show. According to new reports, he has been fired from his coaching job at Coppin State University. So this comes on the heels of Juan's cheating scandal with wife Robin Dixon. We talked about that in Celebrity Dish before, and more importantly, it comes after a lawsuit against Coppin University alleging one of his assistant coaches sexually assaulted and blackmailed a former player. Juan Dixon spent 6 seasons with the program. So guys, it hasn't been the best start of the year for him so far. Wisdom, do you know any more about this than we've heard so far?
No, the information about the blackmail and the allegations, that's, I'm not going to say old news, but we knew about that in the past before the season even started. And you know, coaches get fired all the time when they don't have a tremendous amount of success. It's just sad because, and I'm not talking about the reality show, I'm just talking about Juan in general, because he's such a big name here in Maryland with the Terps, winning the national championship, such a great basketball player and an icon in the sports world in this area. So to see all of this fall on him or come into his world with a lawsuit and then getting fired and then the reality TV, it's a lot. It's a lot, and it's unfortunate.
Do you think he's going somewhere big next?
I mean, it could be. I mean, it's possible because, again, he is an icon when it comes to basketball. But this is a guy who has, he's got a family. He's got kids. He's got young boys who are basketball players. So, and all this stuff starts to play out, and they're old enough to know what's going on. So that's the unfortunate part when you start hearing things like this. Yeah.
My husband is hurting, and our family is hurting. He doesn't get involved in none of this but other people's husbands talk trash nonstop about people.
No, my husband don't say about none of y'all. Defends himself against lying ass mother.
You want to go outside?
Are you sure? I'll check on you in a minute. You're leaving?
Just went outside.
Where she go? She want to be included so bad.
Robin, where you going?
Oh, I want to be alone. Please.
Huh?
Why is she sitting on the curb? She just needs a minute. Robin is, when I tell you, so freaking strong.
Yeah.
And keeps it all in.
I feel bad for her, and I don't even know what to do.
It's not smart to speak about an ongoing legal
I agree with you.
I'm not talking about my ongoing legal situation when the mother who is suing me is still married to the woman sitting in there.
Real Housewives of Potomac star Miss Candace Dillard Bassett might have to run Michael Darby, honey, some major coin.
Well, that's right, Gary. Michael is dragging Candace to the courthouse for defamation for claiming that he offered money to have oral sex with another man.
Call the police now. Give them a warning.
Get her.
I'm going to be in jail. No problem.
Get her.
You're going to be in intensive care. Do you hear me?
Trash day valet living, come and get her. Bird cloud chasing silly hope. Trash day valet living.
Candace.
I didn't hear you.
Michael Darby suing you.
So can we get a list of like what we can talk about and what we're not supposed to talk about?
No.
Like, do you wanna
let's be dense another.
I would like for us to talk. Okay. We are all grown, and we're gonna get caught up in our feelings, right? And I still believe we'll get past this too.
And I'm happy that Robin is caught up in her feelings because for once I'm seeing some emotion from her.
Okay.
And it made me emotional.
Allegations.
She tried to imply that what I said had something to do with Juan being fired, and it just really like that hurts. This is your relationship with her, okay? And she don't want to talk right now. I hear it. I
don't think there's anything else that needs to be said.
But I'm ready for the reunion because I just want to get there so that we can hash it all out. I have a few choice words for a few actors who are not being paid as I am to act on Hush season 2. Shout out to Octet Productions and All Black TV for those roles. I think maybe we can get Octet to hire some of these girls and just to give them a role as an extra, just to get their feet wet. Because I'm ready for the reunion to get it over with, and maybe cast them on my show, my scripted show.
I feel that's because now I feel like the curtains pulled up, all the past performances people are doing. You guys, like you and Wendy, you're no longer like, no, we're not. We know everything going on now. So just be honest, or what are we doing here, kind of thing. And I feel that's also and I feel that's a hard situation to be in while doing a reality show, because you're kind of like, well, what can we do if just like X, Y, and Z situation? Like how can we perform and do what we're doing and have a conversation if we're just talking to walls?
Yes. No, exactly. It has become like talking to a wall. And you sort of see me throughout the season go through like the stages of grief as I'm like letting go of a friendship and recognizing that I am talking to a wall that is committed to misunderstanding. And then eventually, by the end of the season, I'm just like, middle fingers up and over it. Yeah.
It has been nice to see in this current arc of episodes, you and Robin figuring out if you want to be friends or not. Like when you're together, you want to put on the slippers and you want to hang out, sweet and do your thing. But then I'm sure it's tough given everything that you guys went through before cameras went up. So when you're talking about a wall and putting the middle finger up, are you talking about Robin?
I'm talking about a few girls that you will see the cranking of the finger as the season progresses. You will see that. Oh, and by the way, I do want to just bring to everyone's attention that I only went to Robin's room because I was invited. Okay. She made a point to say everyone is invited. And let's just understand here. If everyone was friends, there would be no need to say everyone is invited. She made a point to say you're all invited because she knew that some of us were not in a good place. If she did not want us all in her room, she didn't need to say that. So then cut to like the next day when she's sitting with her master, part 2 of the Broke Girls podcast. And she's like, I don't even know why she would come to my room. Well, because you opened your mouth and you invited me. And then we're in the room and I'm still trying to, make nice and be friendly. And my feet were hurting. So I literally I didn't know those were her slippers. I said, whose slippers are these? You hear me say that?
Okay, so we're getting tons of clarity right now, Candace.
Yes. I want everybody. I need the neighborhood talk and the shame. I need all the blogs. Hey y'all, I'll see the comments. I need everyone to put on their thinking caps, okay? Their thinking wigs, whatever you put on, and just let's really like look at this. If she didn't want me to put on her slippers, she could have said no, but she said yes. We had a great time in that room. We were all a little tipsy. We had a great time in that room. And I think it needs to be pointed out, and I've seen it be pointed out already, but we've been saying this for years, that Miss Robin is a different person when she is away from the other half of the Broke Girls. And I just wish that we could acknowledge that and like, let's maybe sit on somebody's couch and break down why you feel the need to be two different people around this. Like, is she paying your bills? What is she doing for you that you feel like you have to be two different people? Because it is two different people. And I hope that you all see that.
But we have to talk about one other thing. You were asking what's going on between me and your friend, Candace.
Well, I'm gonna switch gears here a minute. As a group collectively, if we're gonna move together and move on, I can't ignore the elephant in the room between you and Candace.
And I feel like that when Candace is in the room, you're much quieter. I'm totally
There's really
fine.
nothing to
I'm
face.
totally fine.
Oh, I mean, there
Okay, here we go.
She does not want to acknowledge me because she thinks that if she doesn't speak to me, then I will disappear. But my black ass is still sitting.
I know you want the whole group to move forward and all that, and I think that that's beautiful. But I just need for you to understand there is no moving forward with her, for me.
What will it take for you and Giselle to mend your friendship?
There's no friendship. There's nothing to mend. It would take her, it would take an act of God for her to stop lying, and she's not capable of that. She's in the press every hour, lying on me, lying on my husband. It would take her getting a man, I think, number one, and just she needs a break. We need to give her a break. She's worn out. We've ridden the horse far too long.
It's done.
Yeah.
So you're saying, woo, woo. Is it to the fact that how she's calling it out, or do you think there's a different side of the story?
No, I think she has told the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
What made you feel that it was okay to bash your friend?
Are you serious?
After
you've trashed me on social media incessantly, really? Do you know what I've gone through? I have gone through torture.
Well, so have I.
But at my expense.
Lily R wants to know, Candace, your reaction to finding out that Robin and Giselle and Ashley knew about the rumors surrounding Juan all last season and never brought him up.
Like, I wanted to eat my shoe. I was I was like flabbergasted. And I felt bamboozled.
You did?
Yes, which I said to you.
First word or phrase, Robin Dixon.
Fraud.
Oh, I was not expecting.
Yeah, you may or may not see some of that. She flipped on me.
Okay, I'm getting coffee now.
I'm not addressing you anymore.
You can dismiss me all you want. The difference between you and me is
Yeah.
I say it to the group and you say it to the internet.
You know what? Run to Twitter and talk all the shit you want about me. I don't give a You're not a victim.
Where are you going?
I'm done. I'm full. Why can't I see you? What's wrong with your FaceTime?
I don't know.
What are you doing?
Laundry, like folding clothes.
Oh, okay.
Can I say for the record, I don't give a damn.
The only person that a conversation needs to happen is you and Juan. Period. The end.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
I don't want to be in a friendship with someone where I have to be perfect according to their
You don't
friendship
have to be
standards, or
perfect
else
in front of
I'm
me.
going to
You can be perfectly flawed.
Talk shit about everywhere nonstop.
I need 5 brave volunteers to come up to the stage. I do think you look like you're ready. All right, ladies. Round number 1 is very challenging. I need to see who can handle their boos.
Okay.
If you're not, the audience will boo you.
Okay.
Don't make them do that. We're going to cheers. You can give us your most ferocious runway walk.
Mad bitch, mad bitch, mad bitch, tragic, mad bitch, you can't take this, you can't take this, you can't take this, you can't take this, you can't take this. Why they hate this? You can't take this. Why they hate this? Mad bitch, tragic, mad bitch. Playing traffic, mad bitch, tragic. Why they hate this? Mad bitch. You can't take this. You can't take this.
We still are talking about Juan. Juan is the storyline. We're crying over Juan still in this bitch, cheating ass Juan, tired ass Juan. Strappiana, will you leave this man? Again, I know you have kids and I know you don't want to cause them distress by leaving their father. But to show them what a strong woman can be, you need to leave this man who is mistreating you and putting you in these sour situations that you are now crying and complaining about and putting off on these other girls when your man is the one who is mistreating you and again putting you in these sour situations. What are you and your strap not getting? If you would leave this man and take your strap to Miss Giselle like y'all be eating in private and just do publicly, you'd be fine and you don't have to be embarrassed publicly by this sour ass man, if that's what you want to call him.
Really put your credit card in?
What I will say is, yes, Juan was an idiot and communicated with this woman on Instagram, you know, because I mean, whatever. He's bored. He needs attention. He's, it's the pandemic, blah, 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 whatever.
Tapiana, Strappiana, Daikiana, Rabiana, Miss Dyke, the Daikiana, Miss Rabiana, Miss Dyke, Rabiana, Tapiana, Strappiana, Daikiana, Rabiana, Tapiana, Miss Strappiana, the Daikiana, Miss Rabiana, Miss Dyke, Rabiana, Tapiana, Strappiana, Daikiana, Rabiana, the Daikiana, Rabiana.
I'm really happy for her to maybe have this opportunity.
No, I paid for the room.
You did?
Her credit card was down. She got me.
Juan gave her the story that she has regurgitated to all of us?
Definitely.
Okay. And then did Juan ever tell you that there was any sort of like real relationship with Robin when you guys started talking, or was that clear to you when you guys were talking? Like, did you know that they were in a like relationship, or did it?
Very clear that the relationship was for TV. Like, it was for the fans. It was a paycheck. And that was just their obligation, right? And they needed to do what they needed to do pretty much for TV. And he made it clear that he does have that respect for Robin, but it was not a real relationship. It was just not like a real loving relationship. It was just more of co-parenting and, kind of best buddies.
So then with that, it's clear that he didn't want to tell her the real story for whatever reason, even though you would think that they would be fine with it if it's just for TV. But now, one last thing. She had also mentioned that you sent Juan a request via Zelle or something for $4,000, basically, I guess, insinuating that you were asking for the money in order to not go to the blogs or something to that. Can you speak on that?
Yeah, it's a little outrageous, and I wish she would have put more thought into her statement, because I am in Canada. I am a Canadian citizen. And in 2023, we don't have Zelle. We don't accept Zelle. I can't request Zelle. I don't have access to that on my phone. There's other means of sending money for Canadians, and Zelle just is not an option, and everybody knows that.
Just
I'm a grown man. I made a mistake.
For the record.
I own it.
Okay, well, good.
All right, you ready to roll? While he's turning, someone has to hold and grab from the other end, okay? You'll see it begin to come.
Okay. This whole thing has been happening between myself and this girl, Neka.
What's the name?
NECA.
Okay.
You know Leb. NECA kept on saying, your mom said she's going to put my name on the shrine. She's going to do this. She's going to do that.
Why are you drinking? I had to take a sip because this is hilarious.
And when I talked to Ivy, she had explained to me that her and Leb had a falling out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so you, okay.
Her and Lebby had a falling out.
Okay.
And you know, I take Lebby as my daughter. The way she latches onto us, some people think she's one of my daughters.
Right.
It's very hard to find a friend. Very easy to make an enemy. Okay, so that's why I call Leb. I don't know this other person. What's her name?
NECA.
Okay.
She said that during the call, you had mentioned something about a shrine.
The only shrine I know is St. Jude's Shrine in downtown Baltimore.
So do you think me calling her a bitch justifies her saying, alleging that I'm an LA crackhead?
The crackhead came after a lot of...
I still don't know you. Where did all the hatred come from? The hatred came from her sister communicating that I'm a clout chaser, I'm jealous of you, everything under the sun. So you went and told her sister and her mama that I was on the show and they were mad.
Her and my sister were friends. They're no longer friends.
As of April 7th, when your mom threatened shrines on people.
I need to feel like there's hope for you all to have a conversation.
I don't know how there can be a resolution, but I mean, at the end of the day, I didn't want this to be about Wendy. Like, I really do want to get to know you.
So much.
Ladies, may I have your attention, please? I want to thank each and every one of you for taking time out of your busy day. Many of you know I believe in empowering women and lifting women, especially survivors of assault. So 6 years ago, I was sworn in as ambassador to PAVE alongside President Biden, lending my voice to shattering the silence against sexual assault. Today, I'm lending my voice again to PAVE to sound an alarm. I am asking you to open your heart. This is a call to arms.
I'm your host, Jane Winnett, and joining me now is Angela Rose and Rachel McKinnon. They're here from PAVE. So, Angela, what is PAVE?
PAVE is a national nonprofit. We're actually based here in Chicago that works to both prevent sexual assault and help survivors heal from trauma.
Okay, that was a nice short definition of it. PAVE itself, what does the acronym stand for?
It's Promoting Awareness, Victim Empowerment, and it's an organization that I founded out of my own experience. I was kidnapped from Woodfield Mall when I was 17 years old, and when I went to report what happened to me, the detective didn't believe me, and it was very re-traumatizing to go through the process, and I wanted to make sure what happened to me didn't ever happen to anyone else.
Wow. Okay, well that's a lot, and good that you're out on the other side,
absolutely.
And wonderful to be advocating on behalf of others.
Yes.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about the programs that you offer here in DuPage County.
Well, we offer a lot. And in terms of the prevention side of things, we have an incredibly innovative K through 12 program. We worked a lot on college campuses and also in the military. But we found the best way to prevent sexual assault is to start the conversation younger. We also offer professional development for any first responder. We have programs for police stations, for teachers, for anybody, because studies show the first person that a survivor tells, if they react well, it's greatly going to impact the healing process for that survivor, and also programs for parents.
Yeah, it's funny when you say that, that makes so much common sense, but I'm not sure that we would necessarily think about that. That's a little bit of common sense, but how do you make that common practice, right?
That's exactly right. Yep. So we need a lot, and programs really for anybody in the community. And I think having that multidisciplinary approach and a positive approach that engages men and women to be a part of the solution is really what makes PAVE unique.
So Rachel, how have you seen survivors of sexual assault be helped through this program with PAVE?
So one of the main ways that I help survivors personally as the outreach director is I help survivors turn their pain into activism. So we've had a lot of people come to us and they want to know, what else can I do? Like, I'm passionate about this cause. I want to be a part of the movement. What can I do? And the answer is that you can help out in your local community. Through PAVE, we can start a chapter or an affiliate or be an advocate for this cause, and you can help your own community of DuPage into being an activist.
Yeah, and so that's really channeling. I mean, that's kind of turning it around, right? And I think that's a little bit of what you talked about, Angela, in that empowerment. It's taking the pain that you have experienced personally and turning that around to be an advocate for other people.
That's right.
Yeah. Now, talk a little bit, and you mentioned Angela, but Rachel, Angela, either one of you, talk about the prevention that you're working on, because I think with so many things in our world, right, prevention, the key starts with prevention. Let's not get to the problem, let's try to prevent the problem from happening. So talk a little bit more about those efforts.
Well, consent education is so crucially important. And that conversation, you can do it in an age-appropriate way starting very, very young. So we talk in high school especially about bystander intervention, consent, and healthy relationships, because a lot of people don't even know what constitutes a healthy relationship. So that type of education is key.
Thank you so much, Karen, and thank you all of you for being here. It just inspires me to be in a room full of girl bosses, empower women. We are here shattering the silence of sexual assault. I am going to introduce our next speaker, Ella Wild. Come on up, Ella.
Thank you, Karen, and thank you, Angela, and thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm a survivor. I found music to be, for me, the best way to process things that happened to me. So this is Favorite Doll. My favorite doll is in a well. How she got there, I can't tell. For if I tell, I'll go to hell. Can someone break this spell? A part of wound that I had tried to hide. I close my eyes. The heavens cry. Your little doll would like to come outside. My favorite doll is in a well. How she got there.
Mia? I'm okay. Oh, I'm okay. Are you sure? Yeah. Let me just... I'm fine. I just needed a second. I'm sorry, baby. I didn't know that something happened to you. Yeah, it's something that I battle with a lot. I almost didn't know. Really? Yeah. This whole what we're doing is triggering, and it's my coping mechanism to get the out when shit's uncomfortable. Yes. You know what I mean? Yes. And unfortunately, that day I couldn't get out. Oh. You know, and it's just like, Mia, why didn't you just leave? Why didn't you just quit? Like, just why did you put yourself in that situation? Like, why? And you know what's up is that I know this is why I take shit out on Jacqueline, because she left me there.
I saw Jacqueline the other day.
Did you?
I did.
She's good?
She actually cried.
About what?
I was talking about you.
Oh, God.
I had a thing at Lock 72 in Potomac. All the little Potomac people were there. I had to go and, you know, say hello. So I said, just come with me, because we met for lunch. After that was over, NECA came in. So NECA met Jacqueline, too.
Oh, good.
Yeah, she met her. She didn't speak very favorably.
Somebody who literally wants to drag me underneath her to elevate herself.
You look nice.
Oh, likewise.
Thank you for finally making time to talk. The purpose of me coming here is for me to listen to you. So I literally just want you to explain to me what I have done to hurt you.
Okay, I'm getting coffee now.
I'm not addressing you anymore.
You can dismiss me all you want. The difference between you and me is I say it to the group and you say it to the internet.
You know what? Run to Twitter and talk all the shit you want about me. I don't give a You're not a victim.
Where are you going?
I'm done. I'm full. Why can't I see you? What's wrong with your FaceTime?
I don't know.
What are you doing?
Laundry, like folding clothes.
Oh, okay.
Not say for the record, I don't give a damn.
The only person that a conversation needs to happen is you and Juan. Period. The end.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
I don't want to be in a friendship with someone where I have to be perfect according to their friendship standards, or else
in front of
I'm
me.
going to
You can be perfectly flawed.
It's categorically unfair to have this issue with me and not let me know that you are offended. I had no idea.
I'm not throwing my husband under the bus for anyone's entertainment. And so if while I'm filming a show, if that issue is no longer, why would I do that to my husband?
They were talking about allegations.
She tried to imply that what I said had something to do with Juan being fired, and it just really, like, that hurts me. I literally sat there and spoke up for my husband. You just literally going to take it like I'm the reason why he lost his job.
No, I'm
That
saying
is what you said.
Robin,
Y'all can talk about the woman all you want, but don't talk about his job.
That you knew what Giselle was planning to do?
No. Like, yes. Do you know how disgusting that is?
It's disgusting that you are friends with someone who does this for lunch and then goes to sleep. Birds of a feather flock together.
Oh my God.
Veronica from Florida said, Candace, I'm all for you defending your husband, but you kept saying Giselle accused him of sexual assault, which she never did. That in itself is dangerous to throw around.
She accused him of sexual assault when she said that Ashley's friend was grabbed on the ass by him.
I'm not throwing my husband under the bus for anyone's entertainment.
Robiana. All I can do is shake my fucking head at your stupid ass. I'm tired of having this conversation with you, girl. What's not clicking? Okay? Nobody wants you to throw your sour ass husband under the bus, but we do want truth and accountability. Like how you were truthful on your $4.99 ass Patreon after the fact of a whole season of trying to expose Chris for doing something he didn't do. That's what we want, truth and accountability.
You talked about my sister.
I never said anything negative about her sister. I called you a bitch, yes. And have I ever denied it? No.
Let me say this. Putting a pin in it though, Wendy, I'm just asking you to stay open.
Let's just be clear. An invitation does not absolve anyone from anything, because that shows that actually it's a lack of accountability, because it's skipping from step A to point Z.
Why are you drinking your drink? I had to take a sip because this is hilarious.
And when I talked to Ivy, she had explained to me that her and Leb had a falling out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so you, okay.
Her and Lebby had a falling out.
Okay.
And you know, I take Lebby as my daughter. The way she latches onto us, some people think she's one of my daughters.
Right.
It's very hard to find a friend. Very easy to make an enemy. Okay, so that's why I called Leb. I don't know this other person. What's her name?
Neka.
Okay.
She said that during the call, you had mentioned something about a shrine.
The only shrine I know is St. Jude's Shrine in downtown Baltimore.
So do you think me calling her a bitch justifies her saying, alleging that I'm a LA crackhead?
The crackhead came after a lot of...
I still don't know you. Where did all the hatred come from? The hatred came from her sister communicating that I'm a clout chaser, I'm jealous of you, everything under the sun. So you went and told her sister and her mama that I was on the show and they were mad.
Her and my sister were friends. They're no longer friends.
As of April 7th, when your mom threatened shrines on people.
I need to feel like there's hope for you all to have a conversation.
I don't know how there can be a resolution.
Are you not hugging me?
Wait.
Hello, Diva. Hi. How you doing? Can we hug? Oh, okay.
When you downloaded Karen, did you tell her that you called her a prostitute? You lied when you brought back a rumor about me being with a friend of
That
somebody.
wasn't a lie. Someone told me that.
It
That's
wasn't a
not
fact.
A
It
lie.
was. It was
But I
but why
said
do you
that.
repeat
I
it
said
as
someone said this.
Let me be very clear with you. If that were true, I would admit that. I didn't understand was your response to my invite.
That I don't do second string invite.
Definitely have a moment.
Hold on. Find some new trick.
Now, what do we do with the oregano?
And you leave it there. Hey, Wendy, Can I borrow you for 2 seconds, please? Sure. It's over here. So, thank you for inviting me and extending this olive branch. I do really appreciate it considering like everything.
Neka kept on saying, your mom said she's gonna put my name on the shrine, she's gonna do this, she's gonna do that.
And she submitted my name to a shrine. And threatening to send my in-laws' name to a shrine.
It was never about Neka.
Nice try. Nice try. It was not a fight between friends. I know there's been a lot that's been said between us, but I really would like the opportunity to sit down and like maybe we can talk, hash things out, move forward, or not move forward. But I would like to have one-on-one time with you.
Hey, well, thank you for coming. I want to make sure everything is rooted in sincerity. You talked about my sister.
I never said anything negative about her sister. I called you a bitch, yes. And have I ever denied it? No.
Let me say this. Putting a pin in it though, Wendy, I'm just asking you to stay open.
Let's just be clear. An invitation does not absolve anyone from anything because that shows that actually it's a lack of accountability because it's skipping from step A to point Z. You know, even like you had apologized for like the bitch comment. And
I hadn't, but I would like to talk. You know what I'm saying? So that's all part of it. You said 20 steps had been skipped, right? So this is step 1.
Business is obviously impacting our relationship.
You know, we're going through a lot, right?
All the financial issues and the businesses and stuff. Like that's the main
Girl,
focus.
yes. You know, before this whole crisis, I had actually retained a lawyer to file for divorce.
Well, I agree and disagree because I've been asking, what did I do wrong? And the only thing that's been said is I wasn't listening.
We did get to a point where I was ready to divorce you. You know what I mean? So, but I was ready to.
I didn't know that, but okay.
But you did. Well, you didn't know that at the time, but you know that now.
I didn't know it at the time until I saw the receipts from the lawyer that you had been talking to.
So, but the reasoning why, you know, had no financial backing whatsoever.
In this bitch. Hold on, Mia girl. Jigsaw girl. Who you trying to fool? You know you left this man because he didn't have no funds. He ain't got nothing else to offer you. I know he's your child's father, but like, his dick is... Okay. I'm gonna leave his poke away or alone. But, let's be for real. It's not the D that was keeping you there. So clearly it was the money. When that was gone, you was gone.
It's been lit for you right now. G tried to air out y'all business and stuff. How is that with y'all divorce?
I tried. He did.
he basically insinuated she was like a gold digger. How did that make you feel?
I wasn't offended by that at all. Yeah, you know.
She ain't gonna deal with no broke nigga.
Okay.
Period. Mia don't want you. You don't have anything to offer her anymore. That dick is shriveled. Okay, I'm not trying to age shame, but I'm just saying I know that thing ain't poking like it should be poking. Maybe it's poking like it should be poking, but I don't think it's poking like it should be poking. Because Mia's going elsewhere. So it's not the poking that's keeping her home. And you don't have no funds to keep her home.
And you were like, yeah, get a divorce. I think you're not getting it right now because you married Michael for his money.
Yes, I mean, the reality is I still live with him, and we've been together for over 10 years, so the reality is, like, I'm gonna sometimes want to be with him, and he's a really great dad.
Are you guys getting a divorce?
At this rate, yeah. Yeah. We're 8 months in.
You said you're not getting alimony, but you get like a lump sum.
You haven't mentioned, but of course there's child support. There's possibly alimony. So one question I have for you is there a prenup?
So there's no set amount that he's going to be giving you?
Initially, a prenup said that I wouldn't get alimony, that I would just get a lump sum. But my prenup is now not valid anymore. If we're married for 5 years, and we'll be married for 8 years in May. So we're like legally separated in the state of Virginia.
So yeah, you can be separated, still living together as long as you've formed the intent for the marriage.
And we don't sleep in the same room. Well, the biggest thing is we've talked about to start the process outside of using attorneys. So he has said that he would send me like a proposal so that we could keep it fair. We've talked about sitting down and having a proposal.
Who's writing it?
Well, Michael.
Is he gonna be on the house? Is his name gonna be on your house?
Not on the house, but we are creating an LLC. and the house is gonna be in the name of the LLC.
I don't even know what's happening. Like, I'm not in the real estate. I just bought my house. I hope I'm done. I'm trying to figure this out.
An LLC with a house in his name. Man, what kind of life are you living?
He pays for the children.
For the children. When I was younger, my mom and I were evicted twice from our house, so I've sat on the side of the street with my belongings multiple times. It is fear. When Giselle said it's operating in fear, like, yes, I am scared.
Okay.
You want to get in the water?
So, Mia, did you notice yesterday at dinner when Giselle was talking about Grace and you asked a very important and valid question about, like, if she had concerns about sending her daughter to a Republican state?
She's going to an HBCU, a school in Florida. So I'll be crying next week.
Okay.
I know you're excited about Grace going away to college.
Yeah.
But do you ever, like, have concern about her going to school in Florida?
Yes.
You do?
100%. I mean, Florida, in my mind, is like a whole nother little country of its own.
Yeah, it's its own world down there.
The way the governor is acting a fool.
So last night, like, I noticed the two of y'all, like, looking at each other, kind of smirking, like, making facial expressions surrounding the conversation about Grace. And I picked up on it. I didn't like it, but it happened, and I noticed it.
I'm not going to speak on anyone's child. I'm not going to speak on your daughter because in the past, you have weaponized Grace against me.
Well, what does weaponize mean? I need to understand.
When we were in New York 2 years ago, you said that I gave your daughter a nasty... Anytime it comes to a conversation about your daughter, I do not want to speak on it because of the environment that you, Giselle, have created surrounding your daughter. When it comes to me with Grace...
But it's not about speaking or not speaking. It was the looks on y'all faces.
Overlooking, and they both give each other funky faces at different times.
Shade, the actual shade of it all, everybody's shady.
Good. Y'all laughing and it's fine. But if I laugh about something, it's problematic. It's about my child.
All right.
I don't care about, like, filtering myself or saying things that I think would be well received by the audience. For example, not inviting Wendy's kids to the play date.
This is not okay. Why is that not okay?
Karen.
It's the kids. I said, Candace, can you take on an auntie role, reach out to Wendy, say, Wendy, I got your kids, I'll bring them, and Wendy declines. You should have been bigger than that.
Yeah, I know that that's not a good look. But guess what? I'm a human being. And if I'm literally arguing with someone, and you saw there's a lot of stuff you didn't see. She called me the devil. She told me all of Baltimore was going to come after me. Like, if I'm literally in an argument with someone, yeah, I'm not speaking to you. Like, that's human nature. And I want to know what person in their right mind would turn around to a person and say, oh, would you like to come to family day? You know, but I have all these people messaging me, oh my God, it's too horrible. The kids are off limits, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but their mom is not.
So no, when she speaks, I'm not listening. I am uncomfortable. I don't want to deal in anything that she has going on. But when it comes to her children, I want her children to be well.
But then why did you chuckle, babe? Like, why was there a chuckle? Was it because you didn't want to talk about Giselle? Like, it was in relation to Giselle, not Grace? Is that what you're saying?
It had nothing to do with Grace.
It had nothing to do with Grace.
But that has nothing to do with her children or anyone's children.
Don't do that.
None of your children, okay? Thank you. We can leave it right there.
Okay, ladies. All right, we're going to leave. We're going back to the house.
I ain't never seen such a dumbass strap concerned with somebody they claim they don't like. How you know they was making faces at Giselle's daughter or the situation of Giselle's daughter? How you know your breath didn't stink and they didn't get some nasty whiff of it? Or your strap was stinking up the I'm playing. But girl, are we serious with this right now?
Excited about therapy? No. You know we're going through a lot, right?
All the financial issues and the businesses and stuff. Like, that's the main
Girl,
focus.
yes.
to say the least.
Okay.
I've been perfect, of course.
Ah, well,
Of cour-
perfection
of
is impossible
course.
to achieve. So I know that is false.
Of course, he thinks he's so perfect.
Whew, I hear some animosity. So I guess we'll start with check-ins with the D word being thrown out.
Before this whole crisis, I had actually retained a lawyer to file for divorce.
Where are you both now?
What's the D word? Divorce?
Divorce.
Oh. You know, as far as the D word, that was never my consideration, so you got to ask her. Well, I agree and disagree because I've been asking, what did I do wrong? And the only thing that's been said is I wasn't listening.
We did get to a point where I was ready to divorce you. You know what I mean? So, but I was ready
I
to.
didn't know that, but okay.
But you did. Well, you didn't know that at the time, but you know that now.
I didn't know it at the time until I saw the receipts from the lawyer that you had been talking to. But
I think I said this in our session last time I was here with you. You know, I am committed to Gordon through thick and thin. And so when I seeked counsel for a divorce, it was because I wanted to outweigh all of my options because I felt like
that's wise.
we were in a space where you were really difficult to like cohabitate with. There was a moment where you were very combative. You were combative with your kids, you were combative with our partners, you were combative with me, and I'm just like, I've lived my whole childhood, which I had no control over, was combative. I'm not living a combative life. So, full transparency, right? I was going through a lot. Mentally, I just had enough.
Jacqueline, are you okay? Because y'all sit next to each other. Y'all didn't want to sit next to each other. Y'all refused to sit next to each other on the bus.
There's probably no point of return with this one because we got in an argument. It was very nasty on the plane.
Okay. Yes.
It was very embarrassing.
I witnessed.
I don't want her to be my peasant, and I don't want her to feel beneath me.
Okay.
I think that there was just a lot of things going on in my life personally during this time of filming.
Did you feel unsupported by her?
I definitely felt supported by Jacqueline.
And I have vouched for you for the past how long with these women? No cancer versus cancer. I stood the up and told these bitches to sit down.
I didn't have anything in me to give to anybody.
But Mia, at least have enough respect to say, Jacqueline, I'm going through, I'm sorry. You didn't do that. And then you continue to do things behind my back where it was just evil.
But you gotta understand.
It was very evil.
I didn't initiate. I was responding. I'm not okay with is her thinking that she can take jabs at me and I can't reciprocate. That's where I draw the line.
I love crabs. These ones are just a little different than what I normally eat because
What are you
What's
like
it
crawfish?
They're like the long ones and like
Snow
the
crab?
long and thick ones. Talk about crabs.
Did you imagine a 65-year-old man who's married to a young tenderoni like me? And
Mia, Gordon's like 72.
No, he's.
Why are you saying 65?
I don't know. He's old. So, anyways, fast forward, Jacqueline. So I have been going to therapy, and I'm just like, I've lived my whole childhood, which I had no control over, was combative. I'm not living a combative life. And you know, you have been a main concern in some of my therapy sessions. And you know, it's unfortunate, Jacqueline, but I still have work to do when it comes to you.
I think I
And
know
it
what
has
it
nothing.
is.
You do?
I do. I think it's the situation that happened when we were kids.
Part of wound that I had tried to hide, I closed my eyes. The heavens cried, your little dog would like to come outside.
Isn't it?
You've hurt me. I've given you a lot of passes because of that, because I hold a lot of guilt about it.
And I wonder, like, am I always, like, doing these things to you? Because there's something inside of me that's just really angry. And I think what I'm really angry about is that we all decided to keep it a secret. Because we were afraid to get in trouble.
Keep it a secret. I didn't know it happened until they told me it happened. 2 years later. I would never keep that a secret on my father's grave.
That's hopeful.
I feel like the emotional aspect and how you blow up is something that you need to work on.
Okay, hug it out.
I don't know if I'm ready yet.
Okay, well, you just let me know when you're ready.
It's the first day here.
All right. I'm going to go to the restroom and figure out what's going on with the rest of these people.
Yeah. too much for me.
When everybody came in, Candace and Robin, y'all kind of didn't say anything to each other.
Never shown any type of support if I knew that it was going to get me here.
So I was hoping that when you went, there was a break.
You shared our private text messages.
So he was a mutual supporter of Candace and I, and he was really hurt to see our friendship go to pits. So he'd been in communication with Chris Bassett, who told him, you know, Candace that I left her on red, pretty much. And I was like, okay, this is what he's talking about. It was just to explain why Candace claims she went to Twitter instead of just talking to me.
No. So why else, Robin, would you share our private messages?
Explain why we're no longer
with
friends.
a blog
Explain
and a podcaster.
why we are no longer friends.
And then also, you know, this is a show, it's an ensemble cast, right, about a group of dynamic women living our lives. Yeah. We are essentially, it's our job to comment on each other's lives.
Of course, yeah.
It is
It
what
wouldn't be
we
a show
all
without
do.
it. Yeah.
Yes, we all talk about each other.
I see you. You are not
That's
better
fine.
than anyone. You are
Because
not.
I privately
And
have
that's it.
conversations.
That's all I'm
of
saying.
real,
Did you not?
real
That's all.
friendships I have
Okay,
and explaining.
You shared with
I think she's drunk.
I thought we were having a good time.
I'm just saying. I think she's drunk.
We don't
have to force anything.
I think that for Robin and I, it's a matter of needing to hear each other and wanting to fix it.
Right.
You know, I'm not sure at this point if Robin even wants to fix it. And if that's the case, then that's her decision. It's unfortunate, though, that, you know, given everything that has been done to Robin by others in this group, that she would choose this hill to die on is unfortunate.
Do you think that she's taking out all of the frustrations that she's feeling from the other women out on you?
Maybe.
Yeah.
For some reason, I don't understand why that would be, but for some reason, yes. It is starting to feel that way. Because as I said, the line is always moving.
Right, yes.
You're so angry with me for tweeting my feelings about your clown behavior, if you ask me.
Sure.
And everyone else has also had opinions. Your best friend has shaded you in confessionals and had things to say about your husband that are unsavory and mean-spirited, but me speaking on your clown behavior is somehow unforgivable. Sure. It feels like a concerted effort to try and push me somewhere into a corner.
Or like a double standard as well.
Yeah, that as well. So
Yeah.
it's weird. It's
weird.
Very strange to me. Yeah.
Is that the relationship that upsets you the most that's dissolved? Because I think at one point you said that you felt like she was a sister to you at one point. Yeah.
Definitely. That's that was not on my bingo card.
No.
At all.
No.
So yeah, it's like the Twilight Zone a little bit because Robin has always, in my mind, been the most level-headed and the most sane of the group, and that's kind of why I gravitated toward her. But she's painting this narrative that exists in her head, and I can apologize where I have hurt her, but I can't accept that what I've done is unforgivable when we as an audience have watched truly unforgivable things happen, and you have gotten over them.
Right.
Listen. Giselle is going through a lot right now, guys. Her dad is heading to surgery in the morning.
I'm very sorry to hear that. Here's my thing about that. I can wish people and their loved ones well from a distance.
Get her. such a sweetheart. Give me your address, bitch.
Get her. Get her.
Anything that you and I need to talk about?
Absolutely not.
The help is talking to me. Can you get the help? Get the help away from me. You don't have anything to say to me in front of my face, show, right? But when I'm in front of you, you don't want to say anything.
A lot of people are blaming Ashley for this, which I don't know what she knew, because people are saying that.
Right. I'm not saying that she knew it. It's just she invited her friend.
Okay, she invited her friend, but you and her friend have issues.
Yeah,
and
well, she has issues.
So what happened with the fight? Like, how did this fight even start? You know, cameras we still got to hear some of what was going on. We got to see some things, some blows being thrown. I was like, who's that? Who's that? Who's in the dress? So you were there.
I was there. I believe that she came there to jump me for
And
wanting
all because
to fight.
you call her Sesame Street.
Yes.
Is that the full reason?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think so. But then she also like did videos where she was like posing with Elmo and embracing being called Sesame Street. So she walks over to me. Cameras go down. Security goes away. She waits for that. Comes over to me, gets right in my face, and says what you hear in the audio. Do we have a problem? Da 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 da. And there was more back and forth that was cut out. So I'm thinking, oh my God, she's gonna try to fight me. So natural inclination is I have to defend myself now. What can I use to defend myself? Because I'm standing in these like 6-inch Valentino pumps. I'm not running.
Right.
I can't really like square up. So I grabbed what was close to me. It happened to be a bottle of champagne. If she had come at me, I don't know what would have happened.
But you were just trying to make sure you were prepared
to defend myself.
Crabs, these ones are just a little different than what I normally eat because
What do you
What's
like
it
crawfish?
They're like the long ones and like the long and thick ones.
Loser! Get Becca out my face. I know I said I was going to give her a chance, but girl, why the fuck do you have this sachet or sash, whatever the fuck it's called, on and this crown on? Hold on with your dumb ass. I want to match your dumb ass. I don't mean to call her out of her name, but I'm just like, why are you wearing... Girl, did you think Karen was coming here and you showed up in this Grand Dame sachet and crown thinking you were going to gag somebody? You look a fucking fool. You can also be the Grand Dame of deviled eggs too because you're making my stomach hurt. You and Sharice are the Grand Dame of deviled fucking eggs. Period. Go. Let me go ahead and fix my sour ass mouth. I know Miss Necadame, as she wants to be called Grand Dame in this bitch. I know that she is not a dumbass and she's a lawyer, so she's very educated in this bitch. So yes, shout out to you, and you were very beautiful in this hoe. But the instance of you being on this reality show, wearing this crown, in this sash, I know it's not sachet, I googled, yes, so y'all don't have to eat me up. But you coming into this event with this on, like, what are we doing here? Maybe it was explained, but I missed it, but it's giving corny.
Could you imagine a 65-year-old man who's married to a young tenderoni like me? And
Gordon's like 72.
No, he's...
Why are you saying 65?
I don't know.
Hold on. Is the young tenderoni in the room with us right now? Because I don't see her. I'm not trying to play you, but you know young tenderoni. And then how you don't know your own husband's age, but the person participating in the menage a trois eating your nanny.
There is a lot to unravel here today. Reunions are meant for hashing out the season, and I think while some friendships have healed and even grown, others have faltered. Now, I want to set an intention for us today that as a group, each of you can find a path towards forgiveness and moving forward. Our set today is a gallery of all you iconic women inspired by your icon photo shoot.
Rabiana, Tapiana, Strapiana, Daikiana. Rabiana, Miss Dyke.
Get distract, get distract, get distract, get distract, get distract, get distract.
Giselle gonna get strapped down tonight. Get the strap, 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 get the strap. Giselle gonna get strapped down tonight. I got your wig, ho. Ha ha. You're mad. Miss Wikiana. Miss Wigiana. Miss Wig. You're mad. Miss Wig. Ha ha. Miss Wig. Why they hate this? Why they hate this? Mad bitch. Why they hate this? You can't take this. 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 Why they hate this? You can't take this. Why they hate this? Mad bitch. Tragic. Mad bitch. Tragic. You can't take this. Tragic.
Bitches is mad.
First class in the sky, real hot.
You wanna have fun? You wanna have fun? You wanna have fun? You better spend funds.
Nani so banani, slimy to Milan. First class pussy, shit so bomb. I need a big dick, long like King Kong. A big tongue, the ding
You
dong.
wanna have fun? You wanna have fun? You wanna have fun? You better spend funds.
You know, I have to say, I love this show. But as a fan, it was somewhat frustrating to watch this season.
Like, I noticed the two of y'all, like, looking at each other, kind of smirking, like making facial expressions surrounding the conversation about Grace.
You know for a fact the impact of calling somebody or somebody's family member a witch.
Your mom submitted my name to a shrine.
Okay.
Robin, Candace, let's not ignore the elephant in the room. I mean, there were some strong things said on the beach. And you guys closed it out rather, honestly, roughly. So my question is there any hope that you guys could get back to progression in your relationship?
What I've experienced, she thinks she did nothing wrong to me.
And I feel like that when Candace is in the room, you're much quieter.
I'm totally really nothing to
I'm
face.
totally fine.
Oh, I mean, there
Okay,
is.
here we go.
She does not want to acknowledge me because she thinks that if she doesn't speak to me, then I will disappear. But my black ass is still sitting there.
Because the show, you know, is about finding common ground. And it's about taking ownership of actions as they affect others. Are any of you willing to say now that you feel prepared to do that tonight?
As I have watched the show, it's Giselle. Giselle's an imp. Giselle's the devil. Giselle is evil. Wanted to talk to you really quickly.
Yes.
In light of Chris had DM'd Ashley and there was a situation in which Chris made me feel completely uncomfortable.
No
Week
different
after week
than
after
her
week. It's
going
incessant.
on her podcast and talking about me.
We talked about Candace and her husband one time because it
One
was
too
on
many.
the blog.
Husband sending pictures of their private
Penises,
part.
yes.
Why do they entertain these thirsty women?
Some of these guys are miserable.
And joking and adding sauce to a lie, to a rumor. She said a lot of things.
So the screenshots are Photoshop?
Candace, there are some rumors going on with your husband. Can you please set the record straight for us? Because the fans need to know.
Well, do the fans need to know? Do the fans need to ask Giselle why she's in people's business instead of asking herself why we don't know anything about her? I think we need to do that. But I think the fans have put to rest the lies. And I will say this. The truth is always more interesting than fiction.
We talked, though, to Candace. Okay. We talked about those cheating rumors that are swirling about her husband, and she put all the blame on Giselle. What do you think?
You know, that's called season 8. No, that's called season 9. We just did 8. Typically, it's me. You know, I've had blue eyes for years. So I'm rooting for Candace and Chris, you know, and the story will come out and I'll follow their truth. Okay. But I'm supporting Candace and Chris. Gigi needs to stop.
Chris, we didn't see you a lot this season. Was that by design?
Yeah, it was.
You don't want to be in the mess.
If I'm not wanted around, I don't need to be around. It's okay.
Well, are you not wanted around by Candace?
Oh, no. I want him around.
Oh, okay.
But when you have a group of women who do everything in their power to push him out with lies, then why would he be comfortable coming around, is what he's saying.
Okay. Chris, are you still of the mind that Robin was in on a plot against you last year and was fake supportive just to cover up her own thing?
Honestly, after last year's reunion, I'm tired of talking about it. I haven't mentioned it since that reunion.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the 3 subsequent interviews that aired after the reunion. I haven't talked about it. I haven't tweeted about anything. I just really don't give a I'm good. I'm really good.
Juliana from Virginia Beach said, Chris, this year a woman came out online and claimed she had an affair with you and even had an abortion for you. Then a few weeks later said she made the whole thing up. What happened there? What was that? Had you ever met the person?
No, I've never met this person.
So the screenshots.
And so it seemed, you know, when you look at it, right, the messages and everything, it looks like it could be real. But I'm going to be honest with you. After I spoke with her and she sent me the alleged tape or screenshot from a tape that her and Chris got, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. And you know what? The more I think about it, she sounds as if she's been talking to these two. Play that video, that audio one more time. Where's that, Jamie?
You know, I know people are probably going to try to say, "Oh, we need more proof. We need more proof." I've seen enough to kind of know that something was done that wasn't supposed to happen.
Right.
Something was done that wasn't supposed to happen. Right. Be careful how you respond or react to other people's drama. Yep. Because your ass might be caught up in some similar shit.
Now, I'm going to be honest with you, and I'm going to state for the record that I do not think that Chris Bassett slept with that woman. At all. I don't think he touched her. I don't think he knows her. I think she is just a regular fan of the show, and I can't prove it. But I think them 2 lonely assholes that we just listened to set them up. Because, you know, there is a war going on.
And then they sit together to talk for free about lies about you and your husband, where the woman came out to say, I lied for attention, which you and Chris were kind of just said like that from the start. Let's not feel like this is a lie.
I'm not feeding it to it. Yeah.
They wasted no time having their
yes. Just eating it up, sopping it up with a biscuit, which was also hurtful coming from Robin, that she seemed to really take pleasure in these rumors when we were all just gasping at the Canadian woman who, you know, talking about it feels like the Twilight Zone, because to me it's black and white. And for her, I don't know what's going on in her mind.
Never met this person.
Okay, you didn't meet her, but I
don't know anything about
screenshots.
She said it, that it happened, then she said she lied about it. So
She said a lot.
It is what it is.
But then she said she didn't lie about it. She retracted the lie.
So again, I did, I didn't. I have nothing to say on
Speaks
it.
to credibility.
Rita from Jacksonville said, Candace, did you pay that woman off so she'd say she made the whole thing up? Her quick retraction was very serious.
Was it quick? I don't remember.
Oh, was it not quick?
I don't remember the timeline. But
Okay.
No, the answer is no. I did not.
You had expressed that these ladies were behind this rumor.
I don't know that to be true, but I am so distrusting at this point of particularly Giselle that I don't put anything past her.
So that is not true. And the girl even came out and said, please keep Giselle out of it. I don't know her.
She said a lot of things.
I have never talked to her. I've never seen her. She has nothing to do with this. Chris and I had an inappropriate relationship, and that's it. She said, do not put Giselle in it. So
she's
but
no
much
credibility.
like you feel how you feel, she feels how she feels. People can feel how they want to feel, and that's okay.
It's not a feel. That's what she said. I don't know this woman.
Candace said she feels that way. Much like you said you feel a way about what happened 2 years ago. People feel how they feel. So you want to be acknowledged for your feelings? Let her be acknowledged for her feelings.
Great.
Fantastic. Next question.
On Twitter said, so according to the fans, and I guess Candace via her fans, she's mad Robin didn't share something personal that happened to her and Juan on the show. Yet she was the one who said back in season 3 that her and Chris have the right to choose what they share on the show.
Well, I'm not going to be answering any questions from her friend. He's a blogger. You shared proprietary information with him.
Really?
About me.
So he was a mutual supporter of Candace and I, and he was really hurt to see our friendship go to pits. So he'd been in communication with Chris Bassett, who told him, Candace that I left her on red, pretty much. And I was like, okay, this is what he's talking about. It was just to explain why Candace claims she went to Twitter instead of just talking to me.
This was the moment where she ambushed you and said that Juan yelled at you.
Okay.
And you put the video of Juan and Giselle talking in this group chat with 2 bloggers that I know of. Oh. And you said, I'm thinking about posting this on Sunday. Does this look like someone who is mad and upset? That really pissed me off. So you're pissed at your best friend, and you're talking about it in a group chat to bloggers.
Okay.
Giselle, are you mad?
Well, no.
Oh, okay.
Not at all.
We are in the here and now.
Yep.
What do you need from Robin to move forward? And I want to ask you the same question.
I don't have any tissue.
I do.
Oh, not tears.
I'm working on a line of triangles so that you can have them pre-folded and just pull them out.
Stop it.
And cry. So
Okay.
the point is, you just want to have a sharp point. So that is your triangle. So you stick this part right here, you stick it right in your eye.
But
Not
hang on.
switching.
Okay, so I've got this.
Yep.
And then I'm going to do this.
Yep. Exactly.
Oh my gosh, we need to make this a package deal.
Let's do it. Yes.
I'm going to do a Sutton Soother to go with your triangle.
Yes.
We're going to be
This is the
millionaires.
thing.
Excuse me, I have to fold a triangle. My nose is running. Just give me.
Okay. We get to watch a triangle happen. This is a.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It is not just for the duct. It is also for the nose. Just
look at that! Wow.
Right in. It's good for any small orifice. Okay.
Okay. Good to know.
Tears.
Come on.
Tears.
Okay,
tears,
come on.
Tears. Them fake tears be coming.
Okay.
You don't need to be mean. Stop.
Okay.
I mean, and I want to say,
Hold on. I just want to hear from her, and then I want to hear from you. I'm trying to.
Okay.
Tears.
That was kind of mean.
It was kind of mean,
girl.
She's a
good look,
All right.
babe. Stop.
Okay.
I would like, all I need from my friends is acknowledgement. I just needed her to acknowledge that there was a difference. Because it hurt not just me, it hurt Chris. Because Chris also considered Robin a friend. After no. When did we wrap filming? We wrapped in July. I went on tour in October.
Yeah. She was the only one who came to your show.
No, I didn't like officially invite anyone because you see that I'm going on tour. You see where I'm going to be. If you're a friend of mine, come. And a lot of my like real home, like my home girls, my best friends from home, and I'm in Atlanta right now, but my best friends from home where I grew up in Georgia, they showed, I didn't invite them, they showed up. My favorite honors English professor from high school showed up. Like my people showed up, and I didn't invite anyone. I didn't invite Robin, but she showed up, and I was pleasantly surprised to see her. I was happy to see her, but I was also surprised to see her. And she was like, "Why are you surprised?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I just don't understand. I'm shocked that you would come, but I'm happy that you're here." And now it's like, after all of this bullshit with her literally backpedaling and pussy popping her way to her friend, why would you come to my show? Why would you leave your house? Robin does not leave her house for anybody. Robin lives in West Bumblefuck. She left West Bumblefuck and came to Northeast Washington, D.C. to come to my show. Why?
Yeah, the thing about it just makes you question
every motive.
everything.
Every motive
and what
is now up for questioning. Everything.
Like when you put your whole life out there and you're trying to be open and real and authentic, and again, this wasn't on camera, so it seems genuine and real, but then you hear things afterwards and it's like, what the fuck do you believe in? And you want to believe.
Setting yourself up? Were you just doing some back leg work so that you could save yourself later? That's where my head is. And how awful.
And it sucks.
How awful.
It sucks to think that way, because we want to believe everybody for what they do and what they give us to your face. And it just it's hard, and it really sucks that you have to question someone's motive, someone who you think is your friend, and you want to be your friend because you think you've had this relationship that you've been building
for years,
over the last several years, and now you have to question it because of a few comments and some stuff that didn't air that probably should have.
I mean, it was just extremely hurtful to not only be on the receiving end of being accused of being a colorist, which I think is horrible, but still, when the stuff about Juan came out, all of y'all talked about it, but nobody accused me of plotting, of, lying, a cover up, like none of that. That is the stuff that really, really, really hurt me as a friend.
I want to go back to the colorism conversation. I grew up in a household where talking about race and color and the diaspora was like commonplace. So for me, talking about any aspect of race is not uncomfortable for me. I mistakenly thought that you all thought that way as well. It was my mistake.
I don't have any problems talking about colorism.
I don't know how this show became the poster show for race relations in America.
Because you're talking about it all the time.
The question after all of that was, if you do commit a crime, you're not biracial Katie committed a crime. You're a black girl Katie committed a crime.
Obviously. When I have committed a crime, I was African American for that crime.
Anderson Cooper's going to say that's who you are. So that was what we were talking about that day.
And on my license, it says African American. So you had to pick a box on your license. I didn't have to pick a box. They choose it for you.
So that's how you're identified.
Right. I mean, obviously, I'm black as far as I look.
Right.
I don't have to pick a box for my children. They don't look black right now. If they look black later and they want to identify as black for their license, then that's how they're going to identify. Now, you maybe could get away with being Caucasian.
I could, but I don't.
Okay,
because
so
I'm proud to say I'm black.
Okay.
All right, I want to ask Ashley your opinion. You're biracial. What was your reaction to all this?
I was just really surprised because the two women who have the most European features seem to make the biggest deal of race. When most of us embrace our naturalness, for some reason, they don't.
What?
Coloring your hair blonde and straightening it is European. That is a very European
red.
thing.
My hair has been black.
Girl,
Like,
bye.
come on, Ashley, come harder, please.
Yes.
I don't have to come harder for anything. You're both sitting here with blonde hair.
And if this was a black and white conversation, it's almost equivalent to someone saying, man, I'm so hurt that you called me a racist. But when is the conversation ever going to shift to say,
It's not.
why did you think or believe that to be true for me to be a racist? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because if you're not going to talk about why they believe this phenomenon exists, then let's not talk about the phenomenon itself.
Guys, there's no better group of black women on the Bravo network
to talk about that than us.
No, actually, that's very incorrect.
My father had death threats every day. What they didn't show was that when we were at the baby naming ceremony for Katie, she made reference to the black side like it was demeaning. Like, oh no, I would never be considered black. Giselle. If you're half black, 1/4 black, 2% black, be proud of that.
Are you not proud of it?
I have no idea what she's talking about. And once again, it's like, why would you come to someone's house for a religious naming ceremony, you know, then go outside and go in on them and challenge them about
we didn't
what
go
is
in.
your...
We didn't go. We just asked a simple question.
And then for Robin to bring up, okay, well, when your girls are older, what box are they going to check? What the hell are you talking about?
But Katie,
Why would you even bring that up?
Katie, you know that you said something wrong. That's why you sported the Jackson 5 afro.
Because if you want to talk about colorism, then you need to have the range to talk about it. And a lot of people on this couch, whether you want to admit it or not, do not have the range. And that will stop it there.
What was the reason why you guys are colorists?
I don't know.
If you want to start with the reason, let's start with the reason. So let's find out why you guys are
anytime we have a
colorists.
conflict with a brown skin person, we're a colorist. But we
I
forget that
wanna
Karen
wrap
and I
out of
be,
this
Ashley and I
with
be for
Robin
3
and
years. Like,
Candace.
it's not, it's
I
not
want to,
fair
Robin, I want to
introduce
wrap
that
out
conversation
of
here.
this conversation.
I understand that you were upset by my choice of words in referring to you.
Sit up here with your privileged, white-looking ass, and you think you can say whatever the you want to say, and no one is going to bat an eyelash.
Candace, I am a true Potomac fan. Potomac, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
But on a reunion, I feel like you say those type of things on a regular. Because remember on the reunion when you snapped off on Giselle and told her that she was
a white looking woman.
Right,
Yes.
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 Like, no, that's not cool because if Giselle would have said those same things in reverse, Giselle probably would have been kicked off the show.
No, she wouldn't have. But I
But I feel like you say those things a lot. You give me and don't be mad, but you give me
I'm not.
you want to be light skinned and present. I feel like you want to be light skinned.
Well, I appreciate your opinion. I'm very happy in my brown skin. Don't hang up. What I said, you have to understand where it started. The conversation started because we were talking about white privilege and proximity to whiteness. And my only hope in having that conversation on that couch was to have the women who benefit from being fair-skinned to acknowledge their privilege. Some of the women were okay with and able to acknowledge their privilege, and some acted as if they were being attacked for having this conversation.
I should not have used those words to describe you. She did accuse him of sexual assault.
No, I did not.
Multiple times.
No, I did not.
Mincing words.
No, I did not.
Using wordplay. Saying, quote, he made me go into a hotel room. It goes on and on.
Yes. In light of Chris had DM'd Ashley and there was a situation in which Chris made me feel completely uncomfortable.
What I heard was very disturbing. A comfort zone that does not exist for you where Chris is concerned. And
Correct.
Chris thinks that you're more comfortable than you are.
Correct.
You mentioned that you all went into your dressing room, you and Chris.
Yeah.
And you were uncomfortable.
I'm uncomfortable. I'm in a hotel room with a married man, and it is his word against mine as to what's happening in this room.
Giselle has a history, and there's a reputation there of her being fast in her past, and her being loose in her past. These are facts. I'm not making this up. So I see her flirting with Chris, and it's like, oh, po thing, just po thing. That's cute. It never.
You said po thing or poke thing?
Po. P-O apostrophe. Po. Po thing. It's just you can't ask for more from someone who can only give you less than half. Like I can't. It never bothered me. So he may be attracted. She's a beautiful woman. I'm attracted to Giselle. She's a beautiful woman.
I'm attracted to Giselle. Giselle's gorgeous.
Okay.
Yes, I agree.
Listen, she's beautiful, but a shell is a shell, okay? And shells often have funky insides. And that's one.
I wouldn't consider the situation sexual assault, Candace.
Accusing
He didn't
my
physically
husband
touch her. He didn't say
Of making her
anything
feel
inappropriate.
to go
uncomfortable.
into a hotel room.
Never said he forced
go
me.
into a
Come look
hotel
at my
room,
PE.
which was the latest iteration of what she is saying.
Never
The fact
said he
that
forced
I have
me.
to defend this is insane.
I mean, have the last say in this, and can we wrap this up? Because we need to be respectful
Yeah,
of
that's what I
those
think that we're
survivors
not doing
and those victors.
Right.
I will say that words do matter. I will say that it's left up to interpretation to end the story. And I think if you could both look at that. And Candace,
I didn't say Lord.
The words
I didn't
actually
say
are not sexual
forced.
assault.
I didn't say any of that.
But
that
what you
made
said is
me
on tape.
uncomfortable. I'm not apologizing for
this.
things I've never said.
Am I crazy?
I have not lied about a thing.
You have lied.
No, I have
you're,
not.
You're a big ass lie.
I have
is
not
what you
lied.
are.
So Juan is not here today. Husbands, knowing what you all know about the season and how Robin has kind of had to fight battles on his behalf, what do you think of him not showing up today? Any husbands have
Nobody
an opinion
wants to
about that?
speak.
They don't care.
No, not really.
No comment. No comment.
Well, I mean, just because you all have been the subject of gossip or drama, and you all come to every reunion for as long as you've been on the show, why is it important for you to come and support your wives? I guess that's a bigger question.
I just
I
want to
don't,
be here.
yeah, and I don't want to throw Juan under the bus, so I don't want this comment taken as me criticizing someone else.
Okay.
But I was coming to support my wife.
Okay.
Now ex-wife, but I was coming to support her. If she
I
wanted
think
me
y'all
here,
still-
I'm
I
coming.
think y'all still married.
Y'all still married.
Oh, who believes Juan's story?
Andy, I don't think it's for us. None of us believe
But
it.
Robin believes it, so that's all that matters.
That was foolish, but
We chose to move forward. We chose to get married. I wasn't expecting like the firestorm that came out of it.
This really feels like this is a Protect Juan campaign.
It's not. Listen, the woman in Canada, the story is crazy, right?
Yes.
He would not make up a crazy story. He would actually make up a better story.
And it's our job as her friends to support
her.
Okay.
Can I ask one little thing?
Sure.
When he said, like, Bree's like a beautiful woman, did that bother you at all?
No, because the point was if he had been at the laundromat with someone who was not beautiful, it wouldn't have been an issue.
I got it.
Do you feel like he was supportive of you throughout filming?
Yes, he showed up. He answered questions.
He's not showing up tonight.
That's fine.
He does not have a basketball game.
No, he doesn't. He declined to be here.
Okay.
Oh, Andy, that was shady.
Well said,
That doesn't mean that he doesn't support me.
Why is he not here, Robin?
He doesn't know that you're going to be under fire tonight because of his actions. The least he could do as your husband is to stand behind you and say, baby, you don't have to take all the bullets. I can take some too.
Tell me, where are you living now?
So I do have a penthouse apartment in Washington, D.C. Even though it's the smallest space I've been in the past several years, I'm in the happiest place.
Good.
You know?
Where's Gordon living now?
So Gordon has an apartment in Charlotte, but he is relocating right across the street in his own condo.
Okay, let's talk about Mr. Ink.
You tell me how it looks, a married woman going to
wasn't-
live with a single man
I
in
wasn't
a
living with
5-bedroom
him.
house. Bullshit. The kids
he
tell
wasn't
me.
even there half the time. He
the
worked in
kids would tell
17
me.
different cities.
They even told me you were
always on the
sleeping with him when
road.
you said you weren't. Jeremiah
No,
said, I saw
Gordon-
mommy sleeping with
Gordon.
Mr. Ink.
Would you mind telling us a little bit about and your history?
Okay, first, he doesn't want to be called. We can start there. His name is Ink.
How long were you guys in a relationship?
I met Mia. I knew Mia about what it was, probably about three and a half years.
And then did y'all break up because the relationship got to be long distance?
Yeah, that would pretty much be it. Because for me, like I said, I wanted to further my career, and just for her, it didn't make sense for her to go backwards. So we stayed in contact, and then she ended up getting married the first time, and then she ended up getting married again.
Did you guys keep in touch while she had her first marriage?
No. We always been very respectful.
Mhm.
Like, we always just kept in touch, like friendship. And then, when social media came around, you follow each other on social media. What we had back then, like when Twitter first came out, maybe Twitter, what you had, Facebook. What's another? I'm trying to think another one.
MySpace?
I don't think Mia ever had a MySpace, bro. And if she did, I hope I was in the top 8. Yeah.
So take me back to you guys were in this relationship. Y'all moved to Charlotte together.
Yes.
Then you guys broke up.
Yes.
She got married.
Yes.
Then remarried, and she now is married still to Gordon.
Yes.
Right?
True.
Have you met Gordon?
Yes. We've actually hung out a few times.
Y'all hung out a few times while she and Gordon were married in a happy place?
No. This is post-separation. Like, since they've been separated, I've met him and had conversations with him, and we talked.
I had a prostate cancer. My organs weren't working like they used to. On my 70th birthday, I said, you know, if you find someone that you think you want to start spending time with, I want you to know I'm okay with it.
And then during this whole time, were you in touch with Mr. Ink?
So we have kept in touch here and there, but nothing serious. There was only one occasion that we did like rekindle the flame.
So you were with G then?
I was.
Yes.
Mia, can I say something about that? And I'm just telling you this full disclosure because I don't know who Gordon is talking to and what Gordon is saying. But one of the things that Gordon did say was that Ink came to your house and was trying to take Jeremiah.
How are you doing? I mean, I know that you and Gordon are going through a split, but how are you guys doing? I couldn't help but notice that you are wearing your ring now.
Yeah, so yes, we are separated, illegally separated, and it's going to take time to get a divorce, but there is someone special that's on the horizon.
There is someone special. Oh, so are you engaged?
I am committed.
Okay, so that is a commitment.
Yes, I'm not available. Not available. Yeah, so don't come in my DMs.
All right.
Okay.
What's your reaction?
With this one, she never surprises me. She's amazing. She keeps my life exciting watching her life, and it's amazing.
Is that why you moved
no,
down the street, baby?
I got to get closer to her.
Yeah.
I'm trying to live vicariously.
We can walk to each other's homes.
Now, how does Gordon feel about this?
Gordon's actually, obviously at first he's not so happy because he decided to go public. But, every day gets easier. He's actually dating. So we are really focusing on being good co-parents for our children. It's like the kids are what's really important at this point. And we're good. We're going to be good. And I think that, I think it's important for people to see that we are going to be co-parents. And I think it's going to be great.
Ink thinks that Jeremiah is his son?
Still?
Why does Ink think Jeremiah is his son?
Because we had an affair shortly after.
overlapping.
Yeah, there was a little overlap in there. Now, here's the thing. I did IUI, right? So, and I'm a woman. I know my body.
Right.
This child is Gordon's child.
He looks just like Gordon.
Yeah.
But then why does Ink still think it's his kid?
Maybe he wants him to be his kid?
Yes.
I don't know.
I think children are off limits. I don't care whose baby father is, but this baby is going to have to watch this.
I know.
So
Well,
I think if we could respectfully
move on.
We're
moved on. Karen, is this new man the rapper you heard Mia was with?
Yes.
He's not a rapper.
Okay.
He's a rapper DJ. Right?
He
He
dabbles
is
in
a
rap.
radio personality, 20 markets.
Yes.
Okay.
Mia's in Potomac, and she's one of the stars of that show. And if they're smart, they'll make her the face of it, but I digress.
Hello, somebody.
So Mia's on Potomac. You live in Atlanta. How is that going to work?
It's going well because I am on air in Baltimore, which isn't too far from Potomac, and my show is growing, so therefore I have some community work to be doing, and I'll be spending a lot of time in the area.
If or when you guys get married, would you move to Maryland full time?
You know what? That's a great question. The way that I like to think about it, you can't box Mia in. I don't think she's going to be placed to just one area of the U.S. map. I see her as being like wherever she put her foot, the earth is her turf. So, but to answer your immediate question, if I had to do that to support, as long as it's conducive for our lifestyle, yeah, I do that because I support her 1,000% and the feeling is mutual. But I just don't think she's going to be stuck in one place.
Can I ask, watching that scene, Gordon seems extremely angry. Is he mad because he's no longer financially where he was, and you decided to go with Ink, who was more financially stable.
No. So ink really has absolutely nothing to do with my separation with Gordon.
Okay.
It's just commingled because
of the timing.
The timing.
Okay.
Yes.
Does it have to do with Gordon's finances?
No, it doesn't.
I think what happened is when she started making a lot of money on the show, felt like I had no access to capital. You said, okay, now's the time to leave.
That Mia married me for my money and the future that she thought I could provide. Yeah, I absolutely believe her leaving me now is tied to the fact that I don't have access to assets and my funds are limited at this point in time, that she now has access to funds. And this guy that she's seeing, she believes has access to funds. And I think she's leaving me for that reason. She's mentioned that they're going to be buying a house together and doing businesses together and other kinds of things together, which tells me that the interest is based on monetary gain from the relationship. So I absolutely believe that she's leaving me because she sees an upgrade.
Did I have more money when I was coming into the relationship with Gordon? Yes, but mine was on inheritance.
You had more than Gordon?
I did.
Was it inheritance? So the same year that Gordon and I met, I actually lost 3 grandparents.
Okay.
So fortunately for me, I was able to get my hands on some cash. But at the same time, in a year after we married, I realized that he was really functioning bankrupt.
Candace and Wendy, your husbands have hung out with G a lot. Did you ever drop hints to Chris or Eddie that the marriage was in trouble?
You go ahead. When I went through this, everybody on the sofa reached out to me except for Candace and Wendy. And I thought to myself,
I didn't reach out. I will own that. Yeah.
Holy shit, these girls are not my friends.
Why didn't you reach out?
I will say this, Mia, in full transparency, when Gordon reached out to our husband
in a group chat,
he was there to annihilate you.
Yes.
I don't know if, so I was losing my mind because Gordon called Chris and Eddie to tell them all Mia's business.
Oh.
Before he went to TMZ.
Oh.
And was like, tell your wives to call me so I can give them tea on Mia. And like she's been, all the stuff that's come out, he told our husbands first. It was insane.
He called you everything but a child of God.
It was horrible.
It was vicious.
So why wouldn't
let me
you
finish.
call
Let
me to check and say,
let me
hey,
finish.
sis, you good?
But let me finish. Let me land. Where we left off last year, you had physically assaulted me. At that moment, I could have said, this is my lick back. I had all this information and ammo.
He wanted us.
So while I did not call you, please understand that the woman I am, I never once said anything till today about what he has said about you.
Yes.
Okay, well, I will
that
receive
shows
that.
you that even though we may not be best friends, there's a certain level of love
and respect
that I do have for you.
Yes. I want to say this to you. I felt really uncomfortable for you. I was really concerned for you. I just didn't want to be involved.
I mean, reaching out and saying you're concerned isn't getting involved.
But,
It's just, being a friend.
And I'm not saying that I expect
have
the same
reached
treatment,
out?
but
Yes.
I would reach out to you if
Yes.
it was a reverse role. Even Karen called, and Karen and I are the outs. I've been coming for her all year. She called me several times. Like, this is a sisterhood, right? Well, we want to preach that always,
Yes,
right? We love each other no
yes.
matter what. I don't care what y'all say. I know we're not that heartless, okay?
Husband sending pictures of their private part.
Yes.
Why do they entertain these thirsty women?
Some of these guys are miserable.
So the screenshots are Photoshop?
Robbie, Anna, I really want you to win, but you just be hushed up. Why? Okay, again, like I said earlier, maybe you want your lick back because everybody was jumping on you about Juan, but you weren't honest about the situation. This is not a real incident. The girl who was making these claims came out and said it was a lie. And like I said, again, she said that you even put her up to it, you and Giselle. So I'm confused on now where we are here and you bringing this up. Because I feel like it came out at this point that it was a lie. Actually, even Andy said it.
Chris, this year a woman came out online and claimed she had an affair with you and even had an abortion for you. Then a few weeks later said she made the whole thing up.
So why are you even repeating a lie at this reunion? Focus on why your man is not at the reunion. What the fuck is up with that? Where is he? He couldn't come? Huh? Are you serious? Robbie, Anna.
Why does Ink think Jeremiah is his son?
Because we had an affair shortly after.
overlapping.
Yeah, there was a little overlap in there. Now, here's the thing. I did IUI, right? So,
Right.
and I'm a woman. I know my body.
Right.
This child is Gordon's child.
He looks just like Gordon.
Yeah.
But then why does Ink still think it's his kid?
Maybe he wants him to be his kid?
Yes.
I don't know.
I think
You
children
know?
are off limits. I don't care whose baby father is, but this baby is going to have to watch this.
I know.
Finally, somebody speaking with sense. Okay, Karen, you were letting me down with the DUI, allegedly, okay? I hope it's not true. My mother going down, okay? They're going to eat her up next season, and I hope she's getting the help that she truly needs in this bitch, if this is really true. But she better speak on it, because you guys, this is traumatic for a traumatic. Why am I talking like that? Okay, I guess it's good for reality television for you hood rat ass bitches who like seeing traumatic type things, but this is not cute for in real life for a child to go through. Like, what the fuck? In my opinion, okay, maybe y'all love it and are eating it up, but are y'all not thinking about the child? I don't want to see this. I don't want to see future trauma in this bitch. He's already seeing his mommy lay in the bed with this man, Mr. Ink. So I was calling it acting before, but it can't be too much acting unless Gordon's lying. Very much tacky, very much traumatic, very much nasty, very much too much.
Have been diagnosed with a mental illness, bipolar 1.
So for instance, again, in the middle of an episode of either mania or depression, people who are manic will often do things that are really impulsive and really out of character. And so issues of infidelity can come up, for instance, in a patient with mania who's having a sexual partner or sexual partners outside of the relationship in the midst of a manic episode. People will often spend money that they really can't afford to spend in the midst of a manic episode, which you can imagine will cause a lot of strain for them personally, but also in the context of their families. People in the midst of mania often don't appear to be logical, and so they will go to work and will have lots of irritability, and you can imagine again that coworkers are confused, bosses are confused, and especially if they don't understand a lot about the illness, it can affect their work relationships and their ability to maintain their employment. You can imagine that if it's hard to get up out of bed and even go to the supermarket and get your groceries for the day, that it can be very difficult to go to work and get all the things that you need to get done either in your work life or in your personal life. People will report guilt or sometimes feeling like they're worthless. People will also report that they feel like they're either kind of moving in slow motion, which is known as psychomotor retardation, and occasionally people will report that they actually feel jittery, which is known as psychomotor agitation. In addition, people will report disturbances in their sleep, which are most commonly insomnia, so either difficulty falling asleep, waking up in the middle of the night, or waking up earlier in the morning than one intends to. Occasionally this can be hypersomnia though, where people are sleeping, for instance, 10, 12, 13, 14 or more hours per day. Patients with bipolar disorder often are resistant to receiving treatment, especially during a manic episode. And this is really part of the illness in terms of not understanding that one is sick. Bipolar disorder cannot be cured. However, people will often find that they will go periods of time without having any illness or periods of euthymia. It really depends on the individual and how their clinical course goes, as well as finding treatments that work. The mainstay of treatments are mood stabilizers. So these are medications that are used to keep somebody from having, most notably, a manic episode or a depressive episode. Finding the right treatment can sometimes be a little frustrating, and patients really need to hang in there as their doctors try different medications to figure out what works best with their neurobiology. In order to support a loved one who has bipolar disorder, it's really important to realize that this is an illness like any other illness. A lot of times people will think of mental illnesses as being something that's within the control of the individual. And the individual will often think that as well, feeling tremendous guilt when they do have episodes of either mania or depression. And so the first thing is realizing that people don't choose to have bipolar disorder, and they would definitely choose to live with more mental wellness than having this illness. It's really important to be calm, present, and consistent with people with bipolar disorder, as well as supporting them and maintaining their treatment. In the next 10, 20, 30, 50 years, I really see a lot more research being done to try to find treatments that are effective and have less side effects than some of the medications that we have currently available today.
Here's the thing that's really key to this. My manic got worse over the years.
Now that you've been diagnosed, is there medication that can even you out?
Yeah, there's medication, Andy, but what I have learned is that the key to controlling this is not the medication exclusively. You have to go the rest of the way yourself. So first thing you got to do is understand the behaviors that are the beginning of going into a manic episode. Mania builds. I think what happened is when she started making a lot of money in the show, felt like I had no access to capital. Do you say, okay, now's the time to leave? And then
And can you see it coming?
I cannot.
Mia can.
Right, I cannot.
Oh, wow.
But people
And
around
if
you
she
can.
sees it coming, can she say to you, gee, this is happening?
Correct.
And will you take that in, though?
Prior to our separation, she had
No.
said that to me a few times, and I didn't listen. Let me finish.
So, but let's pause there. Let's pause there. You took my
guys
phone,
enjoy talking
locked
to
me
her.
in a room. Gordon.
This is so unproductive. It's a waste of my time.
When you reached out to the other gentlemen and were texting them about what was happening in your
I
marriage.
was deep into mania.
I don't know. So I was losing my mind because Gordon called Chris and Eddie to tell them all Mia's business. Before he went to TMZ. And was like, tell your wives to call me so I can give them tea on Mia. And like she's been, all the stuff that's come out, he told our husbands first. It was insane.
It was exaggerated by my frustration, my anger.
When you locked Mia in the room.
Locked her in the room?
You locked her.
took my cell phone, Gordon.
in
I
a
took the
room
cell phone.
And took her cell phone?
On the phone with you know who. So then I took your phone for 2 hours. Then you got mad and went off to Atlanta with.
Yes, because you
But wait a minute.
took my phone
Wait a minute.
and locked me in a room. Okay?
I said for 2 hours you can have her back, get some rest.
Gordon, you're not my dad. Who does that?
Let me finish.
So, but-
I don't remember locking her in the room. I remember taking the cell phone. Part of what happens when you're in mania, you really don't remember everything.
Yes.
So I'm not saying I didn't, but I don't remember locking her in the room. But I did take the cell phone.
Do you believe that she was having an affair?
During the marriage, yes. Duration of it, no. I don't think you thought this through well enough to think about all the unintended consequences. So this is one of them. I've known you've been having an affair for 10 years or longer. I know you had an affair just before we got married.
Okay.
Let me just say this.
Yes.
Mia has been absolutely wonderful. And you may say, why do you say that when this other stuff was happening? First off, whatever's gone on, I forgive her, and she's forgiven me.
Okay.
I fully believe had I gotten control of this manic behavior sooner, Mia would still be with me. I don't think she left me because she wanted to be someplace else. She left me because she couldn't take this anymore.
Excited about therapy? No. You know we're going through a lot, right?
All the financial issues and the
Yeah.
businesses and stuff. Like that's the main
Girl,
focus.
yes. To say the least.
I've been perfect, of course.
Well,
Of cour-
perfection
of
is impossible
course.
to achieve. So I know that is false.
Of course, he thinks he's so perfect.
Whew, I hear some animosity. So I guess we'll start with check-ins with the D word being thrown out.
Before this whole crisis, I had actually retained a lawyer to file for divorce.
Where are you both now?
What's the D word? Divorce?
Divorce.
Oh. You know, as far as the D word, that was never my consideration, so you got to ask her. Well, I agree and disagree because I've been asking, what did I do wrong? And the only thing that's been said is I wasn't listening.
We did get to a point where I was ready to divorce you. You know what I mean? So, but I was ready
I
to.
didn't know that, but okay.
You did. Well, you didn't know that at the time, but you know that now.
I didn't know it at the time until I saw the receipts from the lawyer that you had been talking to. But
I think I said this in our session last time I was here with you. You know, I am committed to Gordon through thick and thin. And so when I seeked counsel for a divorce, it was because I wanted to outweigh all of my options because I felt like
That's wise.
we were in a space where you were really difficult to like cohabitate with. There was a moment where you were very combative. You were combative with your kids, you were combative with our partners, you were combative with me, and I'm just like, I've lived my whole childhood, which I had no control over, was combative.
Things got so bad and so low for me. I went to the hospital and checked myself in.
Wow.
The next morning, guess who was there? Mia. She showed up the next morning.
That's really amazing.
Make sure that I, had everything I need. Left and went to get me a change of clothes.
Yeah.
My place was 70 miles away. She came to see me, I believe, every day but one while I was there.
It sounds like she's taking care of you.
It seems, Mia, like you have been committed to making sure that he's okay. You're now exiting. So I'm worried about Gordon. Like, what's the path moving forward?
Yeah, I'm forever.
So you're always gonna be.
I'm forever gonna
like
take care of
caretaking,
Gordon,
so to speak.
Absolutely.
Preface this by saying that we are all aware of how culturally sensitive of an issue this is. It was a story that we wished that we didn't have to tell. It was the real life dynamics that were happening between the two of you. But it's important for us to address that production was not aware of the alleged shrine call.
Submitted my name to a shrine and threatening to send my in-laws' name to a shrine.
It was never about Nneka.
Nice try. Nice try. It was not a fight between friends. Ivy told my in-law that Wendy was upset that I had allegedly used her name, and I'm telling people that she and I are friends to be amongst a social circle. It seemed like her sister and her mom were trying to prevent me from interacting with these women.
Maybe instead of them to see you as a fellow Nigerian, they're seeing you as a Nigerian that maybe want to take somebody's spot.
And casting had originally wanted you to come on the show through Wendy because we thought you had mutual friends and that this would make sense. What production told me was that you didn't necessarily seem that excited by the idea.
They said, okay, we have somebody. And they said, do you know X, Y, and Z?
Right.
And I said, no, I don't know her. And then they said, oh, that's funny. She says she knows you.
I met her at an event, but I've never said that she and I are friends because I don't know her. Okay. I met her in passing.
Okay, guys. You knew exactly who I was.
Get her, get her, get her. Get her, get her, get her, get her.
I didn't know you. I still don't know you.
Okay.
That was it. So I wasn't excited, not because I didn't want her on the show. I didn't know her. I don't know her.
The hatred came from her sister communicating that I'm a clout chaser. I'm jealous of you. Everything under the sun. So you went and told her sister and her mama that I was on the show and they were mad. I met her at an event for Umuibo, the Fino concert. I met you in a private VIP, maybe less than 20 people, 10 people.
Sometimes for us, if two people have met a few times, in our mind, it's like, oh, they know each other. They've been at events.
And so all I was doing, I wasn't shading. All I was doing was responding and saying, I don't know her.
Okay.
That's it. Her and my sister were friends. They're no longer friends.
As of April 7th, when your mom threatened shrines on people.
Had you been trying to connect with Wendy to get onto the show?
Never a day in my life. My husband's cousin, Lebe, she was aware that Married to Medicine first reached out to my husband, who then got in contact with me and wanted me on their show. She's like, oh my gosh, you're here in the DMV. I have another Nigerian Igbo sister. You guys have to meet.
When you first met up with Ashley, she brought up Wendy being Osu. What does that mean, being Osu?
Well, sis Ashley, you brought it to this platform. What does that mean?
I mean, I would say...
No.
I will say that in that vein, so only because I talked about it with Nneka. We just I was talking about you, how esteemed you are, how professional you are, and this and that. I told her that you were a doctor. Dr. Wendy. Wendy and I are friends.
Wait, Dr. Wendy, is this medical doctor?
No,
okay.
It's a PhD.
Okay, so doctor of philosophy.
I was okay. I didn't know that was.
No, I'm a doctor of philosophy.
I respect it.
What only less than 1% of the world has.
I respect it immensely.
I'm Wendy Osefo. I am a visiting assistant professor at the School of Education.
Is an education professor at Johns Hopkins University, and she's a doctor. So Dr. Wendy, we are going to start with you.
Wendy Osefo is the definition of an accomplished woman, a professor, political analyst, and entrepreneur. She made headlines for earning her PhD in public affairs and community development from Rutgers University, the first black woman to do it in the university's history.
There was this article about you or something being like OSU or something.
The families that give up their children are considered OSU.
Okay.
And it's literally been abolished, you know?
It's been abolished.
Osu is something from like ancient gods in Nigeria. My family is not that.
Okay.
Right? And it basically is people who are considered outcasts. So the fact that you came to Cameron's infancy, if you're an Osu.
The Gays.
Yeah, the Gays.
Gays.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember.
If you're an Osu, no one would come to your events.
I see.
No one would be around you.
I have never tried to misrepresent that I know what OSU means, number one.
Okay.
I know that it's something culturally sensitive. I have acknowledged that, but I have never once said that I know what it is.
I want to say to you, Wendy, that I think I may have implied that she said that about you, being OSU, but she didn't.
I misrepresented that. I'm actually excited to see Wendy tomorrow. And I was just thinking about, I'd had this conversation with NECA first.
Okay.
And we were just kind of like chatting about this stuff about Wendy, and that she was like OSU or something. And I didn't know what any of it was. So yeah,
So
NECA
what's OSU?
educated me. Essentially, it's like an outcast. So then I told Wendy that we had talked about it. I think that when we were chatting about it, I may have implied that to Wendy, that NECA was like sort of implying that Wendy was OSU.
NECA said she was OSU?
No, I said she may have implied that she was OSU.
And she made it very clear that she does not think you were that or anything like that. Okay. If I told you that, I apologize.
And I told you I didn't quite understand the severity of it as well.
What was your intention in bringing it up?
Thank you.
And why not bring it up to Wendy?
It was something that had been brought to my attention. Prior to me meeting NECA, it was brought up again. And that was why I talked to NECA about it.
Very convenient.
It is
Andy,
not
I will
to
say,
disparage you.
I will say though, because you're asking about what it means.
No.
Truthfully speaking, I don't believe that any of us here are competent enough to really speak about it appropriately. So when asking what the definition is, I don't even feel comfortable really divulging much.
Osu caste system in the Igbo land. If you're not familiar with what Osu means, these are people that have been referred to as outcasts, believed to also be the sacrifice to the gods, in the essence that they become the slaves of the gods. And also they help the priests and high priestess during the indigenous religious rituals. And when I say gods, I'm talking about the ancient or indigenous religion back then. Some people have sort of compared their roles and responsibilities to the altar boys in the Catholic Church. So I don't know if that, I'm going to go with that comparison, but that's a topic for a different day. How can one acquire the Osu tag or label, or let's say status. Let's go with status. I think that's more appropriate. There's been so many tales, and because there's so many tales from different Igbo land, there is no one story to it. But I'm just going to tell you a bit from what I know. Well, they said back in those days, during intertribal wars, the people that won, so the spoils of war, that's what we call the people that they were captured, so the slaves that they would get during those wars, when they are sold off to a new master, and this master decides to give them away to their gods in a bid to maybe appease or gift them, they become Osu. So these slaves that were captured during war become the Osu because they were gifted to the gods by their master. Sorry, why is my mouth tongue tied? It's also believed that, back then, a lot of the indigenous religious practices involved human sacrifices. So these slaves were given to the gods for this human sacrifice. Before I continue, there are 3 stages that I want to talk to us about. The first one are the Osus. I just explained that that's the slave to the gods. The second are the Ohus. These are the slaves to the masters. These are the people that were gotten from war. While the third are the Wadialas. The Wadialas are referred to as the freeborns, the son of the soil. So in terms of the hierarchy of social class or social status, the Osu caste system insinuates that the Wadialas are right at the top. Those are the freeborns, while the Osus are at the middle. Then the Ohus are right at the bottom because they are the slaves. It's also been believed that vulnerable communities that knew that there was no way they were going to win a war or they win an intertribal war would usually seek refuge in a shrine nearby. And the moment the priest or the priestesses acknowledges these people that have been, that have come to their shrine for refuge, they automatically take on the Osu tag, in the sense that they run to the shrine to volunteer themselves or to give themselves up to the gods. And so many of them would rather do that than become slaves. And back then, when you are a slave or when you've been gotten from war, they usually sell the slaves to the white man as well. So a lot of people were like, no, we don't want that. We would rather just become Osu and keep our life. And I'm sure you're wondering that why is it that people run to the shrine? What is it that the shrine can do to them? Well, if you're someone with the Osu status, you are immediately immune to harm. It's said that if you hurt someone that's an Osu, and they go back and they cry to their gods, because they are slaves to the gods, and apparently it's been said that they can manipulate the gods for their own benefit. It's a very long story. If they go to the gods and they cry to them, the gods will punish you for hurting one of their own, for hurting their slave. You get that kind of thing. So a lot of people used to fear them and they used to respect them, quote unquote. So these are different ways that people can acquire the Osu status. There's one that is quite gets to me, is the fact that when you do something bad, you become an Osu. So if you do something that is not socially acceptable or something that is seen as criminal in the society, like rape, incest, murder, you automatically become an Osu person. Due to urbanization, there's no way that people are going for intertribal wars anymore. We're not going for intertribal wars. We're not going to give humans to the gods or slaves. But this system or this phenomena, let's call it, is still quite prevalent. And why is it quite prevalent? It's because there are two ways that people still acquire the Osu tag. And one, that's through inheritance, and the other is through marriage. Inheritance, when you're born in an Osu family, you automatically become an Osu. So no matter what you do, you can't take off that status. You're an Osu person. Secondly, if a non-Osu, that's a Wadiala or a freeborn, should get married to an Osu person, the person automatically becomes an Osu. Because getting married to an Osu person, if you're freeborn and you get married to an Osu person, it's seen as a taboo, as an abomination, and people would not want to associate with you.
Is this a bad thing?
It's taboo. We don't talk.
Taboo.
We don't talk about it.
We do not talk about it. There's no reason it should be talked about on this platform. And honestly, Ashley, I don't want to hear anything else, because if you knew how taboo it is,
Wendy?
you would not say anything else, and you would just eat it and say, I'm sorry, and move on.
And I have.
And
what
move on.
I will not fall on the sword for is what followed subsequently.
NECA has apologized for referring to your mom as a witch.
You know for a fact the impact of calling somebody or somebody's family member a witch would
Your
have.
mom submitted my name to a shrine.
Okay. She did not.
I'm willing to even put that aside for us to move forward.
So can you not? I apologize.
You're not understanding that I've been deeply impacted as well.
I'm talking about the fact that you called my mom a witch in my face. I can say tangibly you did that. You're talking about something that is hearsay and third party. That's the difference.
Lebet can testify
That's
to
the
what she
difference.
was told about me.
We can agree to coexist and move forward. Just take accountability and move forward.
She submitted my name to a shrine. And threatening to send my in-laws' name to a shrine. Candace, let me tell you something.
You all are a
That's why it
small
was shocking,
community.
because that's not
together.
a cultural thing. When her sister was calling, the mama said, I have a shrine. You're the one that can't take accountability. I've apologized for the items that Andy just stated. I was very excited and happy to be with another Nigerian. This is the first time on any Housewives franchise that two Nigerians, Igbo people, on the same page. And she's attacked me in several different forms. Instead of the phone calls, she was over here spreading the lies about the Osu. Osu had nothing to do with me. True. All season long, she had no energy for Ashley. Never confronted Ashley about the Osu thing.
I may have implied that to Wendy, that NECA was like sort of implying that Wendy was Osu. And she made it very clear that she does not think you are that or anything like that.
Okay. If I told you that, I apologize.
Trying to ice me out of this group, trying to ice me out in front of the whole world.
We saw a new cast member, NECA, is coming for your mom and said that she's submitting names to shrines. What shrines? What names? What does this all mean? Can you unpack this for us?
No, I can't, because I pray to my blood and Savior Jesus Christ, and so does my mom. And if you get a copy of my memoir, which I released last year, Tears of My Mother, the story of my legacy Nigerian, I talk about how growing up, my mom didn't have much to give us as a single mother, but what she did give us was the power of prayer. And as a woman who is so devout in her faith, her Catholic upbringing, to have such malicious accusations accused of her really is disheartening. And it's sad that it's coming from someone who is a fellow Nigerian to use what I call xenophobic tropes that as immigrants we are often, grew up with when we were younger, and it's hurtful. But I wish her well. I hope she got the attention she was craving.
Can I just say too that when you meet Miss Susan, she emits.
Oh yeah.
I
feel like we know her just from seeing her on TV.
The Holy Spirit. You could never think anything else of her except that she is a down home regular mom that wants to protect her family.
So where do we stand with the new cast member right now? Is she here at BravoCon, or will you be talking to her?
I think she's here. I think we're all here. I did see her from afar.
Okay.
I don't like to jump the gun. I had a lot of issues with the way that she came at Wendy, and especially the way that she came at Wendy's mother. But I don't really know her. I don't know her, so I'm over here on the side, just watching, and I would really love to see her properly reconcile.
Do y'all think that you'll ever be friends? Because y'all are evil sisters. Kick it.
I have said what I have said. I said we can coexist and we can move forward.
I have really just moved on past everything that transpired, the phone calls, everything, the crackhead. I've moved on past all of that. And I operate generally from a space of grace. And everything that I said and did at the sit down that she and I had was from a genuine place. And I really had an open heart and good intentions on moving forward. And that's still on the table for me. I'm willing to sit down and rehash things if we need to, but it was a really tricky topic. And I know that some viewers were really taken back by the topic of shrines and all that. And, I really feel bad. I'm apologetic that had to air on TV. And, especially Nigerians, because as Nigerian people, we're really prideful of our culture and our customs. And we don't really like to put out that type of negativity. So I completely understand why some viewers really were taken back by the topic. And I was as well. And I was terrified and frightened along with it. And I just was really committed to reality TV. And these are the things that were happening in real life at that time. So the cameras cover it all. But I've moved on. I've moved on from all that.
In a very unfortunate turn of events, an altercation erupted at the GNA event a few minutes after our cameras went down. Kiarna, what was the sequence of events that led to your injury?
Sure. Essentially, I was there really just trying to de-escalate the situation. And Deborah clearly came with the intent to have this moment.
Get her. Get her.
Anything that you and I need to talk about? Absolutely not. The help is talking to me. Can you get the help? Get the help away from me. You don't have anything to say to me in front of my face, show, right? But whenever I come to you, you don't want to say anything. Get her out! That's bull. Get her ass out. Get her ass out. Where is she?
Where is she? Where's the ladies' room?
Oh my God. Why the ambulance? What happened? How did that get like that? Deborah, do a drink on Candace.
She threw a drink on Candace, but she hit me in the head. What happened?
I don't know. Deborah just, when I grabbed her, I picked her up and she was like, one of Wendy's friends touched me. I didn't touch her.
I need Candace. Excuse me. Yeah. Where is she?
I don't. I'm not doing this no more. I'm pissed. I know. Has no reason to touch that.
Asking to talk to her mom.
I know you are. But let's put her first. Let's do that. I need to see nearest hospital. She's going to be all right.
Get that raggedy bitch the out. You're fine. Get that Sesame Street ass bitch and don't come back. And don't come back.
The incident was caught by bystanders and ended up on TMZ. So although we didn't show the altercation,
it was awful.
Many people have seen it.
It was awful.
In the footage, you can be seen throwing punches after Deborah throws the drink on you. What was going on at that moment?
I mean, at that moment, I was assaulted. Someone hit me in the head with a glass. A deadly weapon split my face open. And so my first instinct was to defend myself in that moment.
Candace's hair, she's gonna call me the help. And then out of nowhere, Kiana hits me in my face, and then I threw my
She
drink
punched
at-
you?
Yeah, in my face.
Ashley said in an interview
sure,
that you
'cause when
still
you're in the
put blame
moment,
on
it's a lot.
Candace for going too far with her mouth.
Nothing you could have done.
I know, but I know tensions between Deborah and Candace have been, like bubbling for a long time.
But what's the name jumped in it, though? So
I
she
know.
Why do you feel that Candace's mouth was an issue that night?
Because it's always Candace's
words
fault.
play a factor.
Always my fault.
I didn't say it was your fault.
You
I
justified
am not
violence against
attributing-
me.
I am not attributing that horrendous incident to you. Your words could instigated it and made it more explosive.
Anything that you and I need to talk about?
Absolutely not.
The help is talking to me. Can you get the help? Get the help away from me. You don't have anything to say to me in front of my face, all right?
She was going to do that whether I said nothing or tried to beat her up.
I don't think
She
so.
came with the
You think you're gonna know
intention
that?
I
to
don't
fight
think so.
me.
We don't know that.
Because if she came at you and you believe she was already being aggressive, saying, "Do you want to say anything to my face?" Do you think the
I said
comments
no. I said
exacerbated
no.
her anger?
The fact that here we are again and me using my words somehow trumps someone attempting to physically attack me.
I don't think anyone said that your words trumped that.
I agree. I am thankful still that we had a great show.
Yeah.
What Deborah tells me is that while she was sitting there, she could hear Candace and Wendy talking about her. And so she got up and said, "You're talking
Say it to
about
my
me."
face.
She said, "Called her vermin, help." And I care about Deborah as my friend. I don't really know what transpired before because what she says is you were talking about her or something and you were calling her vermin or the hell. No.
She said your words play a part.
They played a part.
No, they don't.
They
No, they
exacerbated
don't.
it.
She wanted a problem with me.
Thank you.
What they're saying is that you were playing with a loaded gun.
Well,
That's a
I'm
good
also
analogy.
a loaded gun. We know.
I know, but with your words.
Yes.
Right. You're
If-
not gonna.
If I don't know what would have happened.
Okay.
I don't know.
Ashley, did you invite Deborah around to stir things up?
No.
Seemed like she only came around last season to drop bombs about people's husbands.
So apparently when Chris was talking to Deborah, I guess Eddie came over and the consensus seemed to be that Eddie was being flirtatious.
I've never met this man before. First time I met him. And then Eddie, I think that's the name, Happy Eddie comes over. Who's Happy Eddie? Wendy's husband.
Everyone thinks
She
that I
doesn't
invited
seem
Deborah to
okay.
be messy.
She's not
I
okay.
did not invite Deborah to be messy. She had previously expressed to me that she wanted to clear the air with you and that she didn't know she'd ever have the
talking to me?
opportunity.
That was not clear
Yes,
air.
I'm sorry. Because she feels like there was a miscommunication. That's what she told me.
And you
So-
believe her?
Well, what else do I have to go on? I mean, a lot of time has passed. I don't know Deborah to be a violent person.
Well, she's violent.
And again, I didn't invite her to
aggressive.
get under anybody's skin. She is was a close friend of mine. She really has held me down and been supportive of me so much over these last couple of years. I don't have Candace at the forefront of my mind when I think about Deborah. I feel like these are two grown women who they don't mesh, fine. The club is huge. There's no need for everyone to be feeling like pressure because so-and-so is here. I want her to be there and celebrate in the night. Well, I do want to say also, I'm sorry to Kiarna. That was not something I wanted to happen at our event. So I'm sorry that you went through that.
Okay.
Truly.
I'm with you. I got your purse. I'm right here with you. Is Kay okay?
Hey, don't look at it. Everybody calm down.
Kay is calmer.
Come on. It's okay. I need to rinse my face off. Come here.
Yeah,
Do you accept that?
I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like Ashley is the queen of, the aftermath apologies when it comes to these situations.
Okay.
I accept that you are big enough to apologize, and that's all I have to say.
Why is it an aftermath?
Anything else you want to
Can I
say
only say it in the
before
aftermath?
we let you go?
I can't say it during.
I mean that you're not proactive in general about not causing a mess, but that's just my personal
I've expressed that was never my intention. I could never have anticipated.
I do not think that was your intention.
Is there anyone who wants to step up and apologize or own anything and throw into the embers of yesteryear?
Maybe a hug, anybody?
Candace and Robin, anything?
I don't have any anger. When you had a friendship that we had and you go through something like this, it doesn't just heal itself in one day or in one sitting. But I have no animosity, no hatred, None of that.
Run to Twitter and talk all the shit you want about me. I don't give a
I can say the same. I feel like I, over the course of the season, like mourned the friendship. And I'm kind of at a neutral place. I mean, you said the friendship was over. So if there's any movement, the ball is in your court.
I think that for Robin and I, it's a matter of needing to hear each other and wanting to fix it. Right. You know, I'm not sure at this point if Robin even wants to fix it. And if that's the case, then that's her decision. It's unfortunate, though, that, you know, given everything that has been done to Robin by others in this group, that she would choose this hill to die on.
Nneka and Wendy, I get the sense this isn't going to happen.
Andy, I continuously throughout the season have taken accountability for everything that I've done and said. I left everything at the table that day when she and I met, and I was ready to move forward and put my own issues to the side to just see what the interaction would be. And that's still where I am.
Andy, you know, my comment to Nneka still remains, which is, what have I done to you?
Well, I think it's really unfortunate. You know,
Yeah,
when I
me
came
too.
on the franchise 4 years ago, I really had pride in being the first Nigerian housewife, and my culture is something I hold near and dear to my heart.
Yeah.
But just with her, the rhetoric that she has been using and the way she's been weaponizing it is really dangerous. And a lot of the conversation around what she is alleging that is not true is really xenophobic. And so that's where it gives me pausity, because there comes a time when there's fun shade, and then there comes a time when it crosses the line and things become dangerous.
Right.
I met with you, said, you know what, we can coexist, we can move forward.
And you did both apologize to each other.
And I apologize for the crackhead
I
comment.
didn't receive an apology directed to me.
crack, because that's what I smell. Be careful with the allegations, honey. Nobody's smoking crack over here.
No way.
That it's because of drugs?
No. Mm-mm. Now, I grant you, I partied. But there have been times when I know I was going through a lot of emotional stress, and my eating habits were awful.
Whitney dying. Crack rehab fails.
First of all, let's get one thing straight. Crack is cheap. I make too much money to ever smoke crack. Let's get that straight.
We shouldn't put out like drug accusations. No. Unless it's true.
Let's not put out any allegations. Let's be clear.
But she backed up
any allegations.
We're not rehashing, we're you know, but
There
I
were
said
apologies made.
Well, earlier today I apologized for a crackhead comment.
And that's okay.
She apologized
Go ahead.
today.
Yeah, I apologized for a crackhead comment. Go ahead.
Giselle and Candace, I'm not even going to try.
I came here today with the intention to move forward. I think that I have, from the bottom of my coochie,
Yes.
I have tried.
Tried to do what? You move
can't-
forward because you acknowledge things. She won't even acknowledge
You're not
it.
capable of accountability.
She won't even acknowledge it.
That's it.
She won't even acknowledge.
Oh, my God. I think the two of you need Jesus himself.
I have him. He is right here.
Okay. All right.
He's right here.
I can't wait for this to air
I
and the
can't
tweets.
either.
Bitch, shut up. Yeah. Bitch, shut up. Bitch, shut up. Yeah.
Listen, I was ready to unleash and unload, and they didn't show half of what was done. To this day, I still recall certain things that happened that weren't shown. Like there was this one point where after the binder, the biggest memory that I have and the thing that I hate that they didn't show, with Giselle, she was so upset and she was so quiet after lunch, like had nothing to say. When Chris came out and pretty much read her, she lost it and she just blurted out, F you! She like lost it and they never showed it, but she lost it. And I was like, that pretty much summed up, you know, why I left, because they were constantly protecting the people who should have been exposed and show who they really are on and off camera. And they kept these protections for people to the extent of not even protecting, you know, my innocent children and those whole narratives that they were trying to point out. And it just got me to a point where I was just like, you know what, I don't have to deal with this. This is too much. And I decided to walk away.
Why do you think
Yeah.
that pick and choose protection, if that's what it was there in the first place?
Well, if you're a puppet master, you're going to keep your puppets. So the ones that you can control, the ones that you can get to do what you want them to do, you're going to keep those people. But the ones who speak up like me and say, no, that's not me, I'm not doing that, I'm not saying that, we're the ones that get the hardest time because we're not doing what they want us to do. We're not creating the show that they want. We're still trying to maintain a sense of who we are.
I can't either. Narcissism at its finest.
Karen, the fence
is mine.
You are still the fence.
Thank you, darling.
You tried very hard.
I did.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
But I also appreciate that you're right in the middle of Potomac, while NECA is up there in North Potomac,
Not North
governing
Potomac,
her
Andy.
strip of land.
It's Potomac proper.
So the streets are saying that the girls are gonna turn on you the way, you know, they turned on Wendy and Candace. What do you think about that? That they're using you to push them out, and then eventually they're going to turn on you, and then it's going to be an I told you so, or I should have listened moment, is what the streets are saying.
Listen, I am an honest person. If anything happens, I will get on Twitter, on Instagram, be like, hey, y'all told me. I wasn't listening. My bad, peoples. I would do that. I don't know, because I can't predict the future, and I'm not them.
Right.
But right now, they cool peoples. We have a good time together, and I trust them as friends. So if there's hiccups in our friendships that are regular hiccups, then we'll keep moving. But if there's intentional things, then we're gonna have to reevaluate.
Do you think the group has the range to discuss colorism? That was a comment that was made during the reunion. As far as, you know, I don't think this group has the range to discuss that topic. You know, was a comment that was made. Would you agree?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know, because I haven't had those type of conversations with the ladies, so I don't know what their mental abilities are. I do know for a fact some of them can, right? Because they're used to having these conversations on the regular.
Who are the ones you think that can?
I know for sure. I think obviously Wendy can. I know Candace can. I do believe Karen can. And Karen can probably do it in a different way because she's older than us and she's experienced it at different levels in her life and in different settings. I think Robin can for sure because she's experienced a lot of colorism in her life, and she's talked about it during filming where a lot of people hated her because she was light skinned, right? And mistreated her to where she actually didn't want to have light skinned kids. Like she used to pray that she would have dark skinned children because of the way that she was treated. So I know that she can talk about it. Giselle, I think I haven't had those conversations with Ashley, so I don't know what her range is. But Ashley's also somebody who will sit down and learn and listen.
Okay, fair. Are you returning next season? I think that you are. I saw a what do you call it? A poster where it says you're returning. Has that been confirmed?
I think now is the time that they kind of get all these things together, and
Yeah.
I think announcements will be made and decisions will be made soon.
Do you know if you're returning?
We don't know these things. Isn't that crazy?
Are you sure?
What do you mean, am I sure?
Like, is that like the political thing to say until there's like an announcement?
I think everyone in the Housewives world knows that like after the reunion is when deliberations and stuff.
Yeah.
start.
So we've heard, or at least it's been said, that Candace isn't returning.
Breaking news hot off the press involving Potomac's Candace Dillard Bassett telling People magazine apparently that she will not be back season 9. Now the singer joined the show in season 3, we all remember, and she says that she is filled with gratitude for the journey. The 37-year-old went on to say, quote, "With a whirlwind of new opportunities and responsibilities on my plate, I have decided to take a break from RHOP." Ashley, did you know, and how do you feel about it?
When I tell y'all, I found out just like everybody else because my phone was going ding, 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 ding,
Is
ding.
this breaking news for you too?
100%.
Wow.
Completely caught me off guard.
Did you text her? What'd you say?
No, I've contemplated, but no, I haven't. And it's just a little surprising because we haven't really been told. So that's news to me that she's making that choice.
But is it surprising, though, because she has so many other things going on? I mean, the budding music career, for one.
Well, there's no shock that this is a really good platform to show yourself and to promote what you're doing. So yes, to me it is shocking that she's making the choice. Hopefully the other opportunities that she has are going to surmount or surpass what Housewives is.
Robin isn't returning?
Reunion, the last reunion episode just went off last night, Sunday, if you're listening to this on a Monday. And I wanted to respect the network and respect the show and wait until the season ended, which I think, makes sense, to share this news. But yes, I will not be returning to season 9 of The Real Housewives of Potomac.
Hear you say it out your mouth, like it's like killing my heart right now. And I obviously I know this information, but like to hear you say it,
right? It's reality. It's reality. The network did not invite me back. I was fired, for lack of better words. And I will not, sugarcoat the situation and say, oh, I am walking away and this is a break or anything like this. This was a network decision. And I'm okay with it.
Oh, you're going to cry? Oh, Robin, you're going to make me cry. No tears. Oh, God. Okay, well.
I'm not going to cry. No.
Okay, go ahead.
No, and then I just want to finish. Shit. We don't even have tissues. It's so crazy because we still have Reasonably Shady, but I really want to say I love you.
Oh, me? Oh, no. You're gonna make me cry.
And it's been such a fun, amazing, stressful, crazy, wild journey the past 8 years. I couldn't imagine doing what we did, with anyone else.
She always has tissue. Because of that damn nose of hers.
But to my Green Eye Bandit, my partner in crime, it's the show really, we started off as friends. It's so funny because we, for whatever reason, we were meant to sit next to each other that night.
Yes.
I think it was in November of, 2011, maybe, whatever. When Sharice,
at Knockout.
Yes, at Knockout Abuse, a charity event. When Sharice invited us as her guests,
yes,
we sat next to each other at the table, and we laughed and joked like we'd known each other for years.
I know. That was so much fun. Before anybody knew us, like that, and we trashed the entire room.
We did. We liked every person that walked past, all the drunk people, just had a good old time. From there, we were great friends, and then the show, brought us even closer.
Yeah.
And we've, been through a lot on the show and faced a lot of scrutiny and judgment and hate.
Oh, God.
And we've supported each other through that. So although we still have Reasonably Shady, I'm still going to talk to you all the time and see you all the time. I hate that part of our friendship is, not there anymore.
Can you speak to that?
I know that Candace doesn't want to come back, and she's made the decision to pursue other things in her life and, her music. She's an actress as well. And I know she has 6 embryos in the freezer, so she might want to pop them things in too. So, she's taking a quick break. And so that's an announcement that she made, yes.
Yeah. Okay, we saw you guys at Gag City with Nicki Minaj.
It was amazing.
And we saw you, Robin, Giselle. Am I making up seeing Sharice?
Shasha was there.
Okay, Sharice was there.
Shasha's always down for a good time. She's not going to miss a good time.
And there was another lady.
Ashley.
No, not Ashley. Well, Ashley was there, but then there was another lady.
Jules. That's one of Ashley's friends.
Okay, so is this what the cast is looking like? Or is this a girls' night situation?
Well, Mia was supposed to have come with us, but Mia was recovering, so Ashley brought her friend Jules, who I do know and love. So I don't know if this is what the cast is going to look like.
So do you have any input in who they replace people with?
Stephen, if I did, the cast would look different.
I'm just saying if we had any power.
Yes.
Marissa would be there. But we do know that people's friends get on the show all the time, and sometimes they become housewives, right?
Yeah, they can. It's not a given.
Okay.
As we saw with Marlo for Atlanta, it took her quite a while to get to the peach, but who knows what's to come. I just know, whatever comes for season 9, it's going to be a doozy.
I hope you're on there. I don't want to hear 10 minutes from now that, another news. But I know a lot of people have been calling for a shakeup, though, and they felt like this season wasn't as bombastic as previous seasons. And I'm wondering if that's playing a role in what we're seeing today, but maybe we'll find out soon.
I'm loving the bombastic.
Yeah, I tried to be nice.
I like that.
Simply fantastic. We also.
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it.
That's good.
You know, we also have to get to the elephant in the room regarding the Grand Dame, Karen Huger, just last week charged with the DUI after that car crash in Montgomery County. We covered this here on Good Day DC, and police have since confirmed that she was arrested after that crash. They say it appears Huger crossed the median and hit a street sign. And in a statement to TMZ, she said a car was heading right for her, causing her to swerve out of the way. So, Ashley, have you spoken to Karen since this was released?
I texted her and called her because the reunion was a very tough reunion for me, and Karen called me as soon as I got home to like check on me. So I felt this responsibility to extend that same courtesy to her after this traumatic experience for her. And it took her a while to get back to me, but she did, and she just said that she's doing okay. But from what I understand, she's pretty shaken up with everything.
This makes you emotional. Why?
Because I really love her, and even though we have our disagreements and our relationship has gone through a lot, you never want to see anybody go through this, considering that Karen's health could have been jeopardized, someone on the street could have been hurt. So there's just so much that could have happened, and thankfully it didn't, but you know, the what ifs are really scary.
Yeah, one thing that touched me, and I said this on air, that she talked about her grief journey, and I know the pain of losing a parent, and she said that that played a role in the actions of that night. Have you been following her and working with her, helping her during her grief journey at all?
We try to be there as much as we can for Karen. She is very close to the chest. She keeps things. So as much as she's willing to share, we're willing to listen. And we always tell her, we're here for you. Like, she knows she's got at least 2 sets of ears always here, ready to listen to her.
And the difference between bipolar and bipolar 1 is really the degree of manic,
okay,
that you have. And if there was a bipolar 2...
Last time I was on my knees, I was praying for Sharice to get out of my fucking face. I was praying to you, Lord, remove her from my eyes. And look where she's at. Gone! Yes! Look how you do me, Lord. I love it. But now I'm asking you to get Miss Mia and Gordon, Mr. Gordon, out of my face, please. And I'm not trying to play Gordon, as I'm happy that he shared his mental health journeys and that he has bipolar 1, as he could be helping viewers identify that they might be having a mental health crisis or going through something mentally, and to go get that checked up on. Because I feel like a lot of times in the Black community, not to make it about race, but we don't like to, or it's a stigma around checking up on your mental health and so on. So I applaud this for being shared, but also at the same time, I feel like I want Gordon and Mia out of my face, as I just said, because I don't know when they're telling the truth or not. You bitches are always gagging and lying and so on for antics, and I just have a hard time investing in a storyline from Mia and Gordon due to, like I said, all of the lies and the antics. And I get he has an excuse. He has bipolar 1. Not that it's an excuse or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, we know what he's going through to make him act the way he's acting. But Miss Mia, I don't like what's going on. Let's bring it back to the love and hip hop storyline in this bitch with the who's baby daddy or who's the baby daddy in this bitch. I don't like that. Your children will see this later. And I guess, yes, you could play it off as you were acting. But isn't this a reality show? So, like I said last week, didn't the child say he saw you in the bed with Mr. Ink or something? I don't know what's going on. Gordon could be lying about that, as he just said he's been going through manic episodes, but I want you on Zeus. Lord Jesus, put them on Zeus and Alpha Bravo and out of my face. No more Carlos King talking about she's the future of Potomac. No, bitch. Worry about your shows and you not paying your cast members the right amount of money that they should be paid. And you talking about all these Bravo shows. Your priorities are fucked up because your show should be number 1 in this bitch, not you talking to... Okay. I'm getting off a track in this bitch. Let me get back on track. Like I said, put Mia on VH1 or Zeus, okay? Y'all keep saying Kiana needs to be on Love and Hip Hop. What the fuck she needs to be on Love and Hip Hop for? Because of that one fighting incident? Well, maybe. But I feel like she gives class and elegance. She owns a business. She actually has things going on that I would like to see, as opposed to seeing What? Ashley rubbing her old sour ass man's feet in this bitch? Y'all want to see that? Y'all want to see Gordon and Mia and Mr. I already know the answer to that. Y'all do want to see them in they sour ass, ghetto ass storyline in this bitch, as y'all like to call me ghetto in this bitch. They serving ghetto on a motherfucking platter. Okay, this is the end of my prayer. Like I said, Jesus, please remove them from my eyesight. Well, not my eyesight. My Real Housewives of Potomac. Get them out of my face. Okay.
We're all aware of how culturally sensitive of an issue this is. It was a story that we wished that we didn't have to tell. It was the real life dynamics.
Oh, hold on. Andy on that stuff again. Andy on that stuff again. Andy is on that stuff again. What stuff I may be talking about? That stuff. Allegedly in this bitch. Because you have to be to think that we are going to believe that the producers and you didn't have a hand in this whole beef between Miss Ineka and Wendy. Yes, Ashley started the mess, but who put the bug in Ashley's ear to talk about this article that was put out months ago, years ago at this point? It's an old ass article that got brought up this season when all of a sudden another Nigerian is on the show. Are we not connecting the dots in this bitch? Maybe I'm being too much of a conspiracy theorist in this hoe, but y'all kill me trying to play like y'all didn't know anything about this and oh, we feel so bad about this. Y'all don't feel bad the way y'all were editing this season. Y'all were living for the antics of the mama witchcraft and all this shit. So I don't really go for this. Get out of my face.
And I told you I didn't quite understand the severity of it as well.
What was your intention in bringing it up?
Thank you.
And why not bring it up to Wendy?
It was something that had been brought to my attention. Prior to me meeting Nneka, it was brought up again.
Y'all clocking what she's saying in this bitch. Okay, read between the lines. It was brought up again when she met Nneka in this bitch. Who brought it up to her? Ain't nobody asking that. Andy knows who brought it up, so I don't know why he's playing dumb in this bitch, and I don't know why they trying to play the viewers for being a dumb asshole in this bitch. But this bitch ain't a dumb asshole because clearly the producers, and again, this doesn't absolve Ashley of being a bone-collecting, messy asshole, as she repeated what the producers wanted her to repeat. So, producer puppet. But let's not act like she didn't get it from the producers, which I don't know why she not saying. Well, again, I know why she not saying so.
Ew. Like JK, but like maybe not. But thank you for watching. But you hating ass bitches always have something to say. Hating ass bitch, but you're still watching my vids. What? You're so upset. But that's like okay, because have a piece of bread, have a Xanax, relax, because I said what I said.